Hello, hello. Okay. Dude, I just like reset my entire computer and updated everything. And after updating it, I I went ahead and updated OBS as well, and it just like deleted all of my stuff. Like everything. It just deleted everything. So I've been trying to get that stuff back. Even just vertical stream was gone. Just gone. Just completely gone. And so just now, after finally starting stream, then I realized, oh, all of my audio settings are gone too. Oh, great. That's awesome. So I guess, I mean, it still sounds good. So I'm a little confused on what all is gone and what's not gone. But if there's still a lag issue, let me know. If you guys were here earlier. If you guys were here earlier, I had to restart stream because it kept lagging. Hardcore. It was lagging on TikTok. It was lagging on YouTube. It was lagging everywhere I went. I thought it was initially a TikTok issue because I was streaming on TikTok for a while. And then, yeah. Um, and that, yeah, then I went live on YouTube and had the same exact problem. So trying to figure all this out real quick and see what all I have and what I don't have. And it's not giving me my chat. Seems better already. Okay. All right. TikTok is a virus. I mean, I don't know about that, but it's definitely a pain in the ass. Which one cool thing is that when I got this, when I updated my OBS, it gave me the option of streaming on TikTok from OBS now. So I had to apply for it, and it says that within 24 hours it'll let me know if I've been approved. So we'll see whether or not I get approved for it, but yep, this is a little annoying. I don't know what the issue is here, but yeah, we'll hopefully figure it out as we go. All right. Well, I lost everything that I had set up for today. So yeah, I'll have to figure that stuff out as we go as well. Let me see if I can pull some of this stuff up. Okay.
Formerly worked for the person that's
Oh, it's not connected to my headset. Oh wait, it is connected to my headset. Then what the hell?
Running this shit show right now, I can personally assure you that we're fucked.
Okay. So it says this person worked for Trump for years under an NDA, and she says we're totally screwed. I mean, if she worked under an NDA, why is she talking about it?
Show right now, I can personally assure you that we're fucked. He owed an immense amount of money back then that I know he never paid back, which is why he ran to do this job the first time, and he only ran the second time to avoid getting locked up. These aren't opinions. I know this. He never cared about this place. It only was ever about the money. It was my job. I had a 10-year NDA to lie for him at business meetings. I quit that job because I didn't want to lie anymore. That's not what I had signed up for. And I promise you, even his deepest support...
Yeah, but then why would you sign the NDA? If that's true, why the hell would you ever sign the NDA? Like, if your whole idea is like, oh, I want to out this whole thing, then why sign the NDA?
You didn't sign up for what's actually happening. I know that you want him to be great and make this place great, but he won't, because he isn't great. He never was, and he never will be. So if you truly care about this place and the future of this place, then you won't take the side of the traitors or the comrades, but you'll take the side of this place and our allies, regardless of your opinions about other people. It's time to hold this traitor and all of the traitors accountable. And if you don't want to do that, then you're a traitor too, and you're the enemy.
True. LOL, it's my pleasure. Okay. Who is this?
This is a photo that I took while I worked for Tangerine Palpatine on January 27th of 2015. And
Tangerine Palpatine. What the fuck?
This is directly from my personal Instagram account. There's supposed to be a letter D right here, but in short, he infuriated a contracted landscaping company so much that in the wee hours of January 27th of 2015, this landscaping company snuck back into the golf course to remove the letter D from the name Doral. And it took 2 days for a new company to come in and fix this. This is how much people hated him, because he not only didn't ever pay people back, but he also would completely avoid and ghost people that he owed all this money to. And this was my view from work. This was right above the 18th hole. Of course, I wasn't supposed to take this photo, but I'm glad I did, because that toddler tyrant can go fuck a duck. And so can the rest of his minions and cults. This is a photo that I took while I worked for... You were saying? You don't need to see any of that, because it's none of your damn business. And just in case you think I photoshopped it, here it is. I have the whole W-2 right here. This is from 2015. I can't find the one from 2014. Boo-hoo. And just for shits and giggles, I also found this while I was digging through some old stuff. This is a uniform shirt that I never even had a chance to wear. Just been sitting in a box of junk. Have a nice day.
I don't know what that shirt says.
Where?
Trump
Just
what?
a box of junk. In a box of junk to wear. This is a uniform shirt.
I can't tell what this says.
10 years ago, I got hired to work as a server at Donald Trump's private clubhouse in Miami. When I initially applied for the job, it just said confidential golf course clubhouse. So I literally had no idea what I was about to get myself into. And keep in mind, I already had a job 5 nights a week and I was trying to find additional work during the day. And that's what the listing was for, so it seemed like a good fit. Because I worked during the day, I was typically the person who served Donald Trump's business clients in their private conference room in the clubhouse. And I know some people have told me, well, big deal, you were a server. Whether y'all realize it or not, servers, bartenders, we're always listening and watching you, even when we pretend like we aren't. This was no exception. Who did I serve on a regular basis? I served top executives from Telemundo, Univision, the PGA Tour, and Miss Universe, as well as other contracted companies, typically in construction and landscaping. I want you to understand that a majority of these meetings were in Spanish. I'm Cuban American. Of course, I realize I do not look Hispanic, and it was very much to my advantage because these people had no idea that I understood anything that they were saying. And I made it a point to play stupid. I quickly began to realize after probably a month or 2 of working there that my role in these meetings was to distract these business clients because a majority of the time these meetings revolved around collections. I began to quickly realize that it didn't seem like Trump had any intention of paying back any of these people. So unfortunately, one of the reasons I ended up quitting was because I was not comfortable having to lie to these people all the time. I had to distract them with free lunch and coffee and drinks, whatever they wanted, and basically tell them, Mr. Trump's in another meeting right now. When I tell you he owed these people, these companies, a lot of money, it was a lot. The PGA Tour, as some of you are aware, ended up dropping him somewhere around 2016, but it's because of how much money he owed them. And I'm under the impression, after what I heard during these meetings, that the reason he has such a grudge with Mexico, as well as some other South American countries, is because he owed so many networks and companies money and was trying to get out of paying it by slander, literally, just talking shit. And that's all he seemed to do, really.
Yeah, that's all he ever does. That's all he ever does is he gets himself in the hot water and then immediately just starts talking shit. Just immediately. Well, those are the people who did Russiagate. We can't believe anybody who did Russiagate. You remember Hillary's emails? What about that? You remember Sleepy Joe? You remember how tired he was? Yeah, that happened.
Be honest. Because when I served him, he was anything but tactful. And he liked to bring very young women to this private clubhouse. Questionably young. Fortunately, I didn't really have to see much of that. But I did have to serve Rudy Giuliani on a regular basis, and he was probably the biggest asshole that I've ever literally served in my entire life. When I served Trump, he did not tip me. Not even like a $5 bill, like nothing. And the part about steak in my last video, if you were serving Trump, you had to cut up his steak for him. Sometimes the banquet kitchen would do it already, and I was like, yes. Because it was extra well done and very tough to cut. But funny thing, they always prepared him 2 meals at any time. Like whether he requested them or not, they would always be on deck and ready to serve. Extra well done steak already cut up for him with a double side of fries and ketchup for his steak to dip, and an extra well done highest grade of beef burger you could get. But
it's good you're openly admitting you'll sweep all those issues just to go after Trump. Not a great moral high ground. That is not at all what just happened, but I don't think any amount of explaining is going to make it make sense, so that's fine.
Plain with just a side of ketchup and fries again. And when I tell you that these meats were charred, they were like shoe rubber and hockey pucks. But that's the way he liked things while he sipped his bottled Diet Coke. Obviously, whenever we didn't have bottled Diet Coke, I'd pour canned Coke in a glass. But even after I'd pour the Diet Coke for him in his Collins glass to the brim with ice, his assistant would refill it every time he took a sip and say, "Here, Mr. Trump, thank you." And just stand there smiling with her hands laced like in front of her, like just waiting. It took me so much effort to try and shoo these assistants away when they would show up because they genuinely seemed so scared to walk away. I'd be like, look, you can go take a bathroom break or a bathroom break, like whatever you want to do is fine. But anyway, the entire experience was very weird. And it sucks because even when he ran the first time, when we all found out, the employees, even our clubhouse manager didn't believe it was serious. And they were all telling each other in the clubhouse, as well as during these business meetings, that, oh, he's running for the campaign money because he's in a lot of trouble right now. So that was common knowledge. We knew he was running for money, and none of us thought he was going to win. I don't honestly think he ran to win the first time. I think that that's why when he won, he was just kind of like, oh, what do I do? And then just basically sold all of our secrets and did as many grifts as possible to make money. That's what he did. And that's why he did it, was because he owed a lot of people money and probably knew he was going to face
well, and that's why he's done shit like the Trump Bible. That's why he's done shit like all of these tariff things where he's like, I'm using tariffs and it's gonna bring manufacturing back, and then all of a sudden he's like, okay, I'm actually getting all of these people to come make deals with me instead, and then I'm gonna not do the tariffs anymore. Now they're free from the tariffs. I know I said the tariffs were gonna save everybody, but now I'm totally not doing them.
Charges soon. And that's why this time, with less guardrails in place to protect us as tax-paying citizens, we're in a lot more trouble, because all this guy cares about is money and now staying out of prison. So he's willing to do whatever it takes to make all that money, okay? He will screw any and every person over that gets in his way or so much as slanders him. As soon as I saved up enough money, I quit that job and I moved out of state. I was so done with Miami. In general, I was done with all of that. And looking back, I'm still sometimes in disbelief that it all ever happened. And even when I speak to people I know or my own family and they support Trump, I'm like, why? So many reasons why you shouldn't versus why you should. I can't find a single reason why you should. I'm not even a registered Democrat.
There's not a reason why you should. There's not a reason why you should. At the protest the other day when we were there, if you guys didn't catch them, we just had tons of people there who were saying that they used to be Republicans, they used to be conservatives, but they're not going to vote for Trump. So now they're voting with the other side, and now they're protesting against Trump. And I'm like, yeah, that's me as well. I've been a conservative my whole life, but it's Trump is such a piece of shit that I would never fall into this trap. I'm not that dumb, not that willing to be brainwashed, not that ignorant. But all of these other people, they're just like, yeah, it's my family. My family's gone off the deep end. They're drinking the Kool-Aid, and it's kind of sad because, yeah, you can't really find reasons why people are willing to buy into this shit. So it's odd. Yesterday we went over the Pete Hegseth stuff. He has another leaked chat where he is including people who are not supposed to be part of that chat again. So he went and talked about it the other day at the party. Kind of. When I say he talked about it again, he's just doing the same thing that they all do, where they, like, again, just deflect to a million other things, but they're not actually responding to it. They're not actually talking about it.
This is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not gonna.
Why aren't there disgruntled employees with everybody else? This is always the question. Why doesn't everybody else have disgruntled employees? Why isn't every other politician getting a bunch of disgruntled employees to come out and say things about them? Why isn't this happening? Why isn't this ever happening with anybody else? This is the same shit that he said the last time, and then they came out with all of the proof showing that he was lying about it the entire time.
Their reputations. Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter. This is.
That's all the left ever does. Throat insults because they know they have no actual facts. Okay, Solarman Tint. If you want to hop on, we can go over the facts. If you think I don't have the facts, I'm happy to invite you on. Let's go. If you think you have facts, I know I have facts. So hop on. Let's go. If that's your opinion, I'm happy to prove that wrong very easily, very, very easily. You know, you don't have to post everything 2 or 3 times in chat. You can just post it once. Solarman Tint. All right, we're gonna time him out for a minute and see if he stops with the spamming bullshit. Solarman Tint, if you think we don't have facts, I am inviting you on. You can come on right now, and we can get into the facts. I knew it was going to happen soon. You guys can't stand facts. No, I'm inviting you on. I'm telling you to come on right now. I want to get into the facts. Let's go. Let's go. Hop on. Let's get into the facts. How fast is probably a dozen times and you'll never answer it. Just great things happen on a... Okay. Solarman Tint, you're the one who's not answering right now. Does he not know that I'm talking to him right now? Okay, yeah. I guess he doesn't know I'm talking to him. He's in his own little world. Why the hell is he typing everything twice? Oh, the bot is fucking up. It's a bot. Yeah, it's just a bot. It's not even a real person. That's why it's broken. So it's just saying everything twice. We were energy independent. We had more energy independence under Joe Biden. So this is a dumb talking point, but he doesn't want to get into the facts. He's unwilling to get into the facts. So the kids' faces while he's giving this fucking speech or while he's talking to the reporters, it's so funny, dude. It's so funny.
They take this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter. So I'm happy to be here at the Easter egg roll with my dad and my kids, because, you know, this is what we're doing it for. These kids right here. This is why we're fighting the fake news media. This is why we're fighting slash and burn Democrats. This is why we're fighting.
Yes, Kamala would have been a billion times better. Yes, like just obviously a billion times better. All right, we're gonna ban Solarman. Solarman, whenever you're ready, you can hop in the Discord. There's a link in the description, and we'll unban you if you hop in and actually come on and talk about the facts. Then we'll unban you. Okay.
Hoaxsters. This group, no, this group right here, full of hoaxsters that peddle anonymous sources from leakers with axes to grind, and then you put it all together as if it's some news story. And when we know exactly what it is. So I'm really proud of what we're doing for the president, fighting hard across the board, and I'm going to go roll some Easter eggs with my kids. Thank you very much.
Those kids have heard all of those phone conversations over the last couple of days when he's like on the phone with somebody like, yes, I know I shouldn't have done it. I'm an idiot. Okay. I know, but I don't want to get fired. So we're going to have to play this off. But I know I'm stupid. I know I get it. I get it. I'm dumb. I should not have had all those people in that chat. I know. I've done it numerous times now. I get it. They're all just sitting there like, wait. What? This is not what you were saying yesterday with Uncle Joe. What are you talking about? So funny, dude. So funny. Those faces, bro.
Very much.
So funny. It's interesting. There's the same guy.
Any security professional, any security professional, military, government, or otherwise, would be fired on the spot for this type of conduct and criminally prosecuted for being so reckless with this kind of information.
A few years later.
We confirmed last night that Secretary Hegseth did have a second Signal chat that included his brother, his wife, and his lawyer, in which he disclosed sensitive details about U.S. military operations against the Houthis in Yemen.
Any security professional.
Huh. Interesting. I don't know. I think we should listen to him on the first one. I think we should listen to him. He's got a lot to say.
The mob.
On this Eastern. Oh, man. On this Eastern. On this Eastern, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, officially designates Adam Schiff and John Brennan as domestic enemies of the United States who were responsible for the attempted overthrow of the United States government in 2016 and the overthrow of the United States government in 2020. Oh, brother. This chick is fucking insane, bro. This chick is fucking bonkers.
The mob that stormed the Capitol on January 6th to try to stop Congress from carrying out its constitutional responsibilities were behaving like domestic enemies of our country. But let's be clear. The John Brennans, Adam Schiffs, and the oligarchs in big tech who are trying to undermine our constitutionally protected rights and turn our country into a police state with KGB-style surveillance are also domestic enemies, and much more powerful and therefore dangerous than the mob that stormed the Capitol. Now, John Brennan said,
So I know looking forward that the members of the Biden team who have been nominated or have been appointed are now moving in laser-like fashion to try to uncover as much as they can about what looks very similar to insurgency movements that we've seen overseas, where they germinate in different parts of the country and they gain strength, and it brings together an unholy alliance frequently of religious extremists, authoritarians, fascists, bigots, racists, nativists, even libertarians.
now, President Biden, I call upon you and all members of Congress from both parties to denounce these efforts by the likes of Brennan and others to take away our civil liberties that are endowed to us by our Creator and guaranteed in our Constitution. If you don't stand up to these people now, then our country will be in great peril.
Debate Aaron, ask for evidence and get insulted. Poor old man said lonely life.
Poor old man. Poor Aaron. Crap. I don't have any of my stuff. All of my fucking docs are gone. Oh, there they are. Weird. Okay. She's so weird, bro. I can't believe this chick. The fact that they are now supposed to be enemies while also talking about the fact that, like, yes, the people who stormed the Capitol also acted like domestic enemies. And we gave them all pardons. And they're all pardoned now, so now they're all running free. But now we want to lock up some other people for political reasons.
No benefit to it. I mean, nobody wants a wild card, okay? It doesn't make any sense. We don't want a maniac in our group, but there's no benefit to it. I feel like you just agreed with me, but you weren't listening to what I was saying.
Yes. You pointed at me like I said something, but I didn't. Oh, good. Charlie, having somebody making wild decisions that make no sense, that benefits nobody. Oh,
Yep.
yes.
True.
Right, yes.
Is he listening to it? I can't tell.
He's listening. He's not understanding.
Yeah, he doesn't even, like, get us, man. We're talking about you. I mean, nobody wants a wild card, okay? It doesn't
That's so good, dude. That's so accurate, bro. Oh, man. That's too fucking accurate, bro.
Joining us now, Elon Musk, to talk about his upcoming suicide and how the Sean Hannity show would be a really cool place to do it.
It's great to be here,
nice.
Sean. I know that my inevitable suicide is always a trending hot topic.
Speaking of hot topic, I just picked up on my Chemical Romance shirt there.
Yeah, hot topic is goated.
I think this would be a pretty cool shirt to wear for a person killing himself on the Sean Hannity show. What do you think?
FR, going out like that would be skibbity.
Elon, have I ever told you my Nine Inch Nails story?
No, you haven't, but you have me absolutely goon-maxing just thinking about it.
Joining us now, Elon Musk, to talk about his upcoming suicide.
Oh, damn, we didn't get to hear the Nine Inch Nails story. Fuck. That sucks. I was getting excited. I was goon maxing too.
They be dumb as fuck.
I was getting super skibbity and goon maxing over here.
I talk to Trump supporters and they be dumb as fuck. I don't care. They're yell stupid. When people say they voted for Trump, I always ask why, and they give me stupid ass fucking answers. One of my ex-friends voted for Trump. Don't worry, y'all. I cut the bitch off already. Don't look at me like I'm crazy. Before I cut them off, I asked, why did you vote for Trump? Because I want to know why you made such a fucking stupid decision. So she tells me out of her own mouth that the reason why she voted for Trump is because she is a Christian woman. And that Trump is for the Christians. And if you are a Christian, you need to vote for Trump. That is what she said. So, of course, I love a cute little argument. So, bam, I asked her, I said, so you're a Christian, right? She says, yes.
He says, I love a cute little argument.
And if you are a Christian, you need to vote for Trump. That is what she said. So, of course, I love a cute little argument. So, bam, I asked her, I said, so you're a Christian, right? She says,
so
yes.
bam.
So I said, you believe.
Ariana tip $2. Let's go. YouTube's #1 shortest streamer.
What? No, short streamer. No, shorts streamer, not shortest. I'm not the shortest streamer. Okay. I'm just the shorts streamer. I stream on the short speed.
Even God? She said, absolutely. So I said, okay, as a Christian woman, how does it feel that you voted for someone that created their own Bible? She looks at me like I just lied, like I just made a blatant lie. She said, well, that's not true. I said, it is. You know, we can Google it together if you like. You know, I'm a little messy like that. I said, we can Google it together. And we did just that. We Googled it on my phone, and he called it the Trump Bible. So I asked her again, as a Christian, right? How does it feel to vote for somebody that made their own Bible? I thought that was blasphemy, but I want to hear your thought process. Go ahead. This bitch looked at me dead in my eyes and said, Obama wasn't any better.
Yeah, of course. Of course, that's what it always comes to. It's what I was talking about earlier. It's always deflecting, always to something else. Always just ignore whatever it is that we're saying and move on to the other thing. That's always the way it goes. Because, yeah, like, if you want to say that, like, Trump is the lesser of two evils, you can make that argument from the beginning. But you don't have to take it as far as Trump is obviously the Christian choice. He is obviously a great representation of Christians. You don't have to take it that far. You can just say, like, yeah, he's not the greatest, but, like, you know, he's better than Kamala or something like that. But they don't do that. They do the whole cult line thing of, oh, he's the greatest. Nobody's as good as him. Nobody's ever going to be, excuse me. Nobody's ever that, going to be that great. It's the same shit every time. And so as soon as you push back on it, they have to pivot to something else.
Now, who the fuck brought up Obama?
Wait, why? Did my mic go out? No, it didn't. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? Who the fuck brought up Obama?
Bad morning. Very sad morning. When this committee, the oldest and most continuous in the Congress, neglects its responsibility and essentially holds this hearing today to block any further discussion. The men and women on this committee are good people. They're honest.
Yeah, New York Times put out like a full breakdown of Trump's tax returns. So they did come out a while back.
Discussion. The men and women on this committee are good people. They're honest and caring people. And that's why I do not understand why you would relegate this committee to no longer being of significance and resort to saying you will do whatever Elon Musk and Donald Trump tell you to do. Where's the independence of the committee? Where's the legislature? We're an equal branch of government. And you start off with a blather?
This guy right here, dude, he jumped. He jumped. He was just looking down. He was reading his phone, reading his text. He didn't know what the fuck was going on. He wasn't paying attention.
Where's the independence of the committee? Where's the legislature? We're an equal branch of government. And you start off with a blather? And yet, look at the empty seats here. Where's Elon Musk? I'm sure he's a genius and is a very credible person because of the wealth he's accumulated. But that does not put him above the law or the responsibility to come before this committee in this Congress. If he's so great, if these plans and all the fraud and abuse that he's found are so evident, why isn't he here explaining it?
Yep. Yep. Why he refuses to show any evidence for anything that he's done. He's supposedly gotten rid of so much fraud, so much waste. He's gotten rid of so many horrible things. He's talked about money being funneled through NGOs and all of these illegal schemes and programs and all of this crap. He refuses to show evidence of any of it. Meanwhile, all government spending and contracts are public. They're all public. You can go look at them yourselves. They're all public, yet they keep finding things that the rest of us can't see. So then we're like, well, okay, where is that? And they refuse to show it. They'll never show it. I don't know why.
Isn't he here explaining it? You know why. Because he's out to privatize.
Yeah, when I say I don't know why, we all know why.
Social Security. He's been on television the last couple of days talking exactly about Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and what he intends to do. Privatize it. The American people, some of them may have been born at night, but not last night. People are aware of this. Every single one of your districts, all the money that comes in monthly, and you have not done, you as a Congress have not done anything in more than 54 years. And now you have someone coming in to privatize a system, something you have longed to do going back to 1982? Because Elon Musk thinks that this is the best thing to do? President Trump has called Social Security a scam. Elon Musk, as Mr. Neal said, called it a Ponzi scheme. Ask that of the people in your district. Ask that, Mr. Smith, of the more than...
Yeah, if it's a Ponzi scheme, if you guys think that his corruption is coming to an end, where's the evidence? Again, why doesn't anybody have any evidence of any of this? Why can't anybody get a smidgen of evidence for any of it? Why? Why can't there be any evidence whatsoever? Why not? Why not? Why can't you find any evidence anywhere? Where is it? Where's the evidence? Yeah, I'm not going to hold my breath. It's not coming. They've been saying this for 3 months now. They've been saying for 3 fucking months that this is the case. They would have put out evidence by now if that was the case. They would have put out evidence by now. And this is the same with everything that they claim, whether it's Elon Musk claiming that he was supposed to go and get somebody out of space and everybody else disproves him. And so they just say, all you got to do is just show us the evidence, Elon, and we'll be able to believe you. And he refused to show any evidence but continues making the same claims. It's the same with all of the fraud and waste that he keeps making, the claims about U.S. aid and crap like that. It's the same with the group chats. It's the same with, the tariffs. It's the same with every little thing. No evidence across the board. They can never make a claim for evidence, yet somehow they know it's true. Well, how do they know? At least explain. Okay, well, how do you know? You at least have to have evidence in order for you to know this is true. You have to at least know something. You have to have something somewhere, right? So show us. Where is it? It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And for anybody who's going to keep believing things without evidence, you're the people who keep telling folks to do their own research. Okay, well, how do we do the research if there's no evidence? How do we research any of this without any evidence? How do you believe something with zero evidence across the board? You can't. I don't believe anything without evidence. I don't care if my mom told me there was fraud and waste. I'm not going to believe her just because she said it. I need evidence. I need somebody who actually knows what they're talking about to come out and make some claims. But instead, it's just Elon Musk and Donald Trump making the claims over and over. They don't know anything. They don't have any evidence. They're not going to show anything.
A scam. Elon Musk, as Mr. Neal said, called it a Ponzi scheme. Ask that of the people in your district. Ask that, Mr. Smith, of the more than 198,000 people in your district who rely on Social Security, and you won't even let the person who's planning to privatize it, who's telling the big lie in front of everyone, in bold as he possibly can, saying, this is what we're going to do. The Congress is in our back pocket. We don't even have to come before them and testify because we control the House, we control the Senate, and we control the presidency. And it's the tyranny of the executive. It's why these resolutions were first adopted back in 1789, because the founding fathers knew that the executive branch does not have total authority over the legislature unless you have a willing party that says, no, we're going to do exactly what you tell us to do, Mr. Musk and Mr. President. It doesn't matter to our constituents. It doesn't matter how much money they are not going to receive.
Yeah, because people like you guys aren't going to require any evidence. People like you guys are just going to keep repeating the talking points every time they give them to you. They can just come out and make some random claims, and you guys will start running around and repeating those claims. Just cuz. Just cuz. Just cuz they said it. So you're going to now do your good boy job. You're going to get your little pat on the head. Good boy. Good job. You did a good job. You went and did exactly what we told you to do. You went and started repeating the talking points. You went and said all the things that we wanted you to say. But you didn't require any evidence to do that either. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that for anybody, not a politician, nor anybody. If somebody wants to make a claim and somebody thinks that I should believe that thing and I should advocate on behalf of it, I need evidence. I need to see it.
You're not even going to tell them the truth about what's going to happen to them. And every single one of these districts where they're being shut down and their personnel, and as Mr. Neal said, Dan, after you cut and eliminate the people, say the agency isn't responding accordingly. No other agency operates for under less than 1%. With that, they administer to over 70 million people in the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and children. Shame! Shame! Can't bring people in front of this body? If he's right, if they're so good, if they're so just, why aren't they here telling the American people about it? They're not, because you know the truth. It's about privatization. I yield back.
I don't know if it's about privatization, but I know that, yeah, again, if they had something, they would present it. I know that much. I know that if they had evidence, they would present it. And now we've been going on months, and they still have no evidence. The left is actually retarded. What happened to due process when he entered the country? Who? You're talking about Larson? When did Larson enter the country? I thought he was born here. You don't think Larson was born here? That's weird. I haven't seen any evidence that Larson wasn't born here. Sorry, wrong live stream chat? Oh, okay.
Amateur porn too as a side. Back then, no, I was doing amateur porn too as a side hustle.
Oh my God.
You know that?
No, I did not know that.
Well, how else am I supposed to perfect my?
Oh my goodness. That's Ocho Cinco. For those of you who didn't watch football or who aren't in the sports, Ocho Cinco was fucking wild, dude. His football number was 85. He literally changed his last name to 85 in Spanish. Ocho Cinco. He legally changed his last name to Ocho Cinco. So his name, what was it? Chad Johnson, I think it was. He just had like a normal last name, Johnson, something like that. And then all of a sudden, he changes his last name to Ocho Cinco. He was fucking wild, dude.
Back then, no, I was doing amateur porn too as a side hustle.
Oh my God.
You know that?
No, I did not know that.
Well, how else am I supposed to perfect my craft? Am I tripping? Small story. I was in high school at the time. We had engaged in horizontal activity, and she got to the point where we were in action, and she said in my ear, "Go deeper. Stay with me now." What hurt me is I was already all the way in, so I had ran out of people.
He ran out of pee-pee. Oh no. She didn't know if it was in all the way.
And that is what caused me to get into amateur porn, so I could perfect my craft in the pelvic area so I would never have to hear that again.
You do understand the cameras are rolling?
Yeah,
I can edit it out, bro.
No,
You don't have to...
don't edit it out. And I've had surgery since then, so I'm good.
Who you are now,
yeah, completely different.
is manufactured because it was surgically enhanced.
Yes, sir. I'm comfortable saying that. And I can tell you that this is something you would never be able to get on TV. That's why we on your show. I want to be able to walk around the beach in my Speedo without being laughed at. Do you know what that does to me mentally? That hurts.
How long was the surgery, man?
It took about 15 minutes.
Surgery was 15 minutes?
Yeah, only $8,000.
Excuse me?
Only $8,000. So I went from 3 to 11 inches like this.
So you just gonna tell the world you were 3 inches? I didn't ask you that question. You know?
I know.
You didn't have to say that.
I'm just trying to give better context.
I didn't even ask you about this. You just started telling me, bro.
That question, you know?
I know.
You didn't have to say that.
I'm just trying to give better context on where I was to where I am now.
How the hell could that happen in 15 minutes?
15 minutes. 15 minutes? I don't think that's possible, bro. I don't think that's possible. Oh shit.
Shit. Get out. Is that behind it?
I hope there's not people in the fucking plane.
Can't see it though.
What the fuck?
The wing? See what one's on there.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Get your fucking old ass on the slide. Get out the way. You're about to get run over by the fucking fire truck. You're on the wrong side of the plane. Stupid fire truck is on the other side. What are you doing?
Slide down. It's at 3:30.
Oh my goodness, dude. Hi, Tyler. I took that video and it was a surreal scene. The backslide didn't deploy correctly and they had to pull up a stair car too. Oh shit. This could have turned tragic since all the jet fuel is stored in those wings next to the engines, right? In the wings? The wings are like this thin. What do you mean in the wing? "9 hours ago, passengers evacuate Delta plane after engine fire." Oh shit.
And for her next trick,
It's probably going to be exactly the same video we just watched. How long was this one? Oh, I clicked off of it. Okay, we'll see. Oh man, dude.
That's not the plane. You can't see it though. Can we? The wing? See what one's on there.
There's obviously people on that plane.
Look at this. People up.
There's never not anyone on a plane.
What the fuck? Passengers have been forced to evacuate a Delta plane after the engine caught fire for a while on the tarmac at Orlando International Airport in Florida. You know what? I bet you it was DEI. I bet you that's what it was. I bet you after Trump told them all that they had to stop doing DEI, I bet you they all went behind his back and just continued doing it. That's fucked up. Yeah, it's still Still DEI. We still get to blame DEI. Video on social media, smoke and flames rising from the right engine and passengers exiting the aircraft down inflatable emergency sides. Delta Flight 1213 was set to depart Orlando's famous as the home of Disney World for Atlanta, with almost 300 people on board. That's where I am. I'm in Atlanta. There are no reports of any injuries. Passengers were evacuated. Aircraft rescue and firefighting team promptly responded, the airport said in a post on social media. The Airbus A330 was carrying 282 passengers, 10 flight attendants, and 2 pilots, Delta said in a statement to the BBC's U.S. partner, CBS News. The airline said crews evacuated the cabin when flames were seen in part of one of the plane's 2 main engines. Video apparently taken from the terminal shows passengers waiting on the tarmac with emergency vehicles parked next to the aircraft. Interesting. Interesting. All right, I got to run to the restroom real quick. I will be right back.
Speaking of the law, the Trump administration referring New York Attorney General Letitia James for possible prosecution over suspected, get this, fraud over a mortgage on a house in Virginia.
Todd Pyro joins us now with the details. Todd?
Good morning to all 4 of you. Remember that song from the 90s, Things That Make You Go, hmm? This is that. The Ingram angle obtaining documents from the Federal Housing Finance Agency accusing James of, quote, falsifying records in order to meet certain lending requirements and receive favorable loan terms. Now, here is what she's accused of doing. 1, listing a home in Virginia as her primary residence in 2023 while serving as New York's top prosecutor. 2, James reportedly also listed her father as her husband on mortgage applications. And 3, the Federal Housing Finance Agency says she bought a 5-family home in Brooklyn, but misrepresented the same property as only having 4 units in building permit applications and numerous documents. Now, this, of course, is a role reversal of sorts for James. In 2022, she won a $454 million civil fraud judgment against President Trump and the Trump Organization, stating he falsified business records and misrepresented his net worth. That case currently on appeal. James frequently sat in the courtroom throughout those proceedings. No love lost between the two, as you can see in some of these pictures. President Trump reacting to the new accusations against her, writing on Truth Social. Letitia James, a totally corrupt politician, should resign from her position as New York State Attorney General immediately. Everyone is trying to make New York great again, and it can never be done with this wacky crook in office. Fox.
Yeah, that's a bad look for her, dude. That is definitely a bad look for her. She, after all she did going after him and all that shit she talked about him, not a good look for her, homie. Not a good look for her.
News contributor and law professor Jonathan Turley also weighing in. Watch.
The irony is perfectly crushing. This is a person who prosecuted Trump for everything short of ripping a label off a mattress. As for James, if we apply the Letitia James standard that she created, there'd be little question here. This seems pretty straightforward.
Letitia James has not
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take away from the charges on Trump at all. It doesn't take away from his charges whatsoever. He's obviously already went through the process and was found guilty by a jury of his peers. This was not, doesn't take away from his guilt whatsoever, but yeah, definitely not a good look for her. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. You can just double tap the screen real quick and that'll give us a thumbs up on the stream. That helps us get into the algorithm more and gets more people to view the stream. And we'll be taking some call-ins here shortly. So if anybody wants to call in, if you have a disagreement, you can call in and we can have a conversation about whatever your heart desires.
Today, we are learning some new details following reports of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth sharing some detailed military plans in a second Signal group chat that included his wife, a lawyer, and his brother. Multiple sources telling CNN Hegseth revealed strike plans against Houthi targets in Yemen, similar to what was shared in that other group chat, which came to light after the editor of The Atlantic was mistakenly added to it. We've also learned that Hegseth directly addressed the matter with President Trump during a phone call last night. Earlier today, the president defended Hegseth.
He's doing a great job. It's just fake news. They just bring up stories. I guess it's...
That doesn't mean anything. Trump will defend somebody 1 minute and fire them 2 minutes later. That doesn't mean anything. Literally the day that he got rid of the tariffs, like just an hour or two before, he said that he was doubling down on them, that everybody should have confidence that the tariffs are going to be fine, and then immediately walk that back right after. Doesn't mean anything. He might be literally in the middle of trying to replace him while saying these things.
Sounds like disgruntled employees. You know, he was put there to get rid of a lot of bad people, and that's what
They always use this disgruntled employees excuse, but again, where's the disgruntled employees from everybody else? It's not like Obama never fired anybody. It's not like Biden never fired anybody. It's not like Kamala Harris never fired anybody. Where's all of their disgruntled employees? Where are they? The worst we got from them was that like that Kamala Harris worked people too hard, or that Joe Biden was a little bit older than and slower than they were willing to admit. But that's it. Like, that's the worst that came out of it. But then we have a bunch of people from Trump's administrations coming out saying that he's a liar, that he lies about everything, that he's racist, that he's a fascist. And they're like, disgruntled employees. Disgruntled employees, that's all it is.
he's doing. So you don't always have friends when you do that.
The revelation of a second Signal chat emerging as some of Hegseth's closest advisors, several of whom were fired last week, are warning that the Pentagon has become dysfunctional under Hegseth's leadership. Both Hegseth and White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt railed against those accusations.
This is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people.
The tariffs were undeniably working. How many countries want to renegotiate trade terms now? 70 plus last I heard. Yeah, it was 70 plus last I heard as well. That was when he initially cut off the fucking tariffs, or before he cut off the tariffs, which was weeks ago. So, yeah, we've all heard 70 plus. We haven't heard any new trade agreements from any of these countries. So, I don't know.
And ruin their reputations.
The president stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth, who is doing a phenomenal job leading the Pentagon. And this is what happens when the entire Pentagon is working against you and working against the monumental change that you are trying to implement.
With us now to talk more about this is John Bolton. He served as National Security Advisor during President Trump's first term. How bad do you think this is, I wonder, having his wife, his brother, his lawyer included on what sources describe as military plans of these Houthi strikes, similar to what came to light during that first Signal chat scandal?
Well, I think after people got over the disbelief at the first Signal chat group, it's no surprise there are others. What makes this one worse and different is that it's kind of a friends and family Signal chat group, none of whom have any need to know what's been conveyed about potential strikes in Yemen before they actually happen. I mean, it speaks to a lack of judgment on Hegseth's part. And when you look at the controversy over the people recently being fired, by the way, all of whom are people he hired within the past 90 days, it really gives the picture of a Secretary of Defense who's a lightweight, a dilettante. And that's not the kind of person you want as a Secretary of Defense under any circumstances, but particularly not in the challenging environment.
Yeah, this is one of the problems that they run into a lot when they do the whole disgruntled employee thing is these people have probably lost jobs in the past. They've probably been fired at some point, or they probably quit at some point. So we should probably see them doing similar things when they quit other jobs. And if that's the case, you probably wouldn't have hired them, but you did. And so if that's the case, if they're disgruntled employees, then that's just a really bad hiring choice on your part, and seems really odd that you would hire people at one of the highest offices in the world who are a loose cannon and likely to just go off and start making up shit and talking shit about people just because they're upset with them. Whereas we haven't seen that evidence. We haven't seen anything to say that they do this at other jobs, or that they're just disgruntled employees. Some of them even quit. So it just doesn't make sense to even make that claim. There doesn't seem to be any evidence for this whatsoever.
We find ourselves in today.
Let's talk about some of those top aides who are gone. I think some of whom, were it not for Hegseth or someone like Hegseth being in the position he's in, would not have had the positions they had at the Pentagon. But Senior Advisor Dan Caldwell, Deputy Chief of Staff Darren Selnick, Chief of Staff to the Deputy Secretary of Defense Colin Carroll. What's the effect of departures at a high level like that?
Well, as I say, I think he was responsible for hiring all of them. I mean, I think he had connections with them. He also.
How about not being a piece of shit after you quit or get fired? Well, if they're telling the truth, do you have any evidence that they're being a piece of shit and that they're lying? Because according to the reporters, they have a bunch of evidence from numerous sources, all making the same cases. So once we have more than 2 people verifying the same story, we would consider that a legitimate story. That's how evidence works. That's how eyewitness testimony works.
Also lost his own chief of staff, who is either being fired or moved somewhere else in the Defense Department. I think what it says to the rest of that very big building and its partners around the world that they're just not serious in the Secretary of Defense's office. They don't have their act together managing a very small group of people. How's somebody like that ever going to lead the entire Pentagon?
So if they never quit or got fired, would they have said something then? Well, it's possible that they quit because of the things that were happening and then came out and said something about it, right? Why would you continue working for somebody that you think is doing a bunch of horrible shit? Who would do that? So yeah, no, not likely. You normally, if you think that they're doing a bunch of horrible stuff, and that you want to put your name behind it, because when you think that your bosses are doing a bunch of like irresponsible stuff and that you don't think that they're handling things correctly, yeah, you're probably going to quit in that case. So probably not.
It's what you get when you don't really care about qualifications for jobs like that. When you're
well, we don't know who actually said it from my from what I've seen. We don't actually know who said this. There are a bunch of people who just got some of them quit. I think there's 2 people who quit and 2 people who got fired, and we don't know exactly who has said this just yet. So it could be people who are still working there. But from the reports, these are people who have proven the case. They have proven that this is true. They have shown like screenshots and stuff to the chats, and so there's not much up in the air about it.
not picking people who are experienced when your major qualification is personal fealty to Donald Trump. That's what he's got in Hegseth. That's why he's sticking with him. But it's not what you need to do the job.
His chief of staff resigning from his position. We're waiting to see if he lands somewhere else at the Pentagon. But in a Politico op-ed, John Oliot, the former chief Pentagon spokesman who resigned last week, said that his function is now a major distraction and that it's hard to see how Hegseth remains in his role for much longer. Do you think that Hegseth should step down?
Well, by the way, Oliot is the 5th person in his inner circle who's now resigned. I think Hegseth should resign. I don't think he's going to. He may leave at some point.
He's not going to.
Because I think he's used up his bank account with Donald Trump. Trump doesn't want to have to waste his resources defending his people, and that's now what he's doing on Hegseth. But I think Trump is bound and determined not to show weakness, which is what he's worried he would do if he fires Hegseth or anybody else. So I think Hegseth has a shelf life of undetermined length, but it's not going to be much longer, would be my guess. 3 months, 4 months, something like that, likely.
You hear the talking point. We just heard it from Hegseth, Levitt, and Trump himself, which is that they're blaming people who are just upset that he's trying to implement institutional change. What do you think of that argument?
Well, again, these 5 people are all people he brought in and who have said they're in favor of the change that he's trying to make. They just don't think he's qualified to do it. I think it's a very weak response when Hegseth can't even manage and hold together the people he himself is responsible for hiring. It's sort of like the same problem his boss seems to have.
John Bolton, always great to have you. Thanks so much for being with us.
Glad to be with you.
Joining us now, Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia. He's the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. What's your response to that defiant display from Secretary Hegseth?
This is a guy that's in so far over his head that he didn't say anything there about denying that he did this gross, sloppy misuse of classified information, sharing now with his family members. We heard about the misuse earlier when this information was shared with other senior members of the administration. It is way past time that Hegseth should either quit or be fired. And I think the question is going to be, Wolf, will my Republican Senate friends, who I know care about our national security, how many more examples of chaos at the Pentagon before they will find their voice and be willing to step up and...
Oh no, that fucking Sabby chick debated Cenk Uygur. Was that anything special? She's fucking retarded, dude. She's a fucking retard. Like, she is one of the dumbest fucking people on the internet. Yeah, Sabby Sabs. This chick. She is a fucking idiot, dude.
We need to build a coalition with them if Trump, for example, tries to attack Iran. And I know that Trump is going to be pushed to attack Iran because his largest donor is Miriam Adelson. And she wants us to attack Iran. She's a hard right-wing Israeli American, but she seems to, in her donation.
Just look at her fucking face while he's talking, dude. I hate her face right now, dude. I hate her fucking face. While he's talking, she's sitting there fucking blinking her eyes like a fucking loser, dude. Who fucking blinks their eyes like this? What is she doing? What is this face? What are you doing?
Israeli American, but
stop blinking. You're not special. Who do you think you are? You think your eyes needing some fucking water makes you special? You're not special, Sabby.
Seems to, in her donations and in her demands, care more about Israel. That's not true of normal Israeli Americans, or certainly not true of Jewish Americans, but it is true of her, right? And so I know, watch out, they're going to want to attack Iran. So if I can, and if all the left does is go, oh, we hate what Trump is doing, it doesn't move him an inch, not 1 inch. In fact, it might help him because he's like, look, we're owning the libs. If on the other hand, he loses his base or a significant percentage of his voters, then he gets worried. So, for example, he said, we're going to take control of Gaza in the first meeting with Netanyahu, and we're going to do the unexploded bombs and clean that up for Israel, et cetera. And it looked like he was saying ground troops in Gaza. And he turned around on that in 24 hours. Why? Because his base revolted, not because the left revolted.
Is she further left than Cenk? Yeah, she's kind of like she's kind of in the middle of the horseshoe, on the horseshoe theory. So she's kind of like a centrist on the other end of it. So where I'm a centrist on the top end of the horseshoe, she's a centrist on the bottom end of the horseshoe, to where she will pretty consistently back up people like Candace Owens and Donald Trump and those sorts of folks. So yeah, she's a fucking nut.
Again, that doesn't move him at all, right? So his base was like, no, we're not doing ground troops in Gaza. I don't know what you're talking about, right? So he goes, no, I didn't mean that, right? But here come the donor class again. So Netanyahu shows up a little while ago, and they're back to talking about how we're going to control and own Gaza, right? So you've got to build that coalition to be able to effectively push back on that, to make sure that we don't get hurt more by the Trump administration, and to kind of open up their eyes.
Yeah, he keeps doing this where he's saying that we need to build a coalition with the Trump administration so that we have some sort of influence on the policy that they implement. But isn't, like, going against them good too? Don't you want to show, like, a unified force that stands against what they're doing instead of becoming a unified coalition with them? Because with the Donald Trump team, all you have to do is just disagree with like one or two things that he's done, and you're kicked off the coalition. You're no longer one of the cool kids. You no longer get to play with them during recess. You don't get to sit with them at lunch. So it's a useless venture to be like, well, we need to try to build a coalition with these people that we can influence policy going forward. That doesn't do anything with these people. We already know this. That's fucking retarded.
To things that are happening, right? So when you only watch Fox News and you never watch any left-wing programming, we can't say to them, hey guys, remember how you were anti-war and you wanted to cut the Pentagon budget? You see how they actually added to the Pentagon budget? Because they were never going to hear you. But now if you go on Patrick Bet-David and Tim Pool and all these other different right-wing shows and independent shows, et cetera, and you go, hey guys, let's cut defense. And they go, yeah, let's cut defense, which by the way, they did. You can see videos from Patrick Bet-David, Tim Pool, and the other shows that I was on where they're like, you're right, we should cut defense. And then Patrick Bet-David, after I did that appearance, did this long video about how you could cut defense. And then now all of a sudden it goes to Laura Ingraham and it's on Fox News, et cetera. That doesn't mean that I think that they're actually going to cut defense. So when they actually added over $100 billion to defense, you could begin to see some portion of his voters on social media going, what just happened? I thought we were cutting it. Why are we adding to it, right? So is that most of his voters? No. Is that some of his voters? Definitely. Is that the sum that we need to switch over to vote on our side or to just support us on those policies we agree on and to potentially move Trump? Yes. So that's a way of a strategic way of trying to regain the middle. So there's a lot more nuance to it, but I've got a long explanation here, so I'll stop there.
So I'm glad you mentioned anti-war because I want to tell you what happened a couple years ago. I went to D.C. to cover a rally called the Rage Against the War Machine rally, and there were people there from different political ideologies. And I remember covering that, thinking to myself, looking around like, wow, look at all these people came together because they agree on this issue. There were people that were speaking there like Tulsi Gabbard, Dennis Kucinich, Jill Stein was one of the speakers. And I was like, wow, this is something. But then October 7th happened. And after October 7th, when Donald Trump started to smear Palestinians, I watched some of those same people make excuses for Donald Trump. And then all of a sudden that so-called anti-war coalition that I believed we had at that point in time, it was gone because as we got into the electoral season, people went back into their political silos and started to defend their candidate. So the problem that I've noticed with this particular type of coalition building, and I'm a registered independent, by the way, is that once there is an election that is involved, people tend to side with their candidate even when they're wrong. Now, to be fair, some of them have told me they do not appreciate what Trump is doing when it comes to Iran, when it comes to Gaza, but they don't regret, they're not at the point where they regret their vote. But I think that's where the coalition, to me, it falls apart because I see people still find ways to defend Donald Trump, just like I saw people try to find ways to defend Kamala Harris. So that's where I've seen it fall apart, and I felt like the anti-war part was a piece where.
Okay, I gotta see if this actually goes anywhere.
Reasons not to believe it, right? But no, Tucker's like very adamantly against that Iran war. If you say no, everything he says is a lie.
Just traveling across the country, engaging with people about how we can have a general strike in this country. I think that's where the energy should be going. And I really thought that, especially with the genocide, that more people would see this like, oh my God, both these parties are warmongers. Both these parties are owned. And I want to get your perspective.
Yeah, I hate the both sidesing everything. You can't both sides everything. Like there's always a worse version. There's always a greater version. There's always one side that is going to make things sound, or that's going to be much more evil. There is a greater evil. There is a lesser evil. Those are the sides that you should be voting for. Those are the sides that you should be advocating for. You should always try to find the lesser evil in these scenarios, and to just both sides everything all the time. Say, well, they both do this. Okay, that's not... That if one side is doing it at 5%, the other side's doing it at 95%, to say both sides do this is a fucking insane statement. That is an insane statement to make. There's absolutely no way that you can both sides it at that point, but that's what they do. That's what they're doing. So I can't with them. All right, let's see.
If they want an off-ramp, it exists in the law that they could find it.
It always has, Dana. They don't want off-ramps. What I'm worried about is they actually want to use this as a demonstration that the court can't control them and they don't have to honor due process. That's the worrisome thing about this.
The Trump administration's unlawful deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia and its gleeful authoritarian response to it has gotten so bad that a legendarily conservative Fox News legal analyst, Andy McCarthy, brutally excoriated Trump, the Trump administration, and Pam Bondi in particular during an interview with MAGA Fox host Dana Perino. And we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, Andy McCarthy has occasionally criticized Donald Trump from Fox News, even though he is a conservative, even though he has a right-wing bent, even though he grades Trump on a curve. But this is some of the harshest, most fed-up language I've heard him use, calling out Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, by name. And really what he says at the end of this clip is the most shocking, because he admits that the Trump administration is trying to skirt due process, and he is very disturbed by it. So we're going to play this full segment in which Andy McCarthy lays out the case, and then I'm going to update you on recent developments, more recent developments regarding Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Fox News contributor Andy McCarthy joins me now as a former assistant U.S. attorney, and want to get to this because let me play one more piece from Shannon's interview with Van Hollen yesterday morning. Watch here.
I want to be very clear. I'm not vouching for the man. I'm vouching for the man's rights, his constitutional rights to due process and the proper place.
Yes, this is what I keep saying. I don't give a fuck about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I don't care about this guy. I don't care who he is. I don't care if he's good. I don't care if he's bad. I don't care if he's part of ICE. I don't care if he's a pedophile. I don't care. It doesn't matter. He can be a wife beater. He can be a saint. It doesn't make any difference to me, because due process is set up for bad people. That's what it's there for. We put due process there for bad people. That's why it exists. It's so that we can prove that they are bad people, so that we don't have to question it later. The Trump administration and Trump doesn't understand why we have the Constitution. He doesn't understand why we have due process. He doesn't understand why we have separations of power. Or he does understand and he doesn't care, which is way more dangerous, way worse. That is way scarier. But one way or the other, it doesn't matter. The due process is there for bad people. So everybody trying to run around and act like, oh, you're trying to defend a MS-13 member. When you say defend, you mean we want to uphold the Constitution? Yes. You finding out that bad people exist, congratulations, you made it to the fucking first grade where the rest of us learned that bad people exist. But that doesn't change whether or not they get due process. Jeffrey Epstein got due process. The Nazis got due process. The, P. Diddy is getting due process. Even Donald Trump, who complained and whined and cried about how unfairly he was being treated, even he got some due process. So for people to whine and cry like this and act like this is so insane that this guy gets due process when everybody else has gotten due process, it kind of shows just how little these people respect the Constitution and how little they respect our rule of law. And so for this, for a long time, I grew up on the right thinking that it was the Democrats who didn't respect these things. I thought it was the Democrats who were the bad guys. I thought it was the Democrats who hated the Constitution and the law. But then I found out very quickly, as soon as I was old enough to kind of see things for myself, that it is blatantly the Republicans. And it is blatantly so, to the point that the farther into MAGA we get, the farther into a Trump administration we get, the more blatantly obvious that becomes that they are the ones who just don't give a fuck about the Constitution, nor anybody else. Because if you want to talk about how dangerous it is for people, we know that immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than regular citizens, and then we know that illegal immigrants commit crimes at even lower rates than legal immigrants. So all of the complaining that they do, they have like one or two examples of illegal immigrants committing crimes when supposedly there's 20 million, right? There's 20 million. There's 20 million of these people. Shouldn't we have 20 million examples? No, we don't. We hear the same one or two examples brought up over and over and over and over. Laken Riley, Laken Riley, Laken Riley. What was that, 5 fucking years ago? Do you guys seriously not have another example besides Laken Riley? That's it? Shouldn't this be happening like 100 times a day by now? What are you talking? Laken Riley? Like, that's it? That's all you got? But that's it. They got their fucking talking points, so they're going to keep repeating the same thing. Because it's not about actual illegals. It's not about actual crime. We all know what it's actually about. We all know what it's actually about. It has nothing to do with any of that shit. But if you disagree, you think you have the facts to back it up, there's a phone number right here. You can call into the show, and we can get into it.
Place to litigate that is in the courts. If you deprive one man of his constitutional rights, you threaten the constitutional rights of everybody. I would hope that all of us would understand that principle.
I think we are on our 4th week of talking about this story as it continues. Where do you think it stands today after Van Hollen's trip?
Well, I think the most interesting development, Dan, in the last few days is the fact that Abrego Garcia is not in custody in El Salvador as we believed he was, and as he certainly was when he was sent over there. There's no question that there was an order. He was not supposed to be sent. As Senator Kennedy said, that was a screw up. In 20 years at the Justice Department, I had plenty of screw ups, but the thing is, when the government screws up, it's supposed to fix it. And what these guys are basically saying is, yeah, we screwed up. So what? Try to do something about it.
So let's stop right there, okay? Again,
I mean, one of the problems that I brought up over and over is that if the Trump administration, at one point during the Alien Enemies Act Supreme Court case, or I think it was the Circuit Court case, I can't remember which one, but during either the Circuit Court case or the Supreme Court case, the Trump administration went in in front of the court and said, they're still going to get some sort of due process. They'll just get it once they're in El Salvador. They'll still be able to apply for a habeas petition. And now they've pretty much admitted that even if those people applied for a habeas petition, once they were over there, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. If they applied for a habeas petition and they were found to be innocent, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. And we already know that 75% of the people who are in CCOT, which is the mega prison that's in El Salvador, 75% of them have no criminal record whatsoever. None. No criminal record at all. 75% have no criminal record. The thing that we were told is that these were the worst of the worst that were going to be going over there. The worst of the worst. Yet Donald Trump has more crimes and more felonies than these people. Donald Trump is 34 times more of a criminal than these people are. Yet they're going to mega prisons. If you want to deport illegal aliens, I don't care. Deport them. Who cares? If you want to deport illegal aliens, deport them. I don't give a fuck. But you're not just deporting them. You're sending them to a fucking prison as though they committed a crime. You're sending them to prison to punish them for nothing. This is insane. This is actually insanity. I can think of a couple other times that we've put people into camps and they were innocent people. Can you guys think of maybe some other people that were just thrown into camps who were innocent? Trying to think of a comparison here, but it's interesting. I'm not can't think of a good one. This boy's still riding with the 34 felony rhetoric. Well, whenever you grow some balls, Jay, there's a phone number right here on the screen. And hopefully those balls will give you enough testosterone to also grow a backbone for you so that you can hopefully be able to use those fucking bones to dial a phone number and talk to another man instead of being a fucking keyboard warrior. But, you know, until then.
Just the impact of a conservative stalwart, a Fox News stalwart, like Andy McCarthy, admitting that what the Trump administration is doing here is effectively daring the Supreme Court to try to stop them. They are intentionally provoking a fight, not in a good faith reason, not because they genuinely believe that, you know, what they're doing is right per se, and having a genuine disagreement over, you know, the application of Article 2 powers. They're picking a fight deliberately with the nation's court system, and particularly, potentially even the highest court in the land, over something they know in bad faith, just because they want to stake out the most maximalist approach to their own power. It is a stunning approach to presidential power, the likes of which we've never seen, at least in previous clashes between, you know, presidents of the past and the Supreme Court or the high courts, is because there's been a genuine disagreement about whether or not they should be able to do something. This is incredibly bad faith, and even Andy McCarthy seems to recognize it.
The Supreme Court is...
Nah, I'm a felon. I'm a felon too. I don't participate in your weirdo stuff. You don't participate in logic. I know. You're a Trumper. That's our point. That's why I call you out. That's the only reason. Is so that you can show everybody how little of a fucking backbone you have. That's it. I already know that you're not going to actually call in. Everybody in the chat knows. Everybody knows. No fucking duh.
Basically told them to facilitate his return. But when you look at it closely, I think what they're actually saying is facilitate his release. If he's already been released by the government in El Salvador, there's obviously not as much concern about his safety. And what we're left with is you have a guy who is deportable, which means the only place it was illegal to send him was El Salvador. They've sent him to El Salvador. The government, if it was doing the right thing, the Trump administration should be trying to bring him back so he can have whatever proceedings he is entitled to challenge his deportation. But he is deportable. And it's always been true that if they could find a third country to send him to, they could have sent him there. And it's also always been true, and I don't understand what Attorney General Bondi is doing here, frankly. There's a procedure in the law that'll...
Yes, I was about to say, first you have to go through due process, though. And because they refuse to go through due process, that is the problem. And so, when he's illegal, well, he had status within our country. So where you guys always like to bring up that courts found him to be part of MS-13. That's kind of true, kind of not true. They didn't exactly rule on whether or not he was part of MS-13, but they found the evidence to be at least credible. But they also ruled that he wasn't allowed to be deported, and they ruled that they were going to give him a work permit and a social security number and allow him to work in the United States. And he met with ICE every single year since 2019. And there was even, so because he met with ICE so consistently, they knew him very well. And there was one time where he got pulled over with a bunch of people in the back of his truck. And so the police called ICE and they said, hey, there's this Latino guy here, and he's got a bunch of other Latinos in the back of his truck. He says he's transporting them for work. And they go, yeah, Abrego Garcia. Yeah, we know him. That's correct. We've actually checked this out already. He is just transporting them for work. We know him. He's a good guy. You can let him go. And they were like, wait, for real? They're like, yeah, we know him well. He checks in with us all the time, so you can let him go. They, like, ICE knew him very well. They liked him. They thought that he was a very good, law-abiding citizen. He has no fucking criminal record, blah, blah, blah. No one cares. Well, right, that's our point. Again, that's our point. We got another one right here. Screenshot it for us, everybody. This is the point, is that, yes, you guys are fascists. You don't care about the law. You don't care about the Constitution. You don't care about the country. You don't care about anybody. You just go along with whatever Trump says. I don't even think that, like, I know everybody else is saying you guys are doing it because you're racist. I don't even think a lot of you guys are racist. I think you're just too dumb to think for yourselves. I think you're just too fucking retarded to be capable of thinking for yourself. And so I think that Donald Trump just says this is the case, and you all run around like the fucking bot NPCs that you are and just start repeating all of the things that he says. So that's something that I'm aware of. Ooh, we got a caller. Ooh, we got a caller. Hold on a second.
Call from
Billy.
Billy, you're on the Tom Foolery Show. How's it going? Oh crap, he can't hear me. Shit.
How's it going?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Yeah,
You
I
can't?
can hear you.
Okay. How's it going, Billy? What are you calling in for?
Okay. My question is where in the Constitution is the dude from El Salvador?
Yes.
Yes. Where in the Constitution does it say that people from El Salvador get due process?
It doesn't say people from America get due process.
It says citizens get due process.
No, it does not. It says the right of the people.
The people of America, that's what it's the people.
It doesn't say the people of
the
America.
citizens.
It says the people. So there are parts of the Constitution where it says citizens. There are parts of the Constitution where it says the people. So like in the Second Amendment, where it says it is the right of the people to keep and bear arms, it doesn't say the right of the citizens. It says the right of the people, which these are totally separate things. In constitutional law, it's either citizens or the people, which is why people who are not citizens are allowed to buy arms in the United States.
Okay, I guess you could argue that in court. But if you're determined to be a part of a terrorist organization, you think you still get due process?
Yeah, of course. I mean, if we think about like other terrorists, we had due process for them within the country.
Guantanamo Bay, they gave them due process?
Guantanamo Bay wasn't people who were inside of our country, right? He was inside of our country. So like there's a good example of somebody who didn't get due process, and that's what was his name? Awolaki, I think. Obama bombed him with a drone bomb, and he was a citizen of our country. He was found to be a terrorist and then immediately fled to other countries. They put out warrants for him, tried to get him to come back to go to court. He refused to go to court. And then they found that he was organizing to continue to plan terrorist attacks against us. And so eventually they did strike him with a drone bombing. But that's like a very extreme circumstance.
Did the Supreme Court rule whether he gets due process or not?
Al-Awlaki?
To me, it sounds like he doesn't get due process.
Al-Awlaki or Martinez?
Martinez.
Sorry, Garcia.
He's part of a terrorist organization.
Yes, the Supreme Court did rule that he does get due process. They went to the Supreme Court. So initially it was Judge Zinnis who ruled that he was supposed to get due process and that they have to facilitate his return. So then they took it to the circuit court. The circuit court agreed with Zinnis and said that you have to facilitate his return. And then they took it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court 9-0. Across the board, 100% of the judges voted you have to facilitate his return and send him through the correct processes.
Well, if that's what happened, then that's what they have to do. Because in my opinion, if something like this happens and all the laws have loopholes that contradict each other, then it comes down to what the Supreme Court says. So if they said that he gets due process, then to me he gets due process.
Yeah, and I agree with that as well. Like if they had ruled the other way and said like no, like he was once he's found to be part of MS-13, he doesn't get any due process, then like sure, I'm like that's what the Supreme Court says.
I didn't know that anybody ruled on it or anything like that yet.
Well, that is the problem is that the Supreme Court ruled on it.
Supreme Court.
Yeah, that is the problem is that the Supreme Court already ruled on it, and then the Trump administration continued to defy the Supreme Court ruling, and then even Pam Bondi came out and said, under no circumstance will he ever stay in this country. So she's straight up saying that even if he goes through due process and they find him to be someone who is supposed to stay in the country, she still would not allow him to stay in the country. And so they have said over and over that they're going to defy these court orders. Then Judge Zinnis, the Supreme Court sent them back to Judge Zinnis and said, she already ruled that you have to facilitate his return. So we're sending you back to the district court, Judge Zinnis, and she will oversee you facilitating his return. So Judge Zinnis said, okay, look, I can't make you guys get him back by a certain time or anything like that, but I can make it to where you have to show me evidence that you are at least attempting to facilitate his return. And so so the judge just said, just show me evidence that you're at least asking for him back, that you've at least requested them to return him, something like that. And again, they refused to show any evidence. And so they're getting ready to be found in contempt by a second court now.
Okay. I think that when he does get brought back, because I think he's going to get brought back no matter what, that they're going to determine that if he's in MS-13, the reason that they made them a terrorist organization is so they can take certain things away from them.
Yeah,
so
but that was
was
overruled as well.
Organizations don't get visas.
That was overruled as well, though.
Citizenship.
That was overruled as well by the Supreme Court. Like so initially, parts of what you said were overruled. The Alien Enemies Act was taken
citizenship away.
Yeah, the Alien Enemies Act is what they were using to say that they were just able to to just take these things away without any due process. And the Supreme Court also ruled in a separate case that they do still have to follow due process even if they have the Alien Enemies Act. And so they have to allow them to have a habeas petition, which means that they don't have to take them to court for each and every single person, but they do have to, once they've locked them up, they have to give them like 2 weeks to be able to challenge their detainment. So instead of them just automatically scheduling a court date, these people can just say, I'd like a court date because I think I'll win in court. And then they'll schedule it for that person, but everybody else they'll ship off.
Okay, I see. All right, I didn't know some of that. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, but
I didn't know the Supreme Court ruled on it. I didn't know that they ruled on any of that stuff, actually.
They gave a scathing indictment of the Trump administration, and there's been like 3 other writings from the Supreme Court since then as well, just saying over and over that like the Trump administration is breaking the court rulings, that they're not following the law, that Another court found them in contempt recently. Zinnes is going to be the second judge to find them in contempt for for breaking the court orders. And so that's why the guy who we have on Fox right here, that's what he's talking about, is the fact that the Trump administration is trying to test the bounds of what the courts will do to try to hold them accountable. But more than likely, if you refuse to do what the Supreme Court tells you to, I think even Republican senators and congressmen will start to agree to impeach you at that point.
I'm conservative, and I think if the Supreme Court rules, I mean, that's it. That's the reason that we have the branches of government. There's a reason for it.
Yep. No, totally agree.
All right. I mean, I guess that's all I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah. If you when you hang up, if you go back into the chat, I'll pull up the Supreme Court ruling real quick and read some of it, so that you can at least see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
All right. Cool. Appreciate it.
All right.
I know the other person called as well. Give me just a second. Let me read some of this for just a moment. I called him Martinez. It's Garcia. So yeah, so they wrote this Supreme Court ruling 11 days ago. On 4/10. It says the application is granted in part and denied in part, subject to the direction of this order. Due to the administrative stay issued by the Chief Justice, the deadline imposed by the District Court has now passed. So they're saying, initially Judge Zinnes said, you have to have it done by this day. I just said to let me finish this real quick and then you can call back. But yeah, so they said, because Judge Zinnes put a deadline on this, that deadline has already passed and you're just now getting to the Supreme Court. And so we're gonna grant that you don't have to have it done by that date. But then they go on to say, but you do have to do it. So yeah, it says the application in part is denied. The application is granted in part and denied in part, subject to the direction of this order. Due to the administrative stay issued by the Chief Justice, the deadline imposed by the District Court has now passed. To that extent, the government's emergency application is effectively granted in part, and the deadline in the challenged order is no longer in effect. The rest of the District Court's order remains in effect, but requires clarification on remand. The order properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador, and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. So that is what they say. The only thing that they tell them to do is clarify what the word effectuate means when they send them back to Judge Zinnes, who is the lower court, the District Court judge who originally made the ruling. And so they agree with Judge Zinnes. They say that Judge Zinnes is correct. We're sending you back to Judge Zinnes, but they need to clarify what the word effectuate means. So Judge Zinnes says, okay, when I say effectuate, I'm saying you have to show evidence that you are attempting to get his return. That's it. So I'm saying you need to at least show you are doing what you can within your power to get him back. But I'm not saying you have to send SEAL Team 6 into the fucking prison to kidnap him and bring him back. And so then the next day, the president of El Salvador came out, and Bukele was in the White House, and one of the reporters said, hey, are you going to give him back? And he says, I'm not going to smuggle him into the country, which this tells us, one, if he says smuggle, that means he thinks that it's illegal to bring him back. So that means, two, that Trump probably never asked for him back. So then Judge Zinnes comes out with another statement and says, hey, you guys are supposed to provide evidence that you have been requesting him back. You guys are supposed to provide evidence that you've been trying to get him back. You've shown zero evidence that you even made an attempt. So at this point, you got to show something. And the Trump administration still has not shown anything. So that was the statement. Now, when I say it's a scathing review, like, it goes on and gets very in-depth on this. It says here, instead of hastening to correct its egregious error, the government dismissed it as an oversight. The government now requests an order from the court permitting it to leave Abrego Garcia, a husband and father, without a criminal record, in a Salvadoran prison for no reason recognized by the law. Again, remember, this is a 9-0 decision. This is across the board. This is a 9-0 decision. So this is the people who gave him broad immunity, the people who, agreed with him on a lot of his other cases. These are the same people who are now 9-0 across the board saying, yeah, you obviously have to do this, bro. You obviously have to do this. There's no question about this. It says the only argument the government offers in support of its request that the United States courts cannot grant relief once deportees crosses the border is plainly wrong. So it's saying we obviously know that you can get somebody back for a number of reasons. One, you're so lying. What do you think I'm lying about? It's not 9-0 since Alito has scathing dissent. That was Alito dissented in a different one. This one did not have a dissent. This was 9-0. I can. Yeah, I guess they didn't put it on here. But anyways, yeah, so they say is plainly wrong right here.
Call from
Darius.
Darius, you're on the Tom Foolery Show. How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing well. What can I do for you?
Okay, so yeah, sorry I don't usually do any kind of YouTube live stuff, so it's like my first time calling.
No problem, dude. That's most people.
Great.
No worries.
Okay, nice. Thanks, man. So what are we debating? Because I see that's the headline there. It's called to debate.
Yeah, I mean, normally people have a disagreement with me before they call in.
Yeah, well, I'm 110% Trump guy.
Okay, I mean, the current topic that we're on is the Abrego Garcia case.
Okay, just the specific case, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, if Trump wants to stretch and flex those boundaries, I'm 100% for that. I think that they should be tested, and I
think I know what you mean, but can you specify, just for the audience, what you mean when you say stretch and flex the boundaries?
That like how we were saying earlier, like if you want to probe to see where weaknesses in the structure, in the legal structure are, like they should be probed all the time and tested. And
so how would we find out where the line ends? Like, how would we find out when he's stretched too far or when he's gotten to the limit? How would we know that?
So you're asking my opinion on that? Then,
well,
to me, that I wouldn't be satisfied until we have, as a country, like transfigured and alchemically evolved into something new, and actually gone past the republic into an imperial phase, like the Roman Republic in its last dying days, dropping off its oligarchy to rein in a Pax Romana era of a golden period. So my hope is for a third term of Trump and for his son Barron Trump to become like an American Augustus.
So I'm sorry, but when you say when we transform into our imperial phase, we are currently like the largest empire to ever exist. We are the biggest superpower to ever exist. We are the most powerful single nation to ever exist. What do you think? What is transitioning to an imperial timeline look like to you if it's not this?
Well, sure. But to me, a republic, like everything you said is right. Okay, I don't disagree with it. The only problem is that it's not in a pure form of imperialism. It's an oligarchy. So a republic is a system that an oligarchy will create in order to create a system of stops in order to prevent any single one of them or any single one of their factions from taking supreme power, which over time will naturally happen anyways. So I want Barron Trump to become our American Augustus.
So you mean you mean an emperor? You want an emperor of the empire?
Yes, that's what I'm saying in imperialism. Yes, like a first citizen or whatever appropriate title for our culture, our time and place. It doesn't matter because that's nature. And to me, autocratic imperialism is the reality of the world, and
you want
everyone
a child.
else is literally lying to you.
You want a child to run our country. You've already decided, as he's a fucking child, that you want him to run the country. Already. You've already decided this.
Yes.
And if I said this is kind of cultish mentality, you would say...
I would agree. I would say that's based... I would call it a political party, the American imperial cult, just like the Roman imperial cult. Totally transparent. Absolutely.
Why are you against... Why are you against like us voting for our republic?
Well, so you're asking about the democratic elements within the republic?
Yeah, democracy.
That, but we're not a democracy. It's a republic with small democratic elements that are placed into it, which have actually been manipulated over time.
Democratic.
If I may, I just want to continue.
Well, just real quick before you go on, I just wanted to say that a constitutional republic is the same thing as a democracy. It's literally the definitions are the same things. But go ahead.
Well, I've heard different. Maybe there's a little semantics. I won't really argue with you on that. Maybe maybe you're right. It's fine. But I was going to say. If you take some historical perspective on what our American constitutional republic / democracy system is, that it has quite a few screws loose going back since its beginning history, and it's not the same democratic elements that were founded that it was founded with. So I can give you 3 bullet point examples of what I mean. Okay. So first is how when the president was elected, so we're talking executive branch, and I'm going to talk about the executive branch, the House of Representatives, and the Senate, okay, as the 3. How they have been drastically mutilated and changed from their origin anyways, right? So first of all, the executive branch, when the president was being elected, okay, it didn't come as a package with a VP that he selected from the party. VP was the runner-up, second place. Whoever got the second amount of most votes became the vice president. Yeah. Okay, there's a very different system than what we're talking about, right, as far as the democratic element, all right? So just imagine that. And I just
but there's obvious reasons why that doesn't work, but... Sure.
Yeah, but I think we need a little perspective in the history of how it's totally changed, right? because then when you look at the House of Representatives, it was actually it's supposed to be ratioed per populace. So this not supposed to be this fixed number of several hundred, whatever the number is.
But they do change based on when we do a crap. I forget the what we call it, but the exact word. But when we count the number of citizens, we send out like surveys to count the number of citizens in the country. Yes, when we do the census, we change it.
Yeah, no, that change. If by the original design, we should have representatives in the numbers of thousands right now, because there's supposed to be a limit of how many constituents they could represent, and that we should have many more in the House of Representatives. It's just a different beast when you have all these people that could stay in there like oligarchs, and become true power brokers from that position. It was never meant for that. It was just more like a position.
Do you think it
of,
matters though?
Pardon?
Why would it matter though? I mean, like, consider the fact that we already know that most people actually do vote and do base their ideologies based on the communities that they grow up in and the people they live around. And then two, if we look at the last election, we have 50 fucking states. We had 6 swing states, 6 out of 50. So it's not as if there's like massive divide among these states. There's not. There's massive divide among 6 states, and even them, most of those states, well, I'd say half of those states had a pretty concrete decision on who they voted for. There were 3 that were very close, but the other 3 were pretty divided. So it's not. It doesn't seem like there's a big split between most of these people.
Well, to your first point, where you're saying that about localization, right? And that is the design. That was the reason why there's supposed to be only a certain number of constituents per representative, and there should be many more representatives according to this system, because it's supposed to be more localized to the person that's representing them in Washington, D.C. But just to go to the third one real quick, I don't want to hog your time, but just to finish my point here, the Senate in 1913, along with the Federal Reserve Act, was drastically changed, whereas before they were appointed by the state as like ambassadors to represent the state's interest in Washington, and though they could be recalled by the state governments at any time if they were not fulfilling their duty according to the state government. So they were not even voted in by constituents. They were sent by the state government. So that's the original position of the Senate.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind that, but that's not enough for me to want to go towards an imperial system. Like, even if I agreed with you, because I know that there are things that have changed that weren't exactly the way that it was set up before, but I agree with the way that they have been changed. I agree with the changes. I think that they have been set up for the utility that is necessary for our environment today, especially with first past the post, 2-party system. Like, this is kind of necessary for where we're at. So even if, regardless of whether or not things have changed, it doesn't mean that these are negatives, and therefore moving towards an emperor would be better.
Yeah, but see, I don't think you're efficient enough, to be honest. I mean, how many illegals do we got? What's the number? And then you want due process for each and every one of that?
Well, of course, but there's the due process that was ordered is that especially the ones that are arrested under the Alien Enemies Act, all they have to do is just arrest them, keep them for about 2 weeks, and under that period of time, those people, if they want to, can challenge their detainment. If they don't challenge it, then yeah, they just get deported. So they don't actually do it for each and every single person. Only the people who want to take the time to like actually get a lawyer, go through courts, all of this shit. Most of them.
Yeah, but if you have a Democrat Party who's your opposition and they're going to fund all these court cases just to bog you down, this is the
well, no, they don't have to. They don't have to fund them. They don't have to fund them. They're afforded an attorney under the Constitution one way or the other.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the problem I'm talking about. So how is that an argument against what I'm saying?
Wait,
You're
hold
never
on.
going to get that done.
Hold on, wait. You just said that we were like, are we going to go through all of these people? I'm saying we're not going to go give a court case to all of these people, only the ones that challenge it. And second, the amount of illegals in the entire country is about 15 million.
What's stopping the
That's not
100% of them from challenging it if they have the legal right to do that? Why wouldn't they do it?
nothing. But there's the majority of people, or sorry, the amount of illegal immigrants in the country right now is like a total of about 15 million. And so this isn't like an egregious number, but yes, but the problem is that the Democrats in the last election, or sorry, during the last presidency, tried numerous times to get a bill passed that would make it to where there were more judges so they could deport people faster and not break the law and not have any sort of humanitarian crises, because Biden had too many people imprisoned at once, and it was starting to become a problem that they had too many people packed into small places all at one time while they were waiting to deport them. And so he wanted to get more judges so they could deport them faster, and he wanted to get more people at the borders. The Republicans are the ones who voted that down. Under Trump. Trump is the one who told them to vote it down. So there are very easy fixes to these things. It's just the Republicans are the ones who step in the way of those easy fixes because they need to be able to complain about these things in order to continue winning elections.
I think you're really underestimating the gravity of the situation, and it's truly an emergency that needs. The Alien and Sedition Act is not martial law, but it's to. I don't know too much about the legal standing.
Yeah, it's fairly close.
Okay, but it's not something that needs to be activated, right? It's just there anyways.
No, you have to activate it.
Something
No, you have to activate it because,
Okay.
you have to arrest people under that provision. So that when they arrest these people, they are arresting them under the Alien Enemies Act. But the problem is that when you say this is like a serious problem, this is like a real emergency, why? Why is it like a serious problem or a real emergency?
Just the actual physical threat of to property and life. And
What is the actual physical threat to property and life?
The number of what's now been
Republicans have
declared
been
actual terrorists.
using like 3 different cases as their fucking go-to cases for like 5 years now. If these were happening every single day all over the place at the rate that you guys pretend they were, you guys wouldn't have to use fucking Laken Riley and Rachel Morris and whoever the fucking third person is. You wouldn't have 3 cases to go to for 5 fucking years. You guys would have all these cases plastered all over the place, but we don't.
So, there'd be an interesting thing to say if I didn't have the experience and I lived in another country and couldn't say that for myself that I haven't actually seen the
live in this
increase
country.
of crimes from illegals in my
I
own
live in this
neighborhood.
country, and I know that I have not seen crimes. I know that I've worked with these people for years and years at car washes, in construction. Like, I've been to prison with them. These are not fucking horrible people who are mostly in gangs. Most of them are people who are trying to send money back to their families, and they're coming over here just to do enough work to send them the little bit that they get.
I have a problem. Okay, I have a similar experience as you, actually growing up for about majority of my life until the last several years, and then that all changed.
Okay.
And then I started seeing these violent crimes like in the middle of the day, where they're just robbing old ladies in the middle of the street, like Brazil style, where you see it on the
And you
videos.
check those people for whether or not they had visas or.
Yeah, they're Venezuelan gang members, and it's happening over and over and over in my neighborhoods. I'm seeing them.
What state do you live in? The doxers.
I live on the west side of Chicago.
On the west side of Chicago, you have Tren de Aragua people.
Oh my God,
there.
Man! Look, I'm on the northwest side, all right. And My neighborhood, okay, yeah, I did grow up hearing some gunshots and stuff like that, but it hasn't been that bad throughout my life, all right? Now it's to the point where old ladies cannot even walk outside in broad daylight. They're getting not just jacked for their belongings, like they're actually like beating them with bats and then coming back around the block and hitting them again for terrorism.
Yeah, sure,
Like
but
this is actually happening in my
hasn't
neighborhood.
that has nothing to do with whether they're legal or illegal immigrants. Like the illegal immigrants are supposed to get deported one way or the other. Nobody's arguing against deporting them, but we are arguing that
Okay, I'm
if
saying
you
there's
want to
terrorist
deport them,
organizations amongst these illegals, right? And that's been that's actually been what's the right term, ruled or determined by the administration that
yeah,
they're
to an
terrorists.
extent, it's not really the way that we use the word terrorism. It's kind of like a misnomer in this case, because the terrorism normally applies to people who aren't there trying to get money. They're not a business. They're not trying to, it's not about greed. It's about a political drive or a religious drive. These are things that are greater than us. It's something that, like, money doesn't matter all that much. They only get money to further their political or religious drives. And in this case, these people are just about money. They're fucking cartels. They're all about money. So like they're not about their religious reasons or their political reasons. They're there just to make fucking money. But I don't have a problem calling them a cartel. Hold on, wait. I don't have a problem calling them a terrorist organization for the sake of this conversation, because Trump has ordered that they're a terrorist organization. But your argumentation about your personal experience doesn't show up in data. So if I don't have your personal experience, there's no reason for me to agree with you unless I have data that shows me otherwise.
Now, your definition of terrorism, that it has to be politically motivated, is totally false. Terrorism is a tactic. Okay, it's a tactic that is employed against the public to create fear, and that could be done by cartels and economic.
So
venture.
if the government enforces a law that says we don't want people to kill people anymore, and if you do, we'll give you the death penalty, is the government now a terrorist organization because they're trying to use fear in this case?
No.
Okay. When I look up the definition of terrorism, it says an unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims. That is just the general definition that we have used, the FBI has used, the world has used for a very long time. But it's not, the political aims are not written into congressional law for the definition. So he's capable of doing it. What? Hold on, wait. I just want to clear this up. That it's not written into federal law. So Trump is capable of labeling them a terrorist organization. It is legal. He's not breaking any laws by doing it. It is fine for him to do it. I'm just saying, colloquially, we do not use the term this way. We don't call these people terrorists for a good reason, because it's not a political organization. It is a money-making organization.
Okay, let's go with that. The political drive behind it is from the Democrat Party anyways. They're using them as, even not just the violent gangs and everything to come in and terrorize the people, but they're even using mass migration as essentially a bioweapon, because all those people coming through, we don't know if they're diseased, they can't be vetted. It's not Ellis Island, where everybody stayed on that island until they were totally cleared of any health risk and good to go, and everyone's documented. This is an actual mass bio attack from the political left, who's doing it on purpose to destroy the country and the culture.
Well, before we move to that, I would still need some evidence that they're actually doing something bad enough to where that would even be possible. So where I'm already asking you for evidence that there are, like, these people are committing all sorts of heinous crimes all over the place, you're already giving me a reason for why Democrats would let them in to commit all these crimes. Well, I can't get a reason for why they would commit the crimes until you've actually shown me that they're actually committing all of these crimes.
Okay, so what do you want in the evidence? You want crime stats?
Yeah, I mean, every study done on this shows that illegal immigrants commit crimes at a much lower rate than legal immigrants. And legal immigrants commit crimes at a lower rate.
Unreported?
Okay, then how would you know?
I'm just asking, do you ever think maybe that it's more likely that that illegals committing crimes goes more unreported, since we don't know who they are? If an illegal is driving on the street and they accidentally give me a fender bender and they hit and run, they don't want to deal with it. That's like if a deer came and hit me. You know, this is a wild animal that just runs off. They're not documented. Even a
yeah, so you're making an argument that nobody can know. Therefore, you know it's
exactly.
them.
You cannot know.
Therefore, you know it. Therefore, you
know this.
No, you're
Pardon?
making an argument that you do know. I'm saying, well, we have studies on this, and that we have wide enough spread studies to where we can at least come to a general conclusion about this using data over the last 20 years. Whereas you're saying, well, I know it's them, but we also can't know it's them.
Okay, but we're not talking about from 20 years. We're talking about from the last few years. This is a different scenario than it was even from Trump's first term.
Why?
Or any of that. It's an unprecedented scale and intention behind it.
Where the scale is larger. They set a record at 1.7 million people coming over the border, and that most of them probably returned at some point, whether it was they got arrested later on down the line, or whether they just came in to drop off drugs or something and leave. But most of those people it's 1.7 million is the highest estimate that we got from the Republican Committee on Immigration.
Where are you getting this? Probably they went back. Who said that?
That's the argument that Trump is making all the time, is that these people are coming over the border to sell drugs. So if they're coming over the border to sell drugs, why would they stay here?
Well, they're obviously running them back and forth.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So they're not living here, like committing, like killing people and shit, like living in New York. If they're coming across the border, they would drop something off to somebody and go back. They wouldn't stay here.
Oh, they're not killing people. What? You know, these people kill all the time when they're doing this business. And what about all the
I didn't say that they're not killing people. I'm saying that there's no, I said, no, that's not what I said. I said, the people who are coming and dropping off drugs aren't living here and killing people. They're going back. They're going back home, right? Lots of them are people who are getting arrested later on down the line. So maybe they are trying to live here, but they get arrested by some city or some county police, and then they get sent back then. There's tons of times, but we can't know, like, when the way that we calculate this is with what's called known gotaways and evades. And so those are the numbers that we use to kind of calculate how many people came into the country. The majority of those not the majority. At least 1/3 of them we assume normally go back, but even if we assume all 1.7 million of them stayed here, that's still not this like outrageous number. And the estimate before that was that there was 11 million illegal immigrants here. So we went up 1.7 million to maybe about 13 million. I gave you 15 just to add a little bit of cushion on there, but that's still not this like ginormous number that is so unbelievable.
I've heard numbers way higher than that, and I'm not a guy who's that into it, studying it every day to be able to quote, but I know I've heard much larger numbers.
Donald Trump has said numerous times 20 million, and he's been asked millions of times where he got those numbers from, and he's never justified it. No, every other group from the from the government has said at most 1.7 million.
So if these numbers aren't so bad, why is there an actual visible difference over the last few years in my communities here in Chicago, and everybody notices and everybody's pissed off over here? Why is that? And we're trying. We're going to the city halls and the mayors and telling them that, like, you've actually literally opened up an invasion to our city. It's unbelievable.
So over the last 4 years, our country has been in what's called a labor shortage, meaning that we have more jobs available than we have people to work them. So there have been tons of cities that are trying to give incentives to people to move there to work those jobs. And because millennials aren't having kids at a high enough rate to replace the workforce, the only people that are coming in, the only new workers that are coming in were immigrants. And so they were offering a bunch of incentives.
I'm really familiar
for them
with this
to move.
argument.
Well, hold on, just let me finish the argument. And so when they give these incentives, they're asking the people to move there, and fuck, you just totally threw me off. Shit, I lost the last fucking. That was the main thing I was trying to get to.
I actually apologize.
It's okay. Shit, that's.
Well, you're making the argument that I hear a lot of these oligarchs make, that there has to be a filling of the void with migrant workers and everything, but
that's right. I'm sorry.
Found...
That's right. What I was gonna say is that the Democrat cities and like the biggest cities all over America are in the cities with like the biggest economies with the most business in them. Those are all Democrat cities. And so those cities are more likely to offer those jobs to immigrants, saying, yes, you guys are the only people coming in the country. We need you to come here and work the jobs that we have available. And so it's Democrat cities that are like pulling them towards inner cities. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. And this is the argument that they make. Yeah. Do you agree with this? I mean, because I've heard this for decades as the excuse of why they flooded Europe with all these refugees that they say, oh, we're going to get millions of trained doctors and lawyers and everything, and then they all just end up sitting on the welfare system making like 12 kids with the Islamic multipliers and their doctrine to just go in and invade into an enemy territory and create Sharia law with overpopulation as fast as you can.
I think you're thinking I'm saying something that I'm not.
Trojan horse.
I'm not saying that they're inviting them into the country. You asked, why would I see a visible difference? Well, you're in Chicago. Obviously, if you're in Chicago, they're literally inviting people there to come live there to replace the workforce because boomers are retiring at a record rate right now. And we haven't been in a labor shortage for decades, so we weren't using this argument for decades. We've only been in a labor shortage for about 4 years now. And so now, like, businesses are starting to feel the pain and need people to work those jobs. So even if immigrants lived in other parts of the countries, they're inviting them to those parts of the countries. So even people who already lived here are all flooding into very small areas.
So your answer to my question of why I'm seeing a difference here is because Chicago is inviting them since there's a labor shortage.
Yes, that not just Chicago, but like a ton of parts of the country. Like recently we heard about the Haitians in Ohio, Springfield, Ohio. Springfield was literally inviting them there.
Well, the reason they're coming here is because it's a sanctuary city. That's
probably part of it, yeah.
Yeah, that's a legal status that one of our mayors decided for everybody else for all times back in the 80s. So we wanted a vote on that to get rid of that status because it's illegal. And then aldermen are
illegal immigrants can't work those jobs anyways because they can't pass an I-9. They don't have social security numbers.
Yeah, but their illegals are still getting hooked up with these jobs all the time anyways. There's a
Well,
lot of
some
illegals who
jobs
work.
they're able to work jobs like what we talked about before, like construction, like 1-day pays, like flooring, shit like that. They're able to do
But
a
what
bunch of
about
jobs
all
like
these
that.
illegals who have social security numbers now? They got hooked up with all that stuff.
There's no
All
illegals
this
with
bill-
social security numbers.
Yeah, Elon Musk uncovered that with
No, he didn't.
with his AI thing. They found that a ton of illegals were getting social security numbers.
So I actually have a interesting story with this. There was a reporter for News Nation who debunked the whole thing that Elon Musk put out, where he shows that the numbers that Elon Musk is giving were the amount of legal immigrants that the Homeland Security approved for Social Security numbers because they were legal immigrants. I actually went over that study, found him making numerous mathematical errors, and on the stream emailed him, corrected all these errors, added him on Twitter. He replied, said I fixed it, thank you. And now I can very easily show you all of the numbers that kind of show that the Department of Homeland Security says we have not approved any illegal immigrants. We only approved legal immigrants who had status in the country.
Okay, so that thing he said about illegals getting social security numbers is wrong.
Yes.
And you corrected it.
Yes.
Wow, that's cool that you personally did that and he responded to you.
It wasn't Elon that responded to me. It was the journalist that
Oh, I see.
that wrote a story
So
about it.
can I ask you just to get like a better vision of where our horizon is on the debate? What is that you actually want, like your goal for America?
I mean, I don't. That's a very broad question. I mean, I guess the main thing right now is somebody who's willing to follow the Constitution and who is going to be somebody who is like actually defending the rule of law, defending American values, defending our way of life, the things that have made us so great throughout time is our institutions.
Are you a fan of,
and I don't like that.
Are you a fan of Thomas Jefferson?
To an extent, sure. To
an extent, okay. Well, I read some interesting letters back and forth between Jefferson and Madison. While Jefferson was a delegate in France at the time, and he wasn't present for drafting the Constitution, so he was writing letters back and forth with Madison, and Jefferson was saying this is all wrong for a few reasons. Number one, real quick, is just that he was saying that it should be in the Constitution that the government could just never go into debt, because he saw the danger of the central bankers from Europe and all that. But the other thing was that he philosophically argued that this is ridiculous to put a constitution, a permanent constitution in there. He said every generation, every 40 years should be writing their own constitution in a constitutional convention. I think there needs to be a constitutional convention where, like, maybe we do conserve like some of the stronger points, but the whole thing is to be redrafted for the newer generation. And quite frankly, I think that the reality is autocratic rulership is a lot more expedient and more effective in a touch and go situation where you have other world players that you're competing with. And so,
but the things that Jefferson wanted go against like everything that you're talking about, because he was an anti-federalist. He was part of the Democratic Party. He wanted everything to be through democratic processes, and he didn't want the federal government to have as much power. He didn't want them to be able to do as many things. And so you're right. Like,
I'm like you. I only agree to him to an extent, but I just wanted to make the point that, like, you're talking about the Constitution and the rule of law and everything, but okay, the Constitution has so many flaws in it. Why would you cling on to something that is going to sink you? You know, we need transfiguration.
Because I think we need a balance, and I think that the institutions that we have are what have made us the greatest country in the world. We are the superpower because of our institutions, and our Constitution has given us most of our institutions, and then given us the ability to build more institutions around it, and it's given us the ability to send things through courts, to amend laws, to set new precedents, to make things more malleable and more practical. And so all of the things that they gave us has given us the ability to change with the times. We don't need a whole revamp. We have been capable of changing with the times over time.
I really don't agree with that. That it's been that capable, and I think that there's been certain times, like especially in 1913 with the Federal Reserve Act and all that, that it's just been botched to the point.
What are you,
where
one of those gold guys?
okay, like all those things
you want
said,
the gold standard?
is true, okay, but I just want to make a comparison. All those things that you said are true, that it got us to this point and everything. But you know, the Roman Republic was also the world power at the time, and it needed to change and evolve, because a republic. This is basically, when you're separating these powers, you're creating a system of stops to prevent any one faction or oligarchical group from taking supreme power. But that's not a good thing, because now you're stuck in an oligarchy instead of an autocratic ruler who is actually acting and speaking on behalf of the populace movement of people for the country, rather than just an elite class that's behind the power levers.
Yeah, I don't think, like, obviously when it comes to whether or not we're an oligarchy, that's going to be like subjective to an extent, because it has to do with whether or not it's a small group of people that are like making all of the decisions. Whereas we have over 500 people in Congress. We have 9 judges on the Supreme Court, and then hundreds of other judges and prosecutors who are part of the judicial branch. We have the executive, which is just Donald Trump, and that is the closest part of an oligarchy we can come to. But then we have our Congress, or sorry, our wait, why do I keep saying? We have state representatives, we have city representatives, we have county representatives, we have hundreds of thousands of representatives, and for us to call this an oligarchy seems kind of insane. Hundreds of thousands makes it a small group of people?
Yeah, well, it's called compartmentalization techniques. You only need key people in key positions to control huge segments of the system. You don't, and plus, you know, we know from certain people like Thomas Massey, if you're familiar with this representative, he's the only one who hasn't taken money from AIPAC, which is the lobby for Israel, right?
Okay.
So, and China has been the CCP has so many of our politicians bought off. They're easy to pay for, you know,
Okay.
for these foreign powers. This is not difficult for them to do. It's a very vulnerable system.
I don't think that makes it vulnerable at all. I think that most of the country wants Israel protected. Most of the country is on the side of Israel and wants them to be upheld as an ally.
Too, you know,
so that's part of the
I am
democratic
too,
process.
but,
It doesn't.
Well, you know, the AIPAC has a special status, actually, that JFK wanted to get rid of before he got assassinated, and they have undue influence for sure over many representatives, but so does the CCP. I mean, it's not like I'm just picking on Israel here. So does the CCP. They get the red carpet rolled out for them when they go see Newsom in San Francisco, and like in our counterpart in the EU, it's found that they've been bought and paid for by the CCP. There was a massive leak and raid on that. But the point is that no, I don't think we're in a good position of being able to have the faculties to defend ourselves from the threats out there in the world with this kind of unbridled open border.
We've never had open borders.
Well, I wouldn't say never. The last few years was as open borders as you can get, and it's all done on purpose.
Let me ask you, define open borders for me real quick, because I would almost bet that this was the exact opposite of everything you would use to define an open border.
Well, open borders. If we're talking just the last few years during Biden's reign, you could see where he actually fought the Texas government tooth and nail to remove walls, and so they were doing everything they possibly could.
Why did he do that?
The reason why is to purposely destroy the country.
What was the legal reason for removing those borders?
For removing the borders? I don't know. It was illegal. They right now the court determined that all those materials which they sold in a fire sale had to be returned.
That was different. That's a totally different decision. I don't even think that is true either. But the reason that they sued the Texas government is because people had like I think it was razor wire or something that was going through a river, and parts of it was underwater, to where when people at night would swim through the river, they would get stuck on the razor wire, and many people drowned. We can't kill people. We can't do things that are likely to kill someone for just trying to cross a border. Like, that is not punishable by death. That is no country does that. That is insanely extreme. Maybe Poland fucking North Korea does
Poland
that.
No, Poland does it right now. They recently ruled that they're shooting at the border now with deadly force. So Poland does it.
Wait, because of Russians or?
No, illegals trying to enter Poland can now be shot with lethal force.
Human rights violations in the death zone between Poland and Belarus. Let's see. Polish parliament passed a law allowing border police to use firearms against migrants attempting to cross the border in so-called death zone, a buffer area at the Poland-Belarus border to which humanitarian groups, human rights monitors, and the media do not have access. Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that's actually insane. That is a fucking insane thing to do. Especially, I don't know what they're going through to where they think that's nice. I mean, that's necessary. But we are not going through anything nearly that bad again. Like, we had like 1.7 million come in under Biden. Biden is second place for deportations. Obama is first place for deportations. It's fucking Democrats running this shit.
Okay,
it's Democrats who are killing it on immigration. And it's Republicans running around calling them open borders the whole time. They did that throughout all of Obama's administration, called him open borders, and then now he's called the fucking deporter-in-chief. Biden was his VP. Biden now gets second place in the most deportations in 4 years, and now you guys still call him open borders. He literally had humanitarian crises because he was overflowing the fucking immigration detainment centers, and you guys are calling him open borders. It just doesn't make sense. There's no fucking way. But that's not like they were suing over them killing people. They were not suing because they wanted open borders.
What's the name of the guy that Trump appointed to be head of the border control? I forgot his name. the big guy.
Oh, I don't know. I know who you're
What is
talking
his
about. He's a little wild.
Anyways, he said that he worked throughout the Obama administration with Mayorkas, and that he knew for a fact that this guy knew the job because, like you said, they did deport a lot of people. And Mayorkas did his job well, and then he said when it went to Biden administration, all of a sudden it had a 180 reverse in policy and in how he was doing his job, and he was purposely opening the borders. And I could show you where Mayorkas was the head of a bunch of NGOs who were helping to facilitate illegals traveling here in routes coming from the Darien Gap and all the way through the countries with as much USAID funded help through NGOs as they can get. And so he saw that, Mayorkas knew how to do the job, but then all of a sudden everything changed when the administration seems to have told him that there was a big policy shift. All of a sudden the guy is doing the complete opposite. It's just really suspicious.
I don't disagree that there were policy shifts. I don't disagree with that. But I do think, like, when I grew up a Republican, we always said, we don't have problems with immigration. We're okay with immigration. We just don't like illegal immigration. That was like our fucking mantra. We all said this shit all the time because everybody was talking about how racist we were, how we hated brown people. So we always had to repeat it all the time. We don't mind immigration. We just want legal immigrants. We want them to follow the process. We want them to do it the right way. Then, under Biden, all of these people are coming in the country. They're doing it the right way. They're getting visas. They're getting green cards. They're coming in the right way, and people still called them all illegal immigrants the whole way through. This is when we need immigrants. This is my policy still today. I don't want immigrants coming in the country if we don't need them. If we have a job shortage and people are having trouble getting jobs, I don't want to bring in more people. That's the last thing I want to do. I want to limit the amount of people coming in the country. But right now, we have a labor shortage. We don't have enough people to work the jobs. We have too many jobs opening, too many job openings and not enough people to work the jobs.
Yeah,
that
but,
is when we
part
need
of
more
that
people.
could just be made up. Honestly, I think a lot of that could just be not true. And even if it is true, that doesn't justify major demographic changes with just like, for example, Trump himself, Trump and Elon Musk. This is a part where I really was like, what the hell? They wanted that certain visa,
the
worker
H-1B visa.
That was a huge slap into the face for everyone that's behind him, because it's basically like an open border with India. You're just creating
Again,
like
it's not an open border. You got to stop saying these things. This is literally how most countries do these things. Most countries have visas. They have legal processes for people to use. And then when you guys say open borders, you say this as though we're not regulating it. We're not vetting these people.
Exaggeration.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. I exaggerated by accident. All right, I meant like an open tunnel for them to just be siphoned through, with practically no limit. Because I mean, if that's opened up, I don't want to.
It's literally a limit. They have a limit on it. It's only 80,000. H-1B visas are limited to 80,000. It's not open. It's literally limited.
I don't know, from the numbers that I saw, like there was something where it would cause like some serious demographic shifts and lower the working standards for Americans who are already here. Because if you're bringing a bunch of third worlders who will put up with a corporation basically giving them the bare minimum, that now you're really screwing up the entire labor pool for what's already here, and it's changing the culture, the standard of living.
yeah, again, the Obama administration and the Biden administration both tried implementing policies to kind of fix these things because there's problems with the lottery that they all get put into where different corporations and middlemen are the ones who are getting all of the lottery tickets and then choosing who they hand them off to. And so they're the ones that are causing like most of the.
But anyways, the point is that people are not like these utilitarian exchangeable parts. You know, like we have a culture here, and even blood. You know, like my parents are immigrants, but
I don't know what you're talking about. I grew up in New York City, bro. I went from New York City to the suburbs of Atlanta, Georgia. These are totally different fucking countries. These are insanely different places, totally different things. The only things that we ought to all share is the Constitution. And if you were on board with the Constitution, I would at least be able to agree with you in part. But when I'm the one who's in favor of the Constitution, you're the one who's against the Constitution, and you don't even want like democracy in any format, like I that is the thing that I would want us all to share. So you are the one who does not have the American shared values in this conversation, not the illegal immigrants.
Well, yeah, you know, that's fair to say. I won't say you're wrong. I would say it's more of I would think of myself as more as like pushing the transfiguration and the next step of our evolution, because just going back to the example of, like you were saying, America with what we've gotten through so far has become the strongest world power, this and that, through the Republic. But I mean, so did the Roman Republic. But when they transitioned into an imperium, an actual empire, then they got 100 times better, and they went through a golden age of Pax Romana. So that could happen for us too. I think that our timeline in America's history is going to go through some transitions where our character is going to is going to find the moral fiber to ascend to a even higher level of destiny than before.
Okay, all right. Well, I gotta move on to another caller, but I appreciate the call, and we can get into some more shit in the future if you want to call back sometime.
Okay, thank you, sir. Have a good night.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Have a good one. All right. I am overheating like a fucking mofo right now. So I got sun poisoning. You can see my head is very badly sunburned. I was out at the protests the other day covering them, the 50-51 protests, and did live coverage streamed from the protests. If you guys are unaware of my content, I go out and do IRL streams a lot of the time and cover all sorts of protests, rallies, Trump rallies, all sorts of stuff like that. And oh crap, I forgot I restarted my computer. I was gonna pull up the thing. And so, yeah, we do all sorts of stuff, but while I was out there, I forgot to put on sunblock, and my head is burnt. So I will take some more call-ins, but give me just a second. I got to get some hydration. That's a thing that humans apparently need. So while I'm pretending to play the part, I will try to pretend like I'm hydrating as well. But give me just a second, and I will be right back.
Trump got into office too. 3, the reality is that we have hundreds of millions. Let me finish my sentence. The reality is that we have hundreds of millions of illegal aliens in this country committing atrocities.
We don't hundreds of millions. How many? No. Literally everything you've said so far is incorrect.
Why?
How many illegals do we have in our country?
When I'm done.
And you know what? I got something to say. I don't mean to cut you off for a second, Mello, but I want to know this.
Oh, crap.
Why are you, Tom, taking the side of all of these assholes that Biden allowed in that did heinous crimes, horrible effing crimes, along with rape, giving them money, letting them stay in hotels.
But
as you can see, as you heard, what are you going to do with an American citizen? How are you going to help them?
okay, so first off, okay, so yeah, so I took the notes. So first off, I don't think you guys actually care about the heinous crimes like rape because you literally voted for a rapist. 2, you said that there like hundreds of millions of illegals. Well, see, I literally can't get through a sentence ever. This is why I wanted to stop you one by one, is because I can never get through a sentence ever. I can never get through a sentence. This is insane. See, this is why I wanted to stop you, is because I can never talk. I'm not allowed to talk. This is a freaking crazy person screaming and yelling over me the whole time. I'm not able to talk.
100% of them were criminals. I just want you to realize and understand the gravity of that. He left. He couldn't handle the heat, people. He could not.
No, I dropped the motherfucker because you want to know why? I've had it with these fucking people.
There's no busing of Biden sending people from over the border into the United States. That never happened.
No, that did happen. Yes, they did. From Venezuela.
That's not not illegal immigrants. That you're talking about people who literally got signed up on an app to get asylum and then came over under the that's like sure they had they didn't pay for those. They had to pay for their own plane tickets and everything. The Biden administration
No, they didn't. No.
Yes, they
did.
I
don't know where you came up with the fact that they had to pay for their own plane tickets. No, that's not the case. You can look it up. Yeah, I know you're doing it, but no, they didn't.
Upon receiving authorization from Washington, they buy air passage to the U.S. international airports where CBP personnel process them for release in short all are said to be responsible for paying for their own airfare.
No.
Because well, literally everything says about this. They all paid for their own airfare.
No. No.
What do you mean?
I'm saying no because it took you 30 hours to finally find that one single thing.
No. This is not one single thing. This is from factcheck.org.
Sure.
It vetted and authorized to fly to the U.S. through a humanitarian parole program. The travelers pay for their flights.
They do? Really? What does it say?
That's why I just read what the top part says.
It's like, oh yeah, it's so obvious that we immediately know that something that we're talking about is so true, and it's no, maybe it isn't.
So it said Biden isn't flying migrants to Florida. People pay for their own flights legally to enter the U.S. This is from AOL. That's literally the title.
Okay, all right. Man, I wish. Yeah. Be great.
This is PolitiFact. 300,000 illegal immigrants were able to use a simple app to get a free flight to our country. This is fact-checking a post on Instagram. People granted parole did not receive free flights to the U.S. They buy their own plane tickets. Okay, now he left. You know, I heard that the Spanish version of this is gone.
The White House government website, the Spanish version, cannot be found anymore. And in this little box that takes you to the home page, the words that they chose to use are "go home."
So fucked up. This is fucking wild, dude. This is insane. This is real too, dude. This is very real. The Trump administration, when they first took office, changed the fucking page where it initially was like, you know, the White House page, and they had a Spanish version. And they've always had a Spanish version, right? Like it's been they've had a Spanish version like since the early 90s or late 80s, something like that. And then all of a sudden they changed it. And they got rid of the whole page, and it says, "For error 404, page not found, go home." it just says "go home" on it, which obviously it means like go to homepage, but with like the type of rhetoric that's used by MAGA, this is just a little too on the nose. But that is actually kind of funny. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. But I posted it on TikTok. TikTok is a little too like SJW-y. Sometimes those fucking lefties over there can get very triggered very easily. And well, as you can see, so does MAGA. You just saw the last couple of videos where they all get triggered very easily as well. For those of you who are new here, first off, take a second, hit the subscribe button. Secondly, double tap the screen so that you hit the thumbs up. Appreciate everybody joining us. We got a lot more to go. And we have 33 minutes left on the clock. We got to hit $25 to hit the goal for round 1. That'll add another 3 hours to stream. But yes, the lefties over on TikTok, their comments, they were mad at me just for laughing at this. They were not happy that I was laughing at this, which is it's just so fucking ironic. It's fucking hilarious, dude. I couldn't take it. It was just too funny. All right. Let me put the number back up on screen for anybody else who wants to call in. Please, if you call in, have a disagreement ready ahead of time. If you don't have a disagreement, I've got stuff that I'm going to talk about here shortly, so I can you can wait as I go over things, and you can find a disagreement. But yeah, generally, I don't want people calling in and being like, "Hey, so what are we talking about?" Like, I don't know, you called me. What do you mean? You called me. What? This is weird. It's like I call somebody and I'm just like, "Hey man, so what did you want to talk to me about?" They're like, did I butt dial you? You called me. No, my phone rang. Yeah, I remember. You called me. Why are you gaslighting me, motherfucker? What the fuck? Yeah, just have your own disagreements.
Call from
James in Texas.
James in Texas. You're on the Tom Foolery Show. How's it going?
Hey Tom, how you doing?
Doing well. You have a bit of a connection issue right now. You're cutting in and out pretty hardcore.
What about now?
Still very choppy.
All right. My question is, how racist is the agenda in your mind? What's your racist barometer in this whole thing? Whether it's the labeling of the immigration or some of the MAGA talking points, where's your racist radar on this whole thing? And that's my question.
Okay, it is really hard to understand you, so I'm gonna clarify the question real quick, and you can tell me if I'm getting this correct. You're asking, how racist do I think this administration is so far, and where would I put them on like the racist barometer, correct?
Just MAGA in general, but yes, administration and MAGA.
Okay, I'm really sorry. It is like impossible to hear you right now. You are cutting in and out pretty hardcore, but I heard yes. So I think you are saying that I am at least generally getting the question correct. So I think a lot of time when people talk about racism, it kind of frustrates me because they'll talk about it as though they're discussing hate or like prejudice or something like that. Whereas I think in all cases where we're talking about these groups of like, racism or homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, like it doesn't matter what it is, anti-Semitism, all of these things are really just talking about discrimination. Like that's what it is. It's just discrimination. If somebody hates black people and they treat black people differently, well, we're still talking about discrimination. Their feelings for black people are discriminatory, right? They're treating them differently than they are other groups, or they feel differently towards them than they do other groups. So we're still always really just talking about discrimination one way or the other. And so I think a lot of times when people talk about like these things being hateful or prejudiced, I think they're kind of getting away from what it is we're really describing, which is discrimination of some sort. And I think with the Trump administration, regardless of intent, I think the outcomes are obviously going to be discriminatory. I think this is one of the big problems that people have with DEI. Most of the Republicans who talk about DEI have absolutely no fucking idea what it is. They have zero idea what it is, what it means, what they're trying to achieve. Like, they have no fucking idea what it is. And so they're just against it, because to them, anytime somebody just says something like Black Lives Matter, they immediately get offended and they're like, oh, what about white people? What about me? Like, it's always immediately some sort of defense mechanism that makes them immediately against these things.
Can I add something? Can I add something? My opinion is this.
I'm really sorry. It's just so hard to hear you. Like, it's really rough. I'm sorry. Like, you are cutting in out. It's barely, dude. You are cutting in and out like every millisecond.
I got full bars. I don't know what must be on your end.
Chat, is he cutting in and out for you guys as well? Is it just me, or is he cutting in and out for you guys?
I'm on 5G. I got full bars.
Let me. Yeah, they said you're cutting in and out for them really bad as well. Here, try hanging up and just calling back real quick, and I'll pick it right back up.
Call from.
Hey, you there?
Yeah, how about now?
Oh, that's so much better. Thank you. That is so much better. Okay, go ahead.
All right. So my question was, I mean, when you see the Florida governor banning books, or the Texas, book administration that supplies school books for public, schools all across the country, when they find out the author of Three Musketeers is black, all of a sudden they ban the book. And those are things that are happening when political people align themselves with people who have racist ties. How are they not racist? When the Texas governor and the Florida governor pay for radio advertisements in Central and South America, telling foreign people, Latinos, to come to the border while Biden's in the office, and then turn around and say it's caravans. They pay for this propaganda, this PR stunt, and then when they go and bus people to Martha's Vineyard and places, and then turn around and say that the Biden administration is busing illegals, how do they not put two and two together and not know this?
Well, that's why I'm starting off with the caveat that I'm giving. That is not about hatefulness. It's not about prejudice. It is about the discriminatory outcomes, because people are mostly uninformed. Most of these people are not folks who are going to go look at data. They're not looking at studies. They're not going and listening to numerous different sources to try to like contrast and compare. Most people go to one place. They maybe listen to like CNN or Fox News or Tim Pool or somebody like that for like 30 minutes to an hour a day and then move on. And so whatever they're being fed from their source, that's just what they believe. They're just being given this information from somebody, and that person is normally going to give them the information out of context in a way that where they don't have the full scope of information to even compare those two different things.
Okay, so when the Obama administration offered the Medicaid expansion and Mississippi and Alabama didn't take it, now they're closing small hospitals in small towns that affect white, black, everybody. How do they not know that? Why are they still voting for following this MAGA train off a cliff? How do they not know that?
Well, again, because they're likely not even being given the information. Like I have callers every day who are calling in believing that 20 million illegal immigrants came in under the Biden administration. Now, racist or not, we only had 11 million illegals in the entire country when Biden took office. So if he actually did have 20 million come in, like we had 11 million in the whole country, and they came in under Bush Sr., under Clinton, under Bush Jr., under Obama, under Trump, like that compiled over time, right? But that for 20 million to come in fucking 4 years, that would be an outrageous number. That would be way too much. And so if you're being told over and over from your one source that that the country is being invaded by 20 million illegal immigrants, even then that wouldn't be enough to notice out of 350 million people. But that's still a lot. And so from their point of view, that would be an outrageous number. The problem is the people who are the talking heads, who are spreading the disinformation, not the voters themselves, because we don't expect the voters to be super informed. We, the media, are here to be informed. We're the ones who are supposed to inform others, and people don't take that responsibility seriously anymore.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. How are the baby boomers who are retired, and most of them have paid off their houses, how are they going to stay in their houses if the Trump administration counsels the Department of Education and states like Texas and Florida that don't have a state tax? Who's going to fill that donut instead of raising the property taxes on those people who have fixed incomes? How is that going to work?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
If the Trump administration counsels the Department of Education, Department of Education pays $12,500 per student, which reimburses the state so they can pay the teacher's salary. The rest of that money comes from property taxes. When you own a house, you pay property taxes.
Right, for local, yeah.
Yeah. So if Texas and Florida don't have a state tax and they counsel the Department of Education, how are you going to fill that donut if you're no longer getting the money from the federal government per student because there's no more Department of Education? Well, are they going to raise the property taxes on people who paid their houses off?
No. So the Texas and Florida do have property taxes, I believe. They don't have income tax. Yeah, but they do have a high sales tax, though. And we
don't have a sales tax on groceries, and we don't have a state tax.
Right, but there are high taxes in other places that kind of make these things up. They do have state taxes that get them enough money, especially considering the like height of their population. Like they have a very large population compared to most states, to where they're capable of like getting a pretty high income without those things.
Well, I lived in Georgia for 16 years, and it was more taxes in Georgia. We had Valorum tax, we had state tax, I had income tax, we had property tax, we had school tax. If I live close to college,
I live in Atlanta.
Okay, well, I lived in Ackworth. So.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm in Canton.
Okay, so now I'm in Houston, and the only tax I have is the school tax that I live close to a school, and my property tax and the mud, all that stuff. But it's less in Texas. It's less in Texas.
Yeah. Yeah, so, again, they have ways of funding these things. It's just that because they make a lot. I think one of the biggest ways that they make a lot of money is with oil. They have like a pretty high taxes on gas and shit like that. They have taxes in other places that make up for these things, and so they're able to like make up for things in other areas. And it actually seems to be a fairly good system because it seems to tax richer people at a much higher rate, or people who are making most of the money at higher rates than it does poor people, so that poor people don't pay like an income tax. They don't pay all sorts of other taxes, to where they're much better off. But yeah, they do have ways for like making up for it. Like if you remember just recently when the hurricane came, DeSantis, the governor of Florida, kept saying, Biden keeps offering us stuff like we're good. We're fine. Like we don't need the federal government's help. Like we're all right. We don't need them. And they kept doing this. He does this all the time. Every time the federal government's offering them money, he's always like, we're good. We don't need y'all. Like, leave us alone. Fuck you guys. Like, we don't need you. Just leave us alone. We're fine. And so he always seems to have money somehow. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too stringently, but I know that he always seems to be kind of like rejecting federal aid.
Yeah, well, that's just for me. You know, growing up, my parents. You know, I'm a black guy. I don't know if you know that or not, but my parents were conservative Democrats. They were more Republican because my grandfather was a Republican. You know, and so my parents. My dad was Air Force, and so they just always instilled in us that, you know, you're not waiting on the government, and I don't want you to be too attached to this home, because there's not going to be any jobs in Louisiana by the time you get out of school. So you need to be ready to be somewhere else. And so that was just instilled in us. My dad actually took me on a ride around the neighborhood and said, "You see those guys sitting on the porch?" I was like, "Yeah, they're gonna be there when you're 50 years old. Don't hang around people like that." So that was always instilled in me, you know, to work and be prepared and save and look for better opportunities, and don't be afraid to chase them no matter where they are. But, you know, this generation, for some reason, this generation Z or whatever you want to call them, you know, the world's changed. The world has changed. You know, the way you work at a job, whether you work at home or if you work wherever you are, there's more competition because the pool of people you're competing against is larger. So you have to be skilled or you have to be educated to compete. But since 9/11, every private industry has had layoffs except government. And I think there's some animosity in America against government workers who haven't been laid off. And so now this administration is, you know, cashing in its coins with the voting public because they're cutting down the government. But I don't think I think government is too big. I think the left went too far. They overplayed their hand. Nobody wants to hear about, you know, trans rights and everything else when they're trying to vote on politics. Trans rights is not going to make eggs cheaper. Trans rights are not going to make beef safer to eat or your poultry safer to eat. It's not going to make your air travel safer. You know, we get caught up on these touchy-feely subjects when we need to be talking about the meat and potatoes of the whole thing.
Yeah, but this is a fallacious way of even like talking about it, because we're not limited on the amount of things that we can talk about at once. Like, we're able to multitask. Our government's capable of multitasking all the time. All the time. We should talk about all the issues all the time. I do. I have a show here, and I am capable of covering all of the news, all the things that are happening, and still have debates on trans people and talk about, you know, whatever.
I don't want to talk about
the Haitians eating cats and dogs and shit like that. Like, I'm capable of having all the conversations. I can multitask.
I know that's not real. As a black guy, I don't know. I've never met a Haitian that didn't speak at least four or five languages. I don't know many that would eat the ones I know. The only meat they eat is oxtails, and then most of the time vegetarians, and they're very healthy.
Yeah, sure. There's small parts of Haitians, like small groups of their culture that do eat like animals like cats and dogs, but it's not it is disproportionate to other countries for sure.
I've never heard any.
But the point is that we don't have to focus on one thing. That's the point, is that we don't have to focus on one thing. We're capable of doing more than one thing at a time, and that there isn't a like, it's not like there's like this priority list that if we don't like that, we're not talking about this thing and we're talking about the other too much or something like that. Like, it just doesn't seem to be a thing. I can admit that there are people who take those issues too far. So while I want like trans people to have rights, I want them to be able to get surgeries that they need, I want them to be able to get medical attention, I'm glad that money has been put into research for those scientists to do that sort of work and get that sort of data so that we have answers to the questions that we've been asking for a long time. Like, all of that shit's important, but then also, like, I want us to focus on other things a bit more. Those are not the biggest issues in the world, for sure.
I don't think the government should be paying for anybody's surgery. Do you think the government should pay for a woman who wants larger breasts or a bigger ass?
Those are not the same
things.
Does the
government pay for a man that wants?
If those people have
it is the same thing.
Okay, if those people have a mental disorder that has the highest suicide rate ever known for any sort of mental disorder, then yeah, probably. Like, but that's their only times that they're paying for it is when they're actually on something like Medicare or Medicaid and they're already on a government subsidized plan. If they have their own health insurance, the health insurance pays for it itself. The government's not coming over here being like, no, we want to pay for it. Don't let your health insurance pay for it.
But that's what MAGA talking points is, that the government is paying for people's sex change operations.
Yeah, but that's the point, is that if the government is paying for medical needs, and these are things that are put into the DSM-5, because it's also a MAGA talking point that this is a mental illness, right? Well, if it's a mental illness, then this is obviously a medical issue that doctors would deal with and that the health insurance would pay for. And if people are on government subsidized health insurance, then they're going to pay for it. But you can't run around saying it's a mental it's a mental illness and then also get mad when it's fucking mental illness operations that are actually fulfilling those needs.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying that, when you look at Texas and homeless people know the two-step game, they go to the Medicaid office.
Yeah, of course.
And they apply for Medicaid.
Bro, I used to sell heroin in Atlanta. I was
and then they put them on Social Security so they can get Medicaid.
Mm-hmm.
But in Georgia, you have people that run for office as judge just so they can deny people's Social Security claims.
Yeah.
So it's a racket, which makes people, poor people, or people who need, to be on Social Security, who qualify for it, who have seizures and can't drive and can't work, or have broken backs and can't work, but they got to apply and go to a judge to be denied, and the doctor's sitting there telling the judge, yeah, he need to be on, and the judge still denied. But in Texas,
yeah, sure, but it's the people who, like, it is the Democrats who are the ones who are trying to expand these things. They're the ones who are trying to make it available to more people. They're the ones who are trying to make it to where, there's more regulation on it, but that there's also more money available for it. It's the Republicans who are trying to, like, tear all these things down. When you say you want smaller government, but you're also complaining about the fact that people aren't getting the money that they need from the government, where do you want the government to be smaller?
But let's just tell the whole truth. Who's saying they want smaller government? Because the John Q. Public is not paying a lobbying firm to run to Congress to put words in their mouth.
You just said you want smaller government.
To an extent, but there's
right, and I'm asking you, where do you want? Right, and I'm asking you where you want smaller government.
Where do I want smaller government?
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I want smaller government so that in the permitting process that you don't have to go through a whole process and hire 15 lawyers to get a contract bid approved, final approved after you submit it and it's approved for the first step. You need 3 more levels of approval when you do development. So if I develop neighborhoods and I do residential development, and if I want to go build 40 homes on a lot, I need to go to the city to get a permit so they can put an exit on a road or reach so that the traffic can access. But I have to go pay 3 or 4 lawyers after the city council vote for it. That's too much. And I think local city government has a negative effect on federal government, and then federal government has a negative effect on local city government.
That's the point. That's the point of checks and balances. That's the point of separations in power. They are supposed to have these, like, negative effects on one another to hold each other in check in some way. But I'm happy that there's a bunch of processes in these things. I'm happy that when I go into a building, I don't have to worry about whether or not, if I'm on the second floor, the floor is going to fucking cave in, or if I walk through, if I go to sleep somewhere, it's not just randomly going to catch on fire because some socket somewhere blew up. I'm happy that my house isn't sitting with a bunch of fucking Taco Bells and McDonald's and KFCs next door. I'm happy that there are all of these regulations that exist to where different people are zoning things, that they're making sure that it's safe.
Those same regulations are not across the board. You go
live
in a black neighborhood, there's Taco Bells, there's all this shit, liquor stores and gun stores on every corner. But in the
yes, but
city,
it's not right next to your house unless you're at the edge of a what do you call it, a zoning
area. But if you If you ever been to Houston, there's a bar called the Patio downtown. Now you put a bar within 10 feet of residential houses with an outdoor patio playing loud music at 2 o'clock in the morning. How is that clearing permit process?
You can call the police and tell them that they're disturbing the peace. Like that is a thing that you are allowed to do.
No. Yeah, but they don't tell you that when you come in town. You know, you're buying a house for, $428, $29 or 20, whatever the house was. They show you the house in the daytime. You wouldn't know until you buy the house and the sun goes down. There's a bar 15. They're playing music all night. I didn't buy the house, but I'm just saying I'm glad I did.
Yeah, sure.
Because I looked over the wall and saw that bar. But I'm saying, how is that even legal when you can't? I've never seen that anywhere.
Yeah, sure, but that's also going to go into
anyway,
the cost. I mean, there's probably going to be a ton of people who are like, damn, I got this house for cheap just because there's a fucking bar that won't stop blasting music. But I like the music, or I sleep during the day and I'm up at work at night. I work third shift or shit like that. Like, there's going to be somebody who's going to be happy to buy that place for that reason.
Yeah, until they start shooting and burning and breaking cars down shit. Anyway,
sure, but those aren't things. Those aren't issues with big or small government, though.
Yeah, I'm going on a tangent, but yeah, I just feel like there's a right way and a wrong way to do certain things, and I think that the approach that Doge is going, where they just going and cut without doing the research to know what they're cutting or how it's going to affect down the line, I think that's just the wrong way.
Well, the problem is that they know that those things aren't actually going to work. Like I said before, as soon as they announced what they were doing, I said here on this channel, they know for a fact, they have hundreds of lawyers working for them all around the clock, right? They know all of this is going to go through the courts and that it's going to get rejected. They know that. Everybody knew that. I'm some fucking nobody on YouTube and I know that. So I know them and all their lawyers know that, but they're doing it anyways. Why? Because they want to put out the rhetoric and say that this thing happened. Most of their followers don't keep up with what happens with the courts afterwards. Most of the people in my chat probably don't know that US aid went right back, that all the money went right back, that all the people got rehired. They probably have no idea about any of this because they don't keep up with the court cases. They have no idea.
Yeah. My only wish is that every billionaire in America would build a housing subdivision. If you worth $10 billion, go spend $500 million and build a subdivision. They have a housing shortage in California and a whole lot of places. So I think that the billionaires should do their part and go build subdivisions. And they don't have to build the high price houses. They could be the $300,000, $400,000 range. Just go build $500 million worth of houses and then underwrite a hedge fund to provide the money for the loans. And they're making money all the way through. But I just think that at this point, we're at a point where if they start building houses because of all these tariffs, they can't even build the houses because most of the stuff that you're going to need to build it is coming from somewhere out of the country. You can't even put an air conditioner house unless you get half your components from another country. So I just think that right now it's just we're in a bad spot, and I hope we don't go into a recession with the leadership we have now because they're incapable of getting out of it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, this administration doesn't know what it's doing, and the little bit that it does know what it's doing, it's not telling the rest of us. So hopefully we win the midterms. We're able to get some Democrats in the office. We'll have a majority in the House and the Senate, and then we'll be able to impeach pretty easily. But we have to get people out to vote first.
I don't want them to do any impeachment. I mean, at this point, no one has any trust on government. And if you come in and all you want to do is impeach,
that's dumb. No, that's dumb because it is one side that has been like, this is the problem, is that people think of things in very incremental ways. So just as you keep saying, there's a right and a wrong way to do things, but that doesn't mean that just because I want something done, I want it done by any means. If I say I want small government, that doesn't mean I want them to go and cut off all aid available to everybody. It doesn't mean I want my food poisoned all of a sudden. It means that I want them to do it the right way. Then the same way that when it comes to government, when people go vote, you can't just look at things in small little anecdotes one at a time. If we're saying, lots of people, I was just talking about this earlier, lots of people keep saying like, oh, the Democrats lie too. It's a both sides problem when it comes to lying, but it's not equal. They're not equal. You can say Democrats lie too, but when Democrats are lying 5% of the time, and Republicans are lying 95% of the time. You can't compare these two things. Democrats are just objectively better in every metric across the board.
Well, I would say this, and let's have this discussion, and I would get off and let somebody else come in and state their opinion on it. But we both agree that there's too much debt. The government has too much debt. Is that fair to say that our debt is too high?
That's a little too like simple of a conversation, but our debt being high isn't necessarily a problem. It has to be proportional to like our GDP and like other things. And I would say right now it is still proportional, but they need to slow down because it probably can't be endless.
So yeah. we're doing about 32 trillion a year in GDP, and we got 28 trillion in debt. So
we have 36 trillion.
Huh?
36 trillion in debt, but our national debt is higher than the government's debt.
GDP. All right. So we have too much debt, right?
I guess, I mean, again, that's like I think that's an oversimplistic way of saying it. I wouldn't say that we have too much debt. Like the debt, for me, the major problem is like whether or not our dollar is valuable enough. If we are like currently still the richest nation in the world, our people who are in the bottom 1% of our country are still in the top 1% of the world in wealth. I would say that we are still doing very well. But as for our standards, we still have higher standards. So that doesn't mean that I want to sit back and say, everything's good, leave it alone. No, I still want to improve things, but it's not an emergency situation like the Republicans are trying to make it out to be.
Well, if the EU and China and Japan don't buy our T-bills, our dollar will crash. That's where we are right now.
Right, and we use things like U.S. aid to influence other countries to where they wouldn't even dream of going and buying our debt from Japan, to where it would hurt the worth of our bill. But Donald Trump, in the way that he's done things with tariffs, with U.S. aid, with all of the other soft powers that we have fucked over all of our influence over these other countries to where Japan was getting ready to start selling off bonds.
And that's why I'm saying we have too much debt, because we're vulnerable to that type of move. So that's why we have too much debt. So let's just say we both agree we have too much debt. What would you cut? What do you think that we should cut or we should address to bring down the debt? What's a fair thing that everybody could agree that we should cut down to save some money if we invest that money or pay down our debt from that savings? What should we cut, or should we cut? What percentage should we cut across the board that everybody could live with, that we're not doing what France did in the 80s with 75% tax on everything? Because that's what they did in France in the 80s and 90s, 75% tax. So we're not going to do that. So what should we cut?
Well,
what's your opinion?
So normally the easiest answer is going to be military, because military is by far our largest expenditure. Like, we could cut all of U.S. aid and it wouldn't put a dent in the amount that we pay in taxes. It wouldn't make a fucking difference whatsoever. Normally military aid is going to be the most important thing, but military is what is what makes our country so powerful, so scary, so like different from everybody else. I would say we don't necessarily have to cut anything. We can just up taxes just a very small amount. We can just up taxes a very small amount for some things like the top 1% and for large corporations over a certain size, and we would make billions more dollars that could start going towards our debt to start to pay it off. And then obviously what we do with the Fed and our ability to sell and buy bonds would be important, and us getting money out of the market is going to up the rate, up the value of our dollar. And so it's not necessarily just like cutting things is the answer, because we can cut things and then lose value on our dollar, like is what Trump is doing now, like to where cutting things doesn't do anything for us.
All right. So let me ask you, so if you cut something and you have that money saved, would you replace the old, water and sewage infrastructure in major cities across the country, or would you spend that money on redeveloping public schools or something, or communication infrastructure?
Well, I mean, right now we're just talking about
what
putting money towards like paying back our debt.
Yeah, but if you're gonna cut something, you got to spend it from somewhere. You pay back the debt, right? And you get that savings, but you still have to stimulate the economy and create jobs just to get the private industry.
Well, currently we do not need to stimulate the economy and create jobs. Currently, we have a problem in the other direction where we don't have enough people and we have too many job openings. This is our current problem. We got a whole bunch of low-paying jobs that you can't afford to live anywhere if you work that job. You're gonna have to quit that job to save your credit. Well, the low-paying jobs,
$9 an hour.
the lowest-paying jobs are the ones. The lowest paying jobs are the ones that rose the fastest over the last 4 years and outpaced inflation, to where people who were working low paying jobs actually make more compared to the worth of the dollar now.
No, I hadn't. Right now, if you make less than $16 an hour, the apartments that used to cost $600 a month are now $1,100 a month. You can't afford to live there unless you're gonna shoot your way in. That's pretty much what you're gonna be doing right now. I just think right now we need to cut something, and we need to start locking people up. We need to bring back that 94 crime bill and start locking criminals up instead of letting people out of jail. But that's just my opinion. But
okay, well, I gotta take another call, but I appreciate you calling in, man. Later. Yeah, whoever was calling in, you can call again real quick.
Michael Jones tipped $10.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, maybe not. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, we actually, we hit the bottom of the timer. Shit. All right. We gotta fill the fucking goal.
Aram's son tipped $10.
Okay, we filled the goal.
Blowing your brains out. Send money or the Foolery
Thank you,
stops flowing.
Aaron.
Call from.
Hey, Tom. It's Donald Trump again.
To accept, press 1.
Hello, Donald Trump. You're on the Tom Foolery Show.
Tom, I've been trying to reach you, Tom. How's it going, buddy?
It's going all right, man. What's up?
Well, okay. Well, Tom, I've talked to you a couple of times. I do. I think it's funny is I've watched a few of a couple of the. You ever seen what's that guy's name? Jola. You ever watch his podcast? Jola?
I know Jola. He is my apprentice. I'm currently helping him work on all of his his content. He's getting there. He's getting there.
Well, I'm. And you both are kind of, obviously you both lean left, but that at least you have discussions and stuff. I think you're a lot more tolerant, and you're a lot more just objective to a degree. I still think I heard you. I've been listening to you for about a couple of hours. I've been on here listening and in chat, and I've heard you say a couple of times, things like, the left is obviously lies far less. And, I heard you say it just a few minutes ago, if you're going to go with, they both lie, but the left lies less and those kind of things. And I would say, look, man, we both, there's some things that we obviously, take the money out of politics. Obviously, that's good. Left or right, doesn't matter. It should be taken out, period. That should be gone. But, and we consider haggle, go back and forth. Well, the left did this, I can point out that, and, this did that, right did this, and blah, blah, blah. And, but, I think, man, in dealing with facts, I mean, we know that I mean, Donald Trump got elected, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
He's elected president, right? So, I mean, there's right there, no matter, you know, how you feel about it, you know, personally or however, you know, America voted, you know, and they voted for Trump. And you can dismiss it as, you know, and this is usually what people on the left do.
I'm not doing this again. Not doing this again. I'm sorry. The last time he called in, he did this the entire time. He did this for literally 20 minutes straight. Every single time he said something, I was like, bro, I know. We voted for him. What? So what? Is that it? Like, I'm not allowed to, like, complain? That's it? Like, I can't say that he's doing something bad. I'm not allowed to be part of a democracy. I'm not allowed to, like, voice my concerns now. And he's like, well, no, I'm just saying that, like, you know, if we look at the vote tallies and the amount of people that voted, Donald Trump won. And I was like, okay, I get it. Stop, like, repeating this to me. Stop saying that. Like, don't say it again. What do you want to do about it? And he literally went on a long tangent and ended it with, and I'm just saying, like, you know, at the end of the day, Donald Trump won. He's trolling me at this point. He's trolling me at this point. I don't believe him. No, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. Stop calling. Stop calling. I'm not doing it. I'm not. It's not. No fucking shot, dude. No fucking shot. No. No shot. Not happening. Not happening. No. 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 Nope. Not doing it. I wish I actually pulled it up the last time, the other day, because there was another crazy caller that called in that same day that we saw him in chat the other day, and I pulled it up to start making fun of him because of, like, the fact that he just rambles on forever and doesn't let anybody else talk, and he wouldn't respond to anything that I was saying to him while I was here, but he kept saying that we're all about emotions, and he just wants to talk about facts, but then refused to actually respond to anything that I said the whole time. And okay, sorry if you guys are new here, my mic goes out every once in a while. It's got some sort of glitch that happens every blue moon, so if it happens, people just type mic in chat and I fix it real quick. But you are the most beautiful bald guy I've ever seen. Why? Thank you. I'm not going to let that go. I'm not. Okay. If you call again, I'm just going to block him. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Okay? Not doing it. Yeah, I'm not letting that go. I'm going to repeat that all the time. I am the most beautiful bald guy this person's ever seen. They said it. They said, it's me. What are you going to do about it? Yep, that's a block. I was going to leave it open to be like, okay, maybe I'll talk to him another time in the future, and just not doing it today, but because I'm assuming he's calling back just to tell me he was just kidding or some shit, but yeah, I don't have the patience for it. Right after he talked about how patient I am and how you know, willing I am to put up with more bullshit. Not his bullshit. He has pushed me to the fucking limit. He has the bullshit that I am not willing to put up with, so. And I like, truly, it doesn't matter if I am, like, the most patient. It doesn't matter if I am the most tolerant. It doesn't matter if I'm willing to put up with more bullshit than anybody else, all that matters at the end of the day is that I am the most beautiful bald man that that person has ever seen. That's it. That's all that matters. That's it. There's not really anything else left to say. I think we can just end the stream on that. That's good enough for me. What do you guys say? Just kidding.
Allows the Attorney General, even though this is 6 years ago, to reopen the...
Oh, wait. Is Pisco on? Let me see if I can talk to Pisco real quick. Yeah, he's on. Fuck, there's other people in the VC again. Shit. Yeah, I don't even want to take a chance this time. I know the people who were in there, so I know they're not going to complain. But
withholding of removal order, she could make a finding that basically the conditions under which that order was imposed in 2019 have changed. As I understand it.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I want to Pisco. So if you guys are aware of the Carmelo Anthony case, it's a young black kid who stabbed a young white kid at a high school track meet. I do believe that this is a fairly decent case based on self-defense with the information that we have available to us right now. Totally open to changing my mind in the future, but as of right now, I do think that it is a fairly good self-defense case. And Pisco is a lawyer, and the other day said on a show that he does not believe that it's going to be that there's a good case for self-defense. So I was gonna go argue with him about that, and but right now it looks like he has other people on, and there's 2 other people in his waiting room.
One gets hurt from the foreseeable consequences of undoing the lion's pen or the tiger's pen or whatever. But out of the tiger's pen comes a terrorist, and the terrorist is equipped with a big, I don't know, AK-47. He starts shooting people. That would be seen to break the causal chain, and you would not be liable for undoing, even though it was a very reckless thing to do, and it resulted in death, which was foreseeable. He just left. What happened? Hello? What's going on? Okay. Well, I thought that was going to be interesting. I don't know if you're still here. Something's happening. Am I being targeted? Anyway, I'll just finish that thought. If you undo the pen and someone with an AK-47 comes out and just shoots everyone, notwithstanding the fact that you've done something very reckless where death is very likely to occur, if you undo the lion's pen at the zoo or whatever and you unleash it, you've introduced a kind of agent who has done some volitional act as opposed to the tigers. And should you break causation there? I would almost... I don't know. I think the law would say probably yes. That we would put the whole blame on the person doing it. But like him, I don't know if it, conceptually, the notion of free will troubles me, I have to say. I don't know if it's a coherent concept. Okay, Jay. What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can. What's good?
Holy cow! Yeah, I've never done this ever. But thanks for bringing me up on big fan of yours. And as the previous guest said, I'm gonna be no.
When Tom gets someone who can really debate him, he ducktails and runs. Like who? Who have I ever ducked from? I've debated Pisco before. I've debated him numerous of times. I've debated Destiny numerous of times. I've probably debated Andrew Wilson more than anybody's debated Andrew Wilson. I've debated Rob Noor dozens of times. Like, who am I running from? Who the fuck am I running from? I was just on the phone with you and you hung up on me just now. Yes, because the last time we talked, I told you to stop repeating over and over that Donald Trump won the election, so that's it. I told you last time to stop saying it, and I think I hung up on you last time because all you did is just keep repeating that over and over and over and over. There was no debate there. It's not like you brought up something that I disagree with. You saying Donald Trump won the election isn't a fucking thing that I'm like, oh no, I can't argue against this. Oh man, there's no way. Oh, this is too hard for me. I really want to argue that Donald Trump did not win the election, but I just can't do it. Shucks, I got to run away from this one. The last time we talked, all you kept doing is appealing to your own personal experience on gas prices, and you refused to look at the fucking data. You literally refused to look at the data. You are not somebody I'm afraid to debate. You're somebody that I'm not patient enough to debate. As much as you were saying that I am way more patient than the other people, I'm not patient enough for you, homie, okay? I am not that patient. But I told you last time to stop repeating that dumb fucking claim, and you did it anyways, so I right at the beginning of the fucking call. So yeah, of course I'm going to hang up on you. What do you mean? You're just making a dumb claim that means absolutely nothing. Donald Trump won. Nobody disagrees with that. Who gives a fuck? Nobody's sitting here like, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Donald Trump didn't win. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. Nobody's arguing this. So for you to just keep repeating it over and over is kind of dumb. Oh, ain't no rest for the triggered. That's right. You said something dumb in chat earlier. Ah, that's right. You said that IQ tests are just testing your knowledge. That is factually untrue. That is objectively untrue. IQ tests are not testing your knowledge. That's not what an IQ test does. It's a pattern recognition test. Correct. That is the major part of it. There's other things involved, but pattern recognition is the biggest part of it. Correct. It is not a knowledge test. It is a pattern recognition test. It doesn't test math or... Yeah, it's the idea is that like your ability to like recognize patterns is the like easiest form of intelligence for us to test, and so that's something that that like we're going to use the for the test. So yeah, pattern recognition. That's not knowledge. That's not knowledge. That is just your like capability. You can like sharpen that tool, but yeah. I'll agree Rittenhouse could/should have done differently. However, once someone tries to flee and de-escalate, you cannot chase after them. Then you become a threat. Yep, we went over this last night for a while because I was going over the video showing everybody that thought that Kyle Rittenhouse was the guilty one and that this wasn't really self-defense and that he crossed state lines with a weapon and he he went out there and was starting trouble and all this shit. I went over the video with them and I was like, this is just objectively untrue. Like, this is like the cleanest cut case of self-defense where you literally have somebody retreating and they attack him anyways and try to take his gun. Okay, easy, shoot him, dead. Okay, now, he retreats again. He's not an active shooter. He's not somebody who's continuing to shoot people. He's not a crazy person just shooting around everywhere. He's running away. Somebody comes up and asks him, what are you doing? He says, I'm going to get the police. Okay, well, that's what you want him to do. You want him to go get the police. So if you want, you can follow him and make sure he goes and gets the police. But instead, that same person yelled, stop him, cranium that boy, he just killed someone. Like, You are doing the opposite. And that's the same fucking dumb fuck who shot the gun in the air in the first place. It's the same idiot who shot the gun up in the air with the warning shot for absolutely no reason. So you're a true leftist, man. Okay. Thanks, buddy. I'm glad the guy that knows nothing thinks that I'm a leftist. That's great. Bro, you base everything you know off your own personal life experience, okay? So you know nothing outside of your own life. I'm sorry, but that means you just know nothing. That literally just means you know nothing. So I'm sorry, but like that's just kind of like the line for nothing.
The terrorist organization or the gang that Abrego Garcia claimed to be afraid of, that he would be persecuted by when he went back, that's been smashed by the government there. I could conceivably see her say, we've looked at this again. We're going to undo the withholding of removal order because the conditions have changed. And then if that were true, there's at least an argument that as long as he's not in custody over there because he hasn't been convicted of anything, there isn't anything wrong with deporting him. But they have to follow the...
So right there, okay, we'll revisit, we'll play the rest of it in just a second, but please know what he's saying, okay? He's saying that, and again, he's given the most conservative, pro-Trump, approach possible, which also aligns itself with law. What he's saying is that Attorney General Pam Bondi has the ability to effectively overturn what the immigration judge in 2019 had to say about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Hey, listen, he fled El Salvador in fear of his life because of a particular gang. We have evidence indicating that that gang is no longer existing, that it's defunct, and so the conditions have changed. Therefore, the order should change along with it. They're not even making that case. They're not even attempting to do that. It's because they're deliberately provoking this in the worst faith way possible. They do not want to give the courts anything, even if it is just, even if it's commensurate with centuries.
Just real quick, there's a guy in my Discord. He joined yesterday saying that he wanted to get a content creator role. So if you're in the Discord, if you're not in the Discord, make sure you join the Discord. It is a server with tons of different types of people, tons of different voices, people from all over the spectrum having all sorts of debates, regular conversations, just having normal conversations. But we have all sorts of different channels in there. There's a link in the description if you guys want to join. I think right now it is literally 50-50. 50% of it is conservative, 50% of it is liberal, of some sort. Lots of them are actually not liberal. They're like communists and leftists and shit like that. But there's a guy who joined my Discord yesterday asking if he could get a content creator role, which is a role that we give to people who have their own channels and they can post content of their own in the channel so that they can promote it to people and people can find it more easily and help smaller content creators and even larger content creators post their videos and their streams and stuff to more people. And this guy joined yesterday. So there was a panel I was on about 2 years ago where a guy created a panel and it was pedophiles versus anti-pedophiles. And so I was on the anti-pedophile side debating against pedophiles. And this isn't something that was new to me. I argued against pedophilia for a while. Like it's a thing that I think most people don't actually know how to debate against. By far the majority of people just know that it is just gross. Obviously, they just feel very gross about it. Did the pedos have cams? Yes. If we're technical about it, they weren't technically pedophiles. The youngest that any of them wanted the age of consent to be lowered to was 13. So they would be amphibophiles or something like that. But doesn't matter. Anyways, the panel was called Maps versus Anti-Maps. And there has been a group of people who are these crazy radical nut jobs who have run around ever since. Because the guy who had the channel deleted his channel. The guy who created the panel and invited all of us on, he I ended up calling him out for something he really fucked up on, and which was that towards the end of the panel, I found out that there was a minor on the panel. And I got like pretty pissed off about it, and tons of people just started, I'm out, I'm leaving. They like dropped off, and they immediately kicked the minor from the panel. And then the pedophile who wanted 13, that was the one who wanted the lowest age, I invited them onto my show afterwards to have just a one-on-one debate. And they ended up telling me that that minor is their boyfriend and that they are like dating this person. So the harm from it was already done. It was it's still insanely fucked up to have a minor on there, because the idea that you're going to bring a minor onto a panel who's arguing in favor of lower age of consent with other pedophiles on there is like you're like creating like a fucking like dating show for these people. Like you have created a like, hey, the person who wants to date adults and you're a minor, hey, come meet some adults who want to date minors. Like, fucking retarded, dude. So stupid. So ever since then, there were a bunch of people who freaked out, not even about that part, but just about the concept of us debating pedophiles at all. Did you properly report it? Yes. There was a lot that went on after this. There's a whole like series of it on my channel. If you go to my channel and go to playlists, there's a whole playlist for it. And actually, the pedophile, I had this like long debate with them. They ended up like, it's weird. It's like they're fucking falling in love with me throughout the debate. It gets very strange towards the end. And then they leaked some DMs to me that showed that the like panel host lied about some things. So I leaked all of these DMs, posted them on fucking Twitter. It blew up. It was all over the fucking place. But anyways, there's this group of people who are angry not about that part. They're angry just that we debated pedophiles at all. That's it. They're angry that we would even debate them. They're angry that we would even platform them. And so they keep making this really big deal about the fact that we did this. And this is years ago. And so he's like spamming all this fucking shit in my Discord now about that. So I told him, I said, if you want to, if you said before that I was like afraid to debate you, or that you're too good of a debater. So if you want to hop on right now, you can. He hasn't responded. But yeah, he's posting like all these videos of him like going over the shit and making a big deal about it. So, and the only argument is that because we platformed these people, we made them more of a danger to children, which that's not how platforming works. Platforming isn't, it's called, like the idea of platforming is responsible platforming and irresponsible platforming. And then most things fall in the middle where it's not responsible or irresponsible. It's just nothing. Like if you're baking cupcakes on YouTube, it's not like irresponsible platforming or responsible platforming. If you let somebody come on and teach you how to make fucking cupcakes and their cupcakes don't taste that great, I don't think we're going to be like, that's irresponsible platforming. How dare you? Like, it doesn't matter all that much. But the idea is that, like, if you're going to platform somebody, you want to do it responsibly. And so if you platform someone who has dangerous ideas, you need to be equipped to debate against those ideas. That's the main thing, is you need to be capable of arguing against them. And if you are arguing against them well enough that, like, people shouldn't come away believing anything that they're saying. This is the same idea that people use for neo-Nazis, communists, terrorists, like all sorts of people, is that The main idea is that you just ought to be good at dismantling their ideas. And it's not you just platformed somebody and let them say something. And so therefore, it's bad now. Like, that's never the idea. If that's your idea of irresponsible platforming, is that you allowed somebody with bad ideas on your platform and you argued against them and dismantled their ideas, that now this is irresponsible platforming, you're just against having conversations with people that you disagree with. Like, everybody I disagree with, I believe their ideas are harmful. That's how that works. Everybody believes that if they disagree with somebody else, that they're normally going to be against harmful ideas. And so when they argue, they would think, yeah, well, if you got your way, things would be worse off. If I got my way, things would be better off. Therefore, your ideas are harmful in comparison to mine. That's how all debates work. So this thought process is just a slippery slope to the point that you're like saying you just can't have debates anymore. You can't talk to people that you disagree with because you're just automatically platforming folks that you disagree with. So yeah, I am totally against this idea. And if this guy wants to come on and try to justify this dumb shit, I'm happy to get into it. But just in case he does come on, I wanted to make sure that I at least gave an explanation to you guys beforehand to where you knew what we were getting into. So
centuries of legal tradition, they don't care. They are intentionally provoking this fight because they're effectively trying to tell the court that no matter what we do, no matter how bad faith, no matter how illegal, you have no power to influence us. It's a stunning provocation by the Trump administration. So we're going to backtrack it just a little bit so we get...
Tom, take journalism. It will open your eyes. I've had so many arguments with content makers who label themselves journalists. Who on YouTube? What the fuck, dude? That's fucking, like, I suppose, like, you don't have to go to school to be a journalist, right? Like, if you're doing investigatory reporting and you're going out and like getting information for people and giving it to them, to some sense, like, you're engaging in some type of journalism, right? But normally when we call somebody a journalist, we want like journalistic standards to be applied. We want journalistic ethics to be applied. We want an institution to exist that is going to have like an editor that's double checking your work, making sure that you've gotten multiple sources and verifying sources and things like that. And so, yeah, lots of people who will call themselves journalists are not meeting that standard or that criteria whatsoever, but they'll meet some, like, you know, a vague form of it in some sense. So I suppose I can't get mad at them for it, but yeah, they're probably not meeting any sort of like journalistic standards that we would expect. Like CNN, exactly like CNN. Yep. There is a reason why they are the most trusted news outlet in the world. Actually, I think BBC is actually coming up on them. AP and BBC are actually, I believe they might be getting ready to take that away from them.
The full scope of McCarthy's comments, and again, pay attention to what he says here at the very end.
Of anything, there isn't anything wrong with deporting him, but they have to follow these steps. That's
Can I
what
ask
the process
you though? So
is.
the White House was emphatic. They said again yesterday he is never.
No, you had hung up on me because you didn't want to be embarrassed. Are you still arguing? I literally haven't said anything to you in 10 minutes. And you're responding to me 10 minutes later? What the fuck? No, you're wrong. I didn't say anything to you. Tom, what's your felony convictions? I had, when I was 18, I had burglary convictions. I was locked up for like 6 months, got out for 2 weeks, and then got locked back up for debit card theft and debit card fraud, and then went away to like a state PDC, which is like a probationary detention center, and was locked up for, I think it was 13 and a half months in total. And so I had like a heroin addiction and had a lot of like drug problems and was selling drugs and had a lot of issues. But after I got out that time, stayed clean ever since. And now I'm a whole 28 years old and haven't done any drugs since.
Never coming back. But when you say he's not in custody, is he free to walk around? He's free to go?
We don't know. You know, what we don't know, Dana, is was this whole thing with Senator Van Hollen last week, was that staged? You know, like, did they let him out for a few hours and have a minder there? And once Van Hollen was gone, they put him back in the prison? Or was he free to walk the streets? We don't know.
Okay, Tom Homan also, I'm not going to play the sound just for time. I just want to ask you this one last thing. He says they stand by the fact that they did the right thing here. What you're suggesting is if they want an off-ramp, it exists.
If I were you, I wouldn't want to talk to me either. Yeah, if I were you, I wouldn't want to talk to you either.
This in the law that they could find it.
It always has, Dana. They don't want off ramps. What I'm worried.
His screen recording is so blurry. I keep going here to like click on the quality to up it. I'm like, oh shit, it's already on 1080. Oh, what the fuck. His screen recording is not great. It looks like he's screen recording it in 1080, but the video is in like 480 or something like that. Yeah, 480p. It looks like it's very low quality that it's being recorded in.
About is they actually want to use this as a demonstration that the court can't control them and they don't have to honor due process. That's
Homan, alleged MS-13 member, a natal security threat. Oh shit. A natal security threat? Does that mean that like when they're in the womb, they're gonna like blow it up or like they're gonna like kick in? Those are the babies that are kicking when they're in the womb, right? Those are the ones that are like the moms are always like, oh, feel it, it's kicking. That's them. Those are the fucking natal security threats, right? Relating to the place or time of one's birth. Yep. Yep, those are the ones that are destroying that fucking pussy. And the moms are like, I don't want to get pregnant because I don't want to have to do all the Kegels and it's going to destroy my figure and everything. Those are the fucking natal security threats, dude.
That's the worrisome thing about this.
All right, and apparently
there's always been off ramps.
Yeah, apparently 4 more members of Congress on the Democratic side plan to go to El Salvador. Well, maybe they could tell us what is happening. But in the meantime, we will wait for news on this because it continues. Andy.
So again, that last part in particular is most chilling. That is Andy McCarthy, legendarily conservative Fox News legal analyst. He's a contributor, I believe, to the National Review, if not the Wall Street Journal, saying that there have always been off-ramps. There have always been ways to make this commensurate with the law, but this is a deliberate provocation by the Trump administration to violate due process, that they do not feel that they are obligated to honor due process and to give a middle finger to the courts. Yep. Stunning stuff, a stunning sentiment, especially from, again, somebody who wants to grade Trump.
Yeah, when it comes to them violating all of these court orders, a lot of people keep acting like, oh, it's already been decided, he's illegal, blah, blah, blah. Well, it was already decided by the Supreme Court that they have to facilitate his return. So the Supreme Court did decide this. You are correct. And now it is the Trump administration that is breaking the the court orders. And everybody, you know, initially they kept making these excuses like they don't have to follow district court judges. They don't have to follow. Sarcasm just died. Yes, I can see. I think I have a thing here for autism. There we go. Where's the... Wanted to make sure we brought this just for you guys. Autism Awareness Month. I don't even think that's the right color, but for the ribbon. But I wanted to make sure that I had something to help y'all out. So there you go. But yeah, when it comes to this, like he's already broken the court orders, so it's not. Initially, everybody kept acting like, "Oh, Trump doesn't have to listen to the district courts. He doesn't have to do what they say. They have no jurisdiction over the president. Please animate the arrow. Lights would be nice." I already put fucking trains on it. Are you for real? I put trains on it. I can't get much like more like eye-catching for the autists. The trains were a nice touch. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Trump on a curve like Andy McCarthy.
But yeah, anyways, he's already like defied the Supreme Court. Everybody initially kept acting like he doesn't have to listen to district courts and that he only has to listen to the Supreme Court, and then now he's breaking the Supreme Court orders. Now they're acting like he doesn't have to listen to the Supreme Court either. And so yes, they just keep moving the goalposts on what it is he is or isn't allowed to do, what it is that they'll expect him to do or not expect him to do, which I appreciate the first caller. I really do. Like, I'm serious. I really appreciate the first caller because he called in, and as soon as I told him, the Supreme Court has already ruled on this and said that Trump has to abide by the district court order and then he has to return Abrego Garcia, he's like, oh, I didn't know that. Well, shit. And that's when, like, the third caller, when I was talking to him, this is why I'm telling him, like, people just listen to the person who's giving them information. And those people are choosing to pick and choose little bits of information that they want to give them. And so, yeah. I did jump in Pisco's waiting room, so give me just a second.
In what sense do you mean jurisdiction? If not a location where the United States has control?
No, in here I would mean that the United States has the ability to determine what the end result is or the condition of Abrego Garcia.
Okay, so if that means... Okay, so let's say the United States gets control of him and puts him on a plane and just keeps him in El Salvador, right?
Sure.
Okay. In that situation, do you think the order has been complied with? Or do you think that the judge would say, bring him back? What do you think is most likely, based on your interpretation of the court order?
Yeah, well, now that's like out of it. Like from the actual Supreme Court ruling, right? Requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador.
Okay, but I just tried to explain this, right? So they're upholding...
Hold on.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, right?
Okay.
But in this case, let's say Abrego Garcia, he's not held in CSOT apparently now, right? He's been held for
don't
the
know why
last
that's relevant,
whatever,
but...
I'm just the facts of the case, right? But he was under El Salvador jurisdiction, and
is that true? They moved him out of CSOT? I didn't know
CSOT,
that.
and then in whatever the actual
Keeps calling it
CSOT
CSOT.
located in CSOT. El Salvador is controlling. They have
CSOT.
custody over his status and where he goes and what he does. I would assume in the case where it says like, okay, well, El Salvador says, listen, we're going to hand over Abrego Garcia to the United States. We're going to like put him on the plane in the tarmac, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the plane in the tarmac, I would assume we would both say is within the custody of the United States.
In the custody, sure. Not in the United States, though, right?
Well, he's within the custody of the United States, right?
Okay, I know, but you're distinguishing because you're saying not in the United States, but in the custody of the United States. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So if he's on this plane now, right? He meets the criteria 1, where he's been released from the custody in El Salvador.
Released from custody in El Salvador. Agreed.
And then it also. So
well,
that's
I would say. Well,
actually,
I'm actually not sure about that. So.
I also agree with you. By the way, I'm
so he's still.
So is he taking the position that they don't actually have to bring him back? Because what he said was incorrect. He said that they had to facilitate his release from CCOT. That is not true. They said you have to facilitate his return as if he was never removed at all. That is what they said. You have to facilitate his return. Says the rest of the district court's order remains in effect but requires clarification on remand. The order properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. Oh, shit. It does say his release from custody. Oh shit, it does say his release from custody. So they could just put him on a plane and just fly him to another country. They could do that to an extent, but it says they do say that they have to go through some sort of due process later on. They do say that. Says, nevertheless, I agree with the court's order that the proper remedy is to provide Abrego Garcia with all process to which he would have been entitled had he not been unlawfully removed to El Salvador. That means the government must comply with its obligation to provide Abrego Garcia with due process of law, including notice and an opportunity to be heard in any future proceedings. It must also comply with its obligation under the Convention Against Torture or degrading treatment. Federal law governing detention and removal of immigrants continues, of course, to be binding as well, requiring a warrant before a non-citizen may be arrested and detained pending a decision on removal. So this is... in order to revoke conditional release, the government must provide adequate notice and promptly arrange an initial informal interview to afford the alien an opportunity to respond to the reasons for the revocation stated in the notification. So yeah, so it is saying that he has to have the ability to challenge this in court, to respond to it, like all of this. It does say all of this in the Supreme Court order. So this is, regardless about y'all's feelings, I don't give a fuck about your feelings. I care about the law, okay? Your feelings are not above the Constitution to me. And so the Supreme Court pretty stringently, pretty clearly here says that he has to be brought back and get due process. And so this is what Tavian here is saying is technically incorrect.
Still in custody in El Salvador.
Yeah. So I do agree with you. I 100% agree. He's in custody, but in El Salvador, but he's in custody of the United States.
Okay.
Like for instance, what if he was put into the embassy of the United States in El Salvador, right?
Yeah, I would say he's in custody in El Salvador.
Would like
in the country El Salvador.
The actual. Well, you say in the country of El Salvador, right? But the actual embassy itself is totally sovereign United States land, right?
It's a limited exception. It's still which can be revoked at any time by the country. It's in the country, you know. Like there are a lot of embassies,
but you do know what I mean, right? Like when
yeah,
I'm
but
saying
you're still in El Salvador. Yeah, but I don't understand why you read it that way. So right, so if the United States had custody of Kilmar Garcia in El Salvador, do you think that the district court's order has been complied with?
I'm thinking right now, so if I'm not.
Especially given the fact that Pam Bondi says if they release him, they'll fly him back to the United States.
I guess it really I guess in this specific case, right? It depends.
But she also says that under no circumstance is he going to be in the United States, which means that it sounds like to me she is willing to just forego all due process. She is not going to actually give him the ability to fight his to argue his case, because if she did, that would leave open the possibility that he would actually be able to stay. So
depends on what we mean. Like the cut. So you are kind of taking this position of like the custody perspective, right? Like you're saying, regardless of whether or not like El Salvador is keeping him in prison, or the United States is holding him in the airplane on the tarmac in the embassy, whatever the case is, and you would say in both cases he's in custody, right?
Okay, yeah. I would say he's in custody. I think you and I would agree. The custody has to do with whether or not like you either are free to leave or you feel like you're free to leave. I think we both agree he's in custody no matter what.
Well, yeah, I mean, it depends. Yes, I do agree, but it also depends on what we mean by like free to leave. Because, like, for instance, if this might take a little bit of a wild turn, but like imagine you're like in a prisoner exchange between like the United States and Russia, right? And like you send the U.S. plane down, and they land in Moscow, and they pick up the 10 people, and they're now on the plane. Would you be describing in any fashion that these people are still in the custody of Russia? They're now on the U.S. jet that's totally within sovereign U.S. control, or whatever the case is. They just
I wouldn't say that they're in custody of Russia.
Well, but in what then explain to me, because maybe I'm not.
So I take custody to be some kind of state of involuntary, being unable to move involuntarily, not having the freedom of movement, not being generally free to travel where you want to travel. That's what I take custody to mean. And I don't.
Yeah. And I 100% agree with that. Okay, but so I'm going to ask a question, because I agree there can be differences here. I'm going to ask you, what are you defining as the differences? Because if you are U.S. picking up somebody from a prison in Russia and they're now on the U.S. jet ready to go back, and you're saying you wouldn't define that as in the custody of Russia, what is the difference between Abrego Garcia being held in El Salvador, right? And we send the U.S. jet and we say, okay, Abrego Garcia, come on, you're now on the U.S. jet. El Salvador does not control where you're going or anything relating to those measures. It's entirely within the United States, just as it would be in theory with the jet in Russia picking up the people. But what is the differentiating factor there between saying, well, the El Salvador jet is still in the custody of El Salvador versus the Russia jet that's owned by the United States that has all the stuff being not in the
It's the same in both instances. The person in the plane in Russia and the Americans is in custody, but he's not in the custody of Russia. And the Abrego Garcia in the U.S. plane in El Salvador is in custody, but he's not in the custody of El Salvador.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
And if we're reading the Supreme Court order to say that you have to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador, why can't you just make the argument you just made by saying, well, he's no longer in custody in El Salvador?
He is in custody in El Salvador.
But then you could also say, right, that then the person on the U.S. plane in Moscow is in custody in Russia. Right?
He is.
Okay, I'm not saying you're not saying yes or no.
Wait, they're both in custody by Americans.
They're in custody by the United States in
Russia and El Salvador.
Russia in either
100% the same.
Case. Okay.
Yeah, I would say the same. Yes. What's the inconsistency?
I don't. Again, you just responded to that, and I'm just parsing it. I'm not sure that there is an inconsistency within your internal answer. I don't know that there's a consistency with the idea of them being in custody within those countries. In the same fashion for which...
If you're on a plane with a bunch of Americans with guns that won't let you leave the plane and go wherever you want to go, are you in custody by Americans?
Well, it gets a little bit more convoluted, right? Because technically you could argue that the people that are on the plane in Russia, right, they could theoretically deny custody of the United States and just
they're not going to let them do that, right? The Americans would just take you home no matter what. And if they wouldn't, then you wouldn't be in custody.
You're saying if they wouldn't, like as in they would not keep you there, then you would not be in custody.
Right. If you're free to go from the plane, you're not in custody. But my guess is, and these prisoner exchanges,
wait, isn't that like literally? Isn't that my argument, right?
No.
Because we're assuming. Well, you're saying no, but we're assuming here, right? Like, if we're the Americans on this plane and we're holding the person that was released from Russia on this plane, and if we tell them, listen, you can come with us, or you can get off the plane and remain in custody in Russia, under what you just said, isn't that person?
Well, no. Well, hang on. So now you're given a situation in which the options are you can come with us or you can go back to custody in Russia. I would say you're in custody no matter what. But if the options are, if those are your only two options,
hold on, wait. But you just said custody is when you have no choice over whether or not you're remaining on this plane.
If you're free to go, right? If your travel is not being impinged upon by some sort of government actor, but if the choices are between Russian custody or American custody, then there's no option where you're not in custody. But if the choices are between getting off the plane and going in Russia generally and not having been stopped by Russia, then your choices are non-custody. You're not in custody of Americans because you have the option to go somewhere else freely and not be impinged. I don't think it's that. I don't really understand where we're going to. Like, why does this matter? For Kilmar Abrego Garcia, maybe I could even recognize maybe there's some case in which there's some like edge case or something. But here we're clearly Abrego Garcia would be in custody by Americans in El Salvador. Fair?
Well, not fair, because the point I'm raising is if it is a choice that he could actually go with the Americans in the United States, or if he could choose to not go with them.
And go where?
I don't know that I. Sorry?
So for example, if the Americans gave you a choice, like you can either be in prison in the United States or you can be in prison in El Salvador, you pick. Would you say you're still, no matter what, you're in custody?
Well, I don't know why.
Is that a yes or no? So I'm going to start forcing answers. Is that a yes or no?
Sorry, yeah, go. So repeat the question.
So assume, for example, that American DHS person says to you, hey, you can either come with us to prison or you can go back to El Salvador prison. This person's in custody no matter what, yes or no?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so do you agree that that's going to be Kilmar's case?
Well, yes, under this administration, yeah.
Yeah. So the situation, like, if he's released from Sikat and given to American jailers of some kind, they have not.
He overpronounced the cot that time, Sikat, because he keeps calling it CSOT. So he goes Sikat.
He has not been returned to the United States, number one, physically. And I don't take custody to be the same as return to U.S. custody, the same as return to the U.S. country. And I think if that's what the district court meant, they would have stated so. And I think every opinion, oral argument from the district court, from the Fourth Circuit, indicates that they want to right the wrong. They want to undo what was done. They want to return Abrego Garcia to his family. And so I don't have any reason to think that we shouldn't use the ordinary meaning of the term return to the United States.
So that's one reading, but like, is it not the case that you could entirely read this as he was denied due process, as in he was not able to appeal his case in front of the U.S. court, he was not able to appeal his case with representation, etc.
Read what as what? Read what as what? Can I not read what as what?
Can you not read the facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador, as in talking about the legal jurisdictions and the legal rights, not the physical.
Wait, talking what about? What is talking about the legal right, not geographical?
Sorry, can you clarify what you mean?
Yeah, so you said, can you not read this sentence as referring to jurisdictional?
I sent him the 2 screenshots of what it is that I just highlighted here. But yeah, it does say the government must provide adequate notice and promptly arrange an initial informal interview to afford the alien an opportunity to respond to the reasons for revocation stated in the notification. It says that they have to bring him back for further proceedings. Like, it already says this in there, so we don't even have to wonder if we can read it that way. It literally says it.
The sentence of the order properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador.
Yeah. So first of all, what do you mean by jurisdiction here? I don't know what you mean by jurisdiction.
Who has rights over him?
What I mean, so sure. So what I mean here specifically is when we're talking about ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador, saying that he wasn't probably sent to El Salvador, right? He ended up in CSOT illegally.
You agree there, by the way. He means you mean it means physical, right? And probably sent to El Salvador physically, right?
No, I don't.
You don't think so?
Not necessarily. I'm also taking a harder position than I would here otherwise, but I would also understand, like, imagine he'd been sent to the El Salvadorian embassy, right? Would you also say that this was illegal if he was now under the jurisdiction of El Salvador in the El Salvadorian embassy, which is sovereign to El Salvador, and he's now...
No, you wouldn't have violated. You wouldn't have violated the withholding order.
Well, the withholding order is for deportation to El Salvador, right?
Right.
Correct.
So if you just, I don't know.
But El Salvadorian embassy is El Salvador, right?
No, I would consider it just because it's sort of in nature in I don't know.
Well, legally it is, right?
Well, yeah, no, I would say that it's their jurisdiction. He is correct that's their jurisdiction.
It has the actual legal, effectual jurisdiction of El Salvador.
It's complicated.
El Salvadorian laws applies to the El Salvadorian embassy, not U.S. law, right?
It is part of the United States. It's United States airspace. It is the United States. And now the fact that they extend that kind of diplomatic courtesy, diplomatic rights, and it's considered quote unquote the land of America. To me, that's not what is at issue in the case of the withholding order. When you're talking about withholding, we're talking about deportations to countries, to specific countries. And so I think, for example, if they brought him to the El Salvadorian embassy for purposes of like renewing some kind of ID, I don't think that they would be violating the withholding order.
Okay, I mean, I'll ask because again, I'm taking a hardliner position here, but that kind of sounds wrong to me. But I recognize that I have literally no idea because I'll say why because to my understanding, right, when we're talking about like the embassies of
I feel like he's right.
Laws are all the jurisdictions and laws, etc., are extremely. We'll both agree, right? The laws pertaining to a country are very different relating to the embassy and the embassy spaces than.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that is part of the country of El Salvador.
That's not what I just asked, right?
Yeah.
We both agree that the laws are different relating to the embassies relative to the rest of the country.
There are different rules and laws that are allowed that the United States allows for in embassies.
So,
yes. Yes, the answer is yes, but that doesn't mean that this is under.
That's a separate question.
I know. Okay. Yeah. So what's your point?
Well. I mean, I think my point there is relating to whether or not, and this is outside the bounds of my knowledge. I don't know. Maybe I feel like this is outside the bounds of your knowledge. You may disagree with that, or you may agree that the actual specific legal definitions and jurisdictions and whether or not you would classify the embassies in the territory they're on as part of another country. But it seems like that's outside of your specific legal knowledge.
No, it is. So no, the embassies are not part of the countries of those respective countries. They're never considered that.
You would just say they have the legal so if you're saying they're not part of, but like how would you define them? If they're not part of that country, how would you define
there's special areas of limited control of countries that as a matter of grace the country, the host country, allows, but it's a matter of grace that can be withdrawn at any time. That the key component of sovereignty is the ultimate decision maker is the country at hand. And so in what sense is the sovereign of the El Salvadorian embassy El Salvador in the United States? It's not. It's the United States allows for those embassies and it gives them this degree of diplomatic consideration, but they're not part of the country.
I don't know about this.
So you think wait? So I just want to be clear. Do you think that the U.S. embassy in like Russia is part of the United States country?
Possible.
Okay, I don't agree.
Well, but like, and the reason I'm taking an issue with this, right, is when you're talking about like, well, it's up to the ultimate decider or the language. I'm not trying to mischaracterize you, right? But like the ultimate decider of this area, like, in some fashion, it feels like the United States is the ultimate decider of what happens in El Salvador in terms of respect for the law. If they were just like, yeah, we don't agree with this law and we're like invade you, this is like super hyperbolic.
Well, no. What I'm saying is it's not a practical. Everyone acknowledges. I'm not just talking about practicality. I'm talking about the legal rights here, right? Now, everyone acknowledges that the United States has a legal right to withdraw and to end any embassy within its jurisdiction, within its territory, right? It couldn't do that if this was part of another country. It could not do that. That would be annexation of other people's land.
Would be annexation of other people's land. So like,
who does the land belong to, right? The land in the sovereign sense, in the sense of who, which country does the land belong to?
I understand what you're saying. I'm thinking through. So you're saying essentially, well, like the United States, because at any time, any country's embassy just simply say, listen, you're no longer allowed on this specific territory because this specific U.S. territory, we're ungranting or unrevoking or not recognizing whatever kind of thing that you would say your jurisdiction to this specific parcel of land. And that would
yeah,
be
they could just say
because
Trump could say no more Canada, no more Canada. We hate Canada. No more embassies. You guys all have to leave, and I'm deporting you all. He could do that. He could do that tomorrow. If Trump wanted to get rid of these people, he could.
Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking, but I
legally
100%. Yeah, yes, correct, 100%. I'm just.
And it would be legal to do that, right? It would be legal for him to say no more embassy for Turkey. You all have to leave. That would all be legal, not just a matter of practicality.
Yes,
okay.
I do agree. Although I would posit a specific case of, like, imagine Edward Snowden was at like the Russian embassy or whatever the case, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of.
Okay, well, we're just gonna.
I was thinking of Edward Snowden as well.
The case, the Russian embassy legal jurisdiction, the access to this specific land. Well, now Edward Snowden is on U.S. territory, and so he's not under the jurisdiction of
they could, but they don't, out of respect for international comity and diplomatic relations.
Yeah, but they could do this, right? Like,
yeah, but it would be a scandal, and
yes, I understand, I get that, but under the, and I'm not saying your rationale here is wrong or whatever. I'm just saying under your rationale, right? They could just say that and then just be like, well,
and legally they would be within their rights. And so again, I guess I want to get a question. Do you still think that the embassies, the various embassies in this country, are part of the land of other countries, or part of those other countries?
Part of the land, no. I'd say part of those other countries still to be still up in the air.
Okay, so you agree that the best reading of the language of the district court, which is the order operable, is the country of the United States. Return to the country of the United States.
Return to the country of the United States. Again, I mean, I'm separating the best reading.
Yeah, what's the best reading?
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, again, I would say the best reading is facilitate the return to the United States. I'm not looking at this from the best reading. I'm looking at this from is there another alternative reading that you can actually justify? And in this case, the actual order itself does not specifically specify like the territory returning to the actual geography in any fashion, which I think we both agree. But your position would be that yes, that's just what is meant by what is being said, right?
I think when we're expected to like use United States to mean jurisdiction, it's either apparent from the context.
An embassy is considered foreign soil and operates under the laws and jurisdiction of the country it represents, not the host country where it's physically located. This is established by the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations.
Or the term jurisdiction is used. I don't even know how you're using the term jurisdiction.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why you don't know what I'm meaning by that. Because like,
what do you mean by jurisdiction? Let me make that clear.
So like I won't give the specific definition here just for a moment, but.
But you don't know what you mean by jurisdiction?
I know what I mean by jurisdiction. I don't know to the extent for which it would apply, like internationally or locally or whatever.
So what do you mean by the term jurisdiction in this context?
Well, I've said previously, right, that you have the authority and control of the outcome of an individual adverse to another sovereign country or power.
You have.
Then, like, you could any ruling that you make, right, legally or etc., would be applicable, and you would be able to effectuate the outcome of that ruling to this individual. Versus they're being held in another country where no matter what your legal rulings or etc. happen, the other country could say no to this thing.
Okay.
And you couldn't do anything about it, right?
So.
And just
distinguish that from.
Right?
Can you distinguish that from custody?
So you're asking. So what is the difference between like a jurisdiction versus custody?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say. Yeah. So like I would say like jurisdiction would apply to situations where like you can make this ruling. You in theory can impact the outcome or whatever the case is, but in practice, the people that are actually literally holding them, that are supposedly U.S. representatives or whatever the case is, right? Like they're U.S. citizens that are holding a position that's supposed to be holding this individual and changing them. They could, in theory, just turn them over to another country or just refuse the order. And in which case, if they were saying, actually, we are beholden to the laws of Panama or El Salvador, I would say. Like,
let me see if I understand. So I would use the term constructive custody. So I can imagine situations where the United States is merely operating on behalf of another country. Let's say that you hire a bunch of U.S. troops to like to hold people under the laws of another country, and that the people who are ultimately in control is some other country. And I could vice versa see a situation here where even though it's under the actual custody of Venezuelan or El Salvador or Salvadorian guards, it's under the constructive custody of America, because America, if they wanted to, could order him to go anywhere they want. So I might recognize that distinction if what you mean is, I would use the term constructive custody, where the right to make decisions with respect to a person or individual or thing. Maybe
okay,
I would
we're
use that
caught
instead
up
of with respect to people. I would say maybe say constructive custody. But either way, right? Like I would argue right now that Abrego Garcia is in constructive custody of the United States, and that the United States can actually direct him to go anywhere they want. I think that's part of one of the whole issues of the case. But either way, the administration seems to acknowledge that if El Salvador releases him, this is Kilmar, they would be obligated to provide a plane. That's what Pam Bondi said. And so at a bare minimum, it seems like you're acknowledging, the Trump administration is acknowledging that they have an obligation to bring him back, and that means physical. They disagree on what facilitate means. They disagree on what facilitate means, but they did say if he's released, we're going to bring him back to the United States on a plane. And so,
yeah, I totally agree with this line of reasoning here, that's what the Trump administration believes and says. That's not necessarily one-to-one with the actual reality of the order, though. We would both agree, right?
Well, I think I understand, but everyone. So the parties believe he needs to be brought back to the physical United States.
Yes, I totally, I totally understand your argument.
So
everyone in this case may believe the actual facilitation.
But you think that the court thinks something different. The court thinks that all they mean is legal jurisdiction or constructive custody or whatever.
I mean, there's slightly 2 points here, right? It's possible, and this is entirely, it could literally be demonstrated that Judge Zinnes or Judge Zinnes in this case, right, could have literally said, as in at any point you could demonstrate that she is actually saying or directly saying physical geography, right? You could show that, and that would be 100%.
No, because they say that he has to have the proceedings that follow.
That's one. Two, it could be the case that Judge Zinnes believes this to be the case, but that's not actually the ability of her legal power to do. And that the ability
that's different. That's talking about the extent of which they're facilitate what are the metes and bounds of that. But we're just talking about what the order in the district court means with respect to return to the United States. That's all we're talking about, not the extent of it could be the case that they don't have the power to order them to do anything beyond that. But all we're talking about is the meaning of the term United States in the court's initial order. And I would say that the meaning of clearly what people are interpreting it to be, and what I believe the plain meaning of the term is, and I believe what the parties believe, and I believe what the court believes, is the geographic United States, the country United States.
Yeah, and I agree with everything you just said there.
Okay.
My point being, is there a literal demonstration of Judge Zinnes saying specifically, referencing geography, that they have to be returned geographically to the United States?
I'm not sure. I don't think we have a full transcript right now of all of the oral hearings or whatever.
Yeah, I recognize that. I recognize
but
that. I'm
you do agree. You do
be.
agree that the best reading is that it is the United States, the country. That there's no there's no reason to believe yours over the country interpretation, right?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Again, I'm saying that's why I said if there was any demonstration of Zinnes literally saying geography, right, then I would 100% say, okay.
But would you ever do this if someone, imagine there were a custody dispute and someone was like, well, here I mean custody in the context of like a family court situation, and they're like, we are ordering you to return.
He normally only stays on for 3 hours at a time, so now I'm wondering if he's just gonna get off after this fucking call because he's already been on for 3 hours. So I'm worried he's at 3.5 hours now. So I think he might end up just being like, okay, well, make it quick, which I'm not gonna want to make it quick. So I might end up, if he needs to hurry, then I'm just gonna be like, all right, well, we'll do it another time.
Services custody of one state. Let's just say that's
yeah,
right. And so they were in New York, and Rhode Island was saying, hey, listen, there's a rule, you need to return them to Rhode Island. And
all you did was hand it over to Rhode Island CPS. Do you think that be honest, do you think that you've done what the court has asked?
Well, so yes, I would potentially. My main follow-up is going to be, so yeah, because if you're handing them over to CPS, the implication there and the applying there would be now that agent, the Rhode Island.
Tom's on the left and wouldn't allow me to talk. That's censorship. If you came on and screamed the N-word over and over, would you call that censorship as well? If you came on and just kept screaming the N-word and I kicked you off, would you call that censorship?
Over this Rhode Island agent, and where
you're going way beyond what you're going, you're talking about shit that isn't relevant. The question is, have you done what the court asked? So if you give this kid over to the Rhode Island cops in New York, and the next day there's a hearing, it's like, why the fuck are you guys here? Like, I told you to bring them back to Rhode Island. And you're like, oh, well, we're the Rhode Island cops, but, you know, we just thought you meant, like, I think that unless there's additional context.
Come on. I don't think that would be, I don't think it's a reasonable outcome, estimate here, right? Like, if you have, like, the actual literal legitimate Rhode Island CPS showing up at whatever the facility is that's holding this child that's supposed to be returned to Rhode Island, and you say, okay, cool, you may now remove this child to take them back to Rhode Island, and those agents pick up this child and leave.
Yeah, when have you returned them to Rhode Island? Have you returned them to Rhode Island when the CPS has custody of them, or when they're in the physical location of? That's what you think that the best interpretation is.
Yes.
I don't. The McCrog. Are you like 20 minutes behind, bro? Can you answer the question? Would you call it censorship if you came on and screamed the N-word over and over? Because, like, most shows don't do call-ins at all, right? I'm one of the few that does call-ins whatsoever. But if you're gonna say the one show that does call-ins is also censoring people, well, that literally all shows are censoring people.
Yeah, so they're already in Rhode Island. So if they take them to Azerbaijan, they're still in Rhode Island.
But yes, if you come on, because if that's censorship, then who gives a fuck? Like, you're just being a little baby about absolutely nothing. Like, I think most people understand that, one, I'm doing a show. I'm not here as your fucking therapist, so you can't just come on and talk about whatever the fuck you want. You're not paying me to sit here and listen to you whine and cry about whatever you want. Two, I'm not I'm not here to, like, just platform anything and everything. So if I've already told you before to stop saying this thing, and then you come on and immediately say the thing that I told you to stop saying, and I believe that I kicked you off last time for saying, then you just know that you're breaking rules that you're obviously going to get kicked off for.
This is like the Rhode Island CPS that is coming to pick up this kid.
Yeah, they're not in Rhode Island.
Yes, we are now releasing them. Yeah, no, that's not what I just said, right? I was saying, would we both agree that they're in Rhode Island's custody at least, right?
They're in the state of Rhode Island's custody, but they have not been returned to Rhode Island.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, and this might not be super applicable, so I apologize if not. But this immediate implication to me seems like, then, if imagine you are the New York CPS, right? And you have this kid that's been ordered to be returned to Rhode Island, and you're told Rhode Island CPS is coming to pick up this kid and take them back to Rhode Island. Mm-hmm. Under your argument, doesn't it seem like the only absolutely legal remedy would be for the New York CPS?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
The custody of the Rhode Island CPS, and then physically bring them back to the state.
It has nothing to do with the meaning of the term return to Rhode Island. Whether or not there's the only remedy, whether or not it would make sense for them to deny it to Rhode Island CPS, any of that stuff. I would assume the New York CPS would be following the court's order if they gave it to Rhode Island people to take to Rhode Island. And I don't think it would be in contravention of the court's order if the court's order is to bring them to Rhode Island. If they just, like, hire a bus driver.
Sorry, okay, then maybe I'm misunderstanding, because that sounds to me like that's exactly what I'm arguing, or at least what I'm saying, right? That if they turn them over to the jurisdiction and custody of the Rhode Island CPS, then they fulfilled their obligation to return them to Rhode Island, the New York CPS in this case.
Yeah, no one's assessing whether El Salvador has a duty. No one is assessing whether El Salvador is compliant.
Can we keep it to the example here, real quick?
Yeah, so we're not assessing whether New York is compliant with the court's order, in the sense of, but if the order is directed for New York to give it, but if we're actually assessing whether they're compliant, and let's say that New York is the party that we're assessing compliance with, New York hasn't done their job to return them to Rhode Island until they're in Rhode Island, whether that's by an agent or by themselves.
Even if it's a Rhode Island agent that's taking them.
Yeah, let's say they hop on the horn and say, listen, we don't like going to Rhode Island. You guys are going to be in town anyway. Can we just give them to you guys? And like, yeah, sure, put them on the car. And they put them on the car. So they entrust it to an agent.
Well, so I take a slight issue with the example you just gave because there's a differentiation here between like these are official agents of Rhode Island that are designated.
Yeah, I've not withdrawn that. Yeah, these are official people that they've entrusted. If the court says, New York State, you must return this child to Rhode Island, and all you've done is wipe your hands and been like, okay, we give them to the Rhode Island people. You have not done what the court has asked you to do yet.
Okay, well, yeah, so it sounds like that sounds like my argument, because what I'm saying is if New York gives them to them and they then just don't return them, then New York is still under the obligation to have to hunt these people down, find them, secure the child, and then physically locate them to the geographical.
Yeah, but in this case, they only have to facilitate the return.
I don't understand that. So they're under the obligation to hunt them?
So because in this scenario, right, we're imagining that the Rhode Island CPS don't physically return them to Rhode Island, right?
Okay.
Because presumably, if the New York CPS just gave this kid over to the
the order has not been fulfilled. The condition that the court order has not been fulfilled. Whether or not the New York would have an additional obligation to do a manhunt, I don't know about that. That seems like something else.
Okay, sorry. So let me ask a clarifying question real quick. If the New York CPS were ordered to say you must return this kid to Rhode Island, and Rhode Island CPS shows up at the police station and then takes custody of this kid, and the Rhode Island CPS then brings that kid to Rhode Island, and now they're physically within Rhode Island, did New York meet the requirements of that order?
If they were effective in getting an agent to bring them to Rhode Island, they've done what they're supposed to do.
What do you mean by effective to get an agent to bring them to Rhode Island?
If they've gotten the kid to Rhode Island, then they've done their obligation.
Yeah, I missed the hypothetical question, so I don't know what
it's
they're
entirely up
asking.
to the agent actually bringing them to Rhode Island, right?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's up to. What do you mean? It's up to the agent.
Well, because you just told me that if the Rhode Island CPS shows up, takes custody of this kid, and then physically relocates them to Rhode Island, New York has met the legal requirement to return them to Rhode Island. Yes.
Correct.
Okay, and so in the again, I'm clarifying here. Okay, in the alternative situation, the Rhode Island agent shows up, takes custody of this kid in New York, okay, and then takes them to Maine instead. The agent is just like, all right, we're just, you know what, fuck Rhode Island. Who gives a shit? I'm kidnapping this kid to Maine. Okay.
Yeah.
Did New York meet the burden?
No.
Okay. What if they did not meet the burden? Are they able to like remedy the situation? How what
I don't know. That's a different question. The question is, did they fulfill it? And you would agree they haven't, right?
I don't know that I would agree that they haven't.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure. And so like I ask, is there a differentiation for you if instead of the Rhode Island CPS agent picking them up and taking them back, if it was like a New York person that just drove them to Rhode Island and then dropped them off whenever they cross the territory, do they meet that, that standard? Even if they don't pass them off in any capacity, they're 1 foot over the border. There's no one around. We're like in the middle of the woods.
If there's an additional, like either implicit that it has to be safely done, and you can't just throw them in the fucking wolves. Maybe there's another condition that says it needs to be effectuated in a way such as not to harm the safety of the child. That's a different condition. But if the condition is just drop them off in Rhode Island, then you've fulfilled it.
Well, I agree with you, but that was saying if the condition is to just drop them off in Rhode Island.
Okay.
Right? If we were to read the order ruling saying this child must be returned to Rhode Island, are you telling me you think an accurate ruling of that would be to like drop them off in the middle of the field, 1 foot over the border?
So I think probably we could read into, I'm sure there's some additional obligation, either statutory or implied, for them to do so in a safe manner, right? That like they couldn't just have a plane and throw him out the fucking window so he dies on his way down.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
So
yeah, but that's not what I already like. That's not what I said. I said they just dropped him off.
But that's in addition to the Rhode Island territoriality requirement. That's not interpreting the territoriality situation any differently. It's just some kind of implicit, I don't know, norm of construction that has nothing to do with that territorial requirement.
I agree with you.
Okay, great.
I agree with you there, right? That they
okay, argument over.
in
Let's go.
all possible, maybe not in all possible, but in the vast majority of terms, they've returned them to Rhode Island in the case where they drop them out the field, presuming there's no health, safety, whatever requirements, right? Like maybe there's a CPS thing 100 feet down the road, there's no wild animals, but like, so like what you're saying is in the case where a CPS agent from another state shows up to pick up this kid versus the New York agents, the New York CPS agents physically driving them to that state, you're saying that the only secure way to ensure that this person actually, you actually meet the legal requirements here would be for your own agents that you trust, or I guess maybe the trust here, like maybe I'm thinking about it.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, there's no whether he's brought there by their parents, by New York has an obligation if they to do it through hiring someone, or they hire a bus, they hire the specific agent, they do it themselves. Doesn't matter. I don't know what the fuck your questions are about. It's just what it means by to be returned to Rhode Island, and or returned in Rhode Island, or whatever the fuck it means. Like, you know, if it says return to a place, it means geographical. That's what we're talking about.
Well, what, like, as you just made a differentiation there between in versus return to.
Yeah, the order says return to.
Well, what I agree with you. What I was just saying is when you made the differentiation between return in and return to, right? Like that would be like dropping off the kid in the middle of the field, but they're now.
No, I don't know what the fuck. Wait, no. You're gonna have to explain that. So, how is my saying in or to in the inclusive use of the term or at all like dropping the kid in the field? I don't know what the fuck that means. What did you mean by that?
So I'm saying is you could physically return the kid in Rhode Island by dropping them off literally within the physical geography versus returning them to the entire contention here being that possibly means like to the actual government or whatever body that controls that territory or whatever the case is, which doesn't necessarily mean that government or that controlling body is always within the in territory.
So you think you think to implies government and in doesn't?
More, I think to implies government more so than in. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so when it says release from custody in El Salvador, do they mean release from custody in the geographical sense or to, or in the government sense?
I would probably say in this case when because keeping in mind we're also talking about like delivering to versus like.
Wait, where's deliver? Where's deliver? Where's deliver? Where's deliver? Where's deliver?
I'm using this as a example here. So like.
Why are we using deliver as an example?
Sorry, I'm thinking. To get my words straight. So. Yeah, I would actually probably say I probably agree with your argument in that specific fashion, right? Yeah, I would probably say in generally does mean more so the physical territory than to. So like if you were to say they must be returned from custody, like from in case from to like from, right? If it said they must be returned from the custody from El Salvador, then I would probably say that lines up.
Why don't
more
we just
with
use
argument.
the best reading is it's talking about geographic. You said it already, right? The best reading is that. So why should we detract from the best reading?
Well, because it's the best reading to like our contention doesn't mean that that's the legal reading of it, right?
Well, why should we?
That would be upheld.
Yeah, I guess there could be a reading of it that says United States just means, you know, to a United States person. There could be a reading that says United States there means only the contiguous United States, or there could be a reading that says United States there means, including the territories of the United States. I don't know, but maybe there's some ambiguity in terms of when United States means, whether that means only the states, the 50 states. Does it include DC? Does it there could be ambiguities that could come up, but I think this is all bullshit and stupid. Clearly what's meant, I think, since no one else has raised this, is the return to the geographic United States, at least the contiguous United States, and that's what Pam Bondi says that they're going to do. So why are we doing this?
But I was going to say, just to be clear, I've agreed with that already in the beginning, right? That I do agree that this is the best reading.
So why are you fucking with me?
Because the Trump administration doesn't take things in the best
way.
reading.
I'm disconnecting you. Thank you. Whoa, wait, what do you mean? Hold on. You have 30 seconds. What's up?
That was a joke. Okay, that was a joke.
Yeah.
So the only thing I would point to here, and then we can disconnect after this, because I do agree generally with your reading, and that's how I would argue it on. But yeah, I got it. It just to me, it seems like if it were the case that, let's say El Salvador, right, were to say, all right, here, listen, Abrego Garcia, we've just delivered him to the American embassy in El Salvador, right? And we're saying, well, listen, we've released him from custody in El Salvador, and now he's within the United States jurisdiction. And maybe you can explain this super succinctly, and you're kind of already have, but it just seems to me like that would meet, or if the United States said, hey, listen, return him to our embassy, and you no longer have custody over him, because once he's in our embassy, we're making the decisions over his outcomes and whether we take him to the U.S. or whether we move him from that embassy.
Well, he's still in custody in El Salvador. You agreed?
Maybe. If all the reasoning.
Wait, you said in implied geographic.
Well, remember, we disagreed over whether you're the one asserting that if you're within the embassy of a country, that means that you are still within the jurisdiction.
That's not relevant. Yeah. So you would. Oh, so you're arguing that he would be in the United States in the embassy?
What I'm saying is I'm still agnostic to that.
Oh, okay. Hey, it's a waste of time, bro. Why'd you do this?
What? It's.
Fuck you!
Crap. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Oh, shit. My mic isn't plugged up. No. I'm sorry. 1 second. My mic is, my whole computer's messed up. Give me just 1 second. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. You might have to turn me up.
I don't know about the Carmelo Anthony case.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Yeah, well, I just have an intuition, but yeah, you can hit me. I have 5 more minutes, but sorry, I went too long with this motherfucker.
Yeah, that conversation sounded like AIDS. Can I ask you real quick? I missed the beginning of that. Did you guys know that the Supreme Court did go further than that to actually say that they need to actually bring him back and continue proceedings as though he was never removed? They say that there's they literally say provide adequate notice and promptly arrange an initial informal interview to afford alien an opportunity to respond to the reasons for the revocation stated in the notification. Like, they go well farther than
that's the district court, yeah, not the Supreme Court.
That was the Supreme Court. That was the statement from what was it?
From Sotomayor.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's not the opinion of the court, so it can't be considered it's a holding.
Okay.
It only has 3 sign-ons.
Well, they do say continue as though he was never removed, because that was in the
agreed.
From Zennis was they said the order properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. So that part already says that there's some sort of due process that is implied as well. But okay, so the case with Carmel. So there's he gives the main thing that I think is like my issue is I do think that it's a self-defense case. And I think that because he gives 2 warnings where he reaches into the bag and he says, touch me and see what happens. Like, so Austin Metcalf has already approached Carmelo. Carmelo's sitting down. Him and his twin approach, but his twin is not like actually engaged in the conversation and is kind of standing off to the side. Carmelo, they get into a fight and like, Austin Metcalf's telling him to leave. And so he reaches into his bag and says, touch me and see what happens. And Austin comes up and touches him. And then he says, punch me and see what happens. And that's when Austin grabs him, and that's when he stabs him. My assumption is that the best argument here is going to be that he wasn't trying to kill him, but that he was trying to stop him. And that if somebody touches you right after you say, touch me and see what happens, and then you say, punch me and see what happens, and they go to grab you, that you have a safe assumption they're getting ready to punch you, and that you're just swinging a knife to stop them from doing it. And that he is just trying to hurt him to stop him from doing this.
Yeah, I am like, listen, it could be the case that the fact that, he feels like his life is in danger or he's in danger of serious bodily injury. People think that I'm a little bit of a cuck for saying this, but I think there needs to be proper escalation. And I think that part of these self-defense cases is, in a sense, policymaking in terms of what, is a reasonable response to a given threat. And I think it's a little fucking unhinged to not be like, I'm warning you now, I have a knife, or not to draw the knife as a proper escalation. Like, if that were the case, right, wouldn't it be justified to just shoot him in the chest?
Maybe. I think that it would have been.
If someone says, touch me, see what happens, boom, would that be justified?
Well, I think that him reaching into the bag is implying that there is something there that he will use to defend himself. So I think that is.
It could be something else, it could be knuckles.
It could be, but it also could. It could be a grenade. Like, it could be a lot of things.
True. So like I think I don't know. I think it's a little unhinged. I think that it's preposterous. You just said something like, I don't think stabbing was deadly. I pretty much think that like an attack with a knife should be considered deadly. The application of deadly force. Knives are fucking dangerous as fuck. They kill people very easily. And he stabbed for his heart. I think that's absolutely the use of deadly force. And the question is the use of deadly force under those circumstances justified? And I don't know. I feel like there should have been one more step on the escalatory pathway, which is, I have a knife. I'm not afraid to use it. Don't get closer. And that, I think, would have been the proper step. But how many times in your lifetime, just be honest, have you seen people say, don't fucking touch me? See what happens. See what happens.
A lot.
And it's not a deadly threat. Like 90% of the time. 99% of the time. I just think that's too much. Listen, there could be other facts there. I haven't reviewed the case, but just based on those facts.
Of course.
That's
I'm saying just based on the information we have, because obviously it's going to come down to whether or not this is proportional force. But I think
and they could have been they could have been unlawfully. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, if he instead reached under his shirt like he was reaching for his belt and said, touch me and see what happens. I think like this is a similar case where you're reaching for something where it could be a knife, it could be a gun, and lots of times in those cases people will assume one of those two.
Yeah.
So I think like it's a kind of similar thing to reach into the bag and say, touch me and see what happens.
Yeah, I think like let's say this is Rittenhouse with his assault rifle in full view. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Same facts otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
He comes to touch you. Is he allowed to pop one off?
I think that if he does say the same thing both times, touch me and see what happens.
Touch me, see what happens. I'm brandishing this gun.
I think it is very similar to the Rosenbaum case where Rosenbaum is chasing him and he's reaching out and it looks like he's getting ready to grab the gun. But I think the fact that he's holding a gun in plain view is already the warning and the threat in and of itself. And if somebody continues to attack you anyways, they have the belief that they can overtake you even though you have the gun.
Right.
And so therefore you have to immediately shoot the gun. So I would say, yes, if he's sitting there with a gun, that is already the threat in and of itself. And then, yeah.
So it almost feels like that's not present here. Like, Rittenhouse was running away, right? He was exhausting in some sense his remedies. He was trying to escape, and the guy was chasing him, showing an insistence and a willingness to go after someone who's fucking carrying a gun. And those remedies feel like they have not been exhausted by the guy with the knife. Listen, other facts could emerge. There could be some unlawful instigation that would get rid of the self-defense.
I agree, but Texas is a stand your ground state, so that aspect wouldn't even apply.
Yeah, maybe not the specifically duty to retreat component to it, but I still think that there's a need to have a proportional response to a threat. And in this case, use of deadly force, even in Texas, is only justified as against, except for certain cases of property damage, not at issue here, and certain other felonies, not at issue here, in response to threats of death or serious bodily injury. And so the question is, was there, and it needs to be the reasonable use of force. So was there a deadly threat on his life? Did he think that there was a deadly threat on his life? That's number one.
Or like a severe bodily injury.
Or severe bodily. Did he reasonably think that there was a imminent fear, right, of serious bodily injury and or death? That's going to be a question. And then was the force, in response reasonable? And I think, given the fact that he had a knife, he had time to talk about it, he had time to warn and draw it and brandish it. I think stabbing right away as the first thing is a little fucking unhinged.
Yeah, I think it's not a good idea, but I do think that it's a reasonable fear of bodily injury, and I don't think that there's going to be any sort of intent to kill him. I think that it likely is that he was trying to defend himself. Well, even afterwards in the car, he asked if he was okay. That he said the cop wrote in the police report that he asked if he was okay, and that he was saying that he was very upset when he found out that the kid died.
Who cares? Right? I don't care about that. If you stab someone, I assume if you're stabbing someone, except for special circumstances, in the chest area, in an instant, you've made a decision to intentionally use deadly force. And I'm not going to the same thing could be said at a gun. If someone points a trigger of a gun at a person, knowing it's loaded, I'm going to assume that there's an intent to kill. Same thing with a knife towards most parts of the body, but especially to the chest.
Does it have to be that there's an intent to kill, or that they're willing to live with that circumstance as like a possibility?
I would say it would be you probably need an intent to kill for murder. So these are the elements of, you need malice, right? You need malice.
Right.
Causing the death of another person, which the knife did, with malice aforethought. And malice can be generated by intent to kill, or knowledge that you're practically certain to kill someone in those circumstances. And so at a bare minimum, I think it should be some kind of manslaughter, and which is a felony. But in general, I think if you're stabbing someone in the chest with a knife, I'm going to assume, unless you have really good evidence of some other intent there, I'm going to assume an intent to kill.
Yeah, I mean, even with the intent to kill, I just think that he did have a reasonable fear of severe bodily injury, not just with the one person escalating things, but the fact that his twin was just a couple steps away as well. And the Austin was the one who continued escalating by approaching him in the first place, telling him to get up and leave, then assaulting him twice. I think that there's obviously a reasonable fear of bodily injury there. And
yeah, that could sway me, right? That could sway me if they knew these kids, if these kids have a reputation. But I think they're like honor students or something, but that doesn't mean that they're not.
I believe they don't know each other. They're from different schools. They may know of each other because they both play football as well, and they both run track against each other. But they don't really know each other. How many times does that happen,
Tom? Right? In the daily life of a kid, how many times is it the case that you find a couple kids from out of town, they come towards you and say, "Hey, we don't like your." That happens all the time, bro. I just hate this. That to me is too far gone. Now, if they start wailing on him and beating on him, it sucks that we're in a situation where you think like, well, does he have to withstand the attack? Well, probably not. But the simple thing to do is brandish the knife, right? You have time to brandish the knife, right? You have time to brandish the knife because you're talking to him. And so again, there could be other circumstances that change my mind on this, but if you have time to be like, hey, punch me, see what happens, punch me, see what happens, you clearly know you have the knife. You clearly know he's approaching. You clearly have the time to brandish it and say, do not approach me or I will stab you. And then I think you have a better case. But I don't know, man. Just given those circumstances, maybe it's a different case if they're already on him, beating him. Okay, maybe you can take the knife and you can defend yourself, and maybe then I don't have a problem. But when you have the time to raise that, I think that's too far gone, and this happens too often for this to be the general rule. Unless there's other circumstances here, and I think the fact that they don't know him is even worse. If they knew him and they had a reputation of these boys, they jump on people, they caught, they got this person, this other person. That to me is just like, I don't like that shit, and I don't like the notion of, well, just because he asked about the health after, of course he's going to do self-serving statements afterwards that help his case afterwards. That doesn't help me at all. But when you stab someone in the fucking chest, I'm going to assume you're going to try to kill him, or at least hurt him really, really fucking badly, such that your death is almost, is a practical certainty or very, very likely to occur. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not very sympathetic to that. And I just think that it didn't have to escalate like that. And if he had brandished the knife, I think that would be very different. And unfortunately, when this, it's very easy to Monday morning quarterback the situations. And self-defense cases are like that. You have to sort of very unnaturally compartmentalize these cases into different time periods, when of course it's a very fluid dynamic situation. But compare this to the Rittenhouse case. In the Rittenhouse case, he's already open carrying the gun. So the deadly threat is there. He's already running away. I'm not saying that you have a duty to run away, but that's one factor that I will consider in terms of whether the force escalation was in fact reasonable. If he had an opportunity, he had, in the Rittenhouse case, he didn't really have time to do anything else. He didn't really have, he was, I don't know if he was yelling something. Here, I think you have time, he's saying stuff to him. He doesn't have the kind of open deadly force, carrying situation, which would put the other person on notice to have proper force escalation. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like the defense of it. In general, I just think it's kind of fucked up. And I'm going to wait to see the facts. I'm going to wait to see the case. And there could be things that change the opinion, but my early kind of feels on it is I don't like it.
Yeah, okay. I do disagree with the proportionality, but I know you got to go. So I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
And if let's say it comes out because race has been brought up by Carmelo's lawyers over and over. And so if it turned out that he says his parents have been talking forever about how dangerous white people are. They're always talking about how they're oppressing black people, that they're always beating them up, white cops are always killing black people, shit like this, and that his parents have really heightened his fear of white people to where he was more likely to act like this. Are we making it more reasonable for him, or is it about the reasonability for everybody?
So it's both subjective and objective, but the subjective isn't enough. It may lead to an imperfect self-defense claim, so it might downgrade it potentially from a murder to a manslaughter. If you're a particularly sensitive victim, let's say that you have PTSD, right? And someone goes and approaches you and to put their hand on your shoulder because they think something's wrong with you, and then you shoot them in response, right? But let's say that you were genuinely in fear for your life, but you weren't reasonably in fear for your life, but you were genuinely in fear for your life. That's not going to be, I'm also going to give you an imperfect self-defense. So we force the people who use self-defense, think about what self-defense is, deadly self-defense. It's the right to summarily execute someone. And so when you're using that power, the law imposes on you the duty not just to be in subjective fear for your life, but in objectively reasonable fear for your life. As a reasonable citizen would in those circumstances. And I don't think that enforced prejudice by your parents is something that most people will consider to be objectively reasonable. And I wouldn't consider it to be objectively reasonable. And I wouldn't consider it for whether or not, the perfect defense of self-defense is available. I just don't think that that's something that should be considered with respect to objectivity.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I do think because of the stand your ground laws, I do think they're trying to remove him. It's obvious they're trying to force him to leave, and by grabbing him, it seems as though yes, they are continuing to escalate. They've assaulted him twice. He has threatened them twice. I think that there's a lot there that says that it's a. I would say I'm like at like a 51-49, but
you reminded me just there. If they're saying like you better leave. Doesn't it seem more likely that their intent is to force you out as opposed to make you like die or in serious bodily injury, right? He didn't actually punch him, right? He just touched him.
Yes, he didn't actually punch him, but like I said, I think it is reasonable after he said, touch me and find out what happens, and he touches him, and then he says, punch me and see what happens. No, but as soon as he grabs him, it is like it makes everybody would believe that he is getting ready to punch him now.
I don't know about that. I don't know, man. I don't like it. It smells funky to me. I don't like it. But let's talk about it later when some of the facts come out, and we'll follow the case.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, brother.
Yep. Have a good one.
Peace out.
Later. Okay. Yeah. No, he did not punch him. He touched him and grabbed him. So the touch might have been a push. I don't know. Like, also, I think the fact that he's sitting down and Austin is standing up, this already adds like a level of threat where he is more like intimidating here. Then the fact that there's two of them. Then the fact that Austin has continued escalating things by approaching in the first place, telling him to get up, touching him, grabbing him. The fact that there's two of them, the fact that he's standing up, that he's sitting down, he's minding his business, he's inserting himself into his business. Yeah, I think that these are all things that just compile on top of each other to where it makes sense that he's going to have a reasonable fear for his life at that point. But what's up, Trev?
How's it going, bub?
How's it going?
Sorry, I had to pause the video. Yeah,
that's a good idea.
The Carmelo Anthony thing. You had every opportunity to leave.
He doesn't have to leave.
Why is he in another team's tent?
There's
that's
only
the one
two
thing
tents and it was raining.
Yes, I understand that. I get that there's multiple tents. It's raining. There's two teams. He's from another high school. Anthony's from another high school.
Yeah, they're at a county meet that was not at like a high school. It was at just a
Why didn't he go back
field.
to his team's tent?
I don't think there was one. There were only two tents. And there were like 5-6 teams there. So
Joe, I don't want to shoot Tom. How many times do I have to disprove this? Tom, I like you. You're a good dude. I like talking with you. You're good with discussion. Joe, I don't want to shoot Tom. Okay.
He wants to shoot me.
Back to... Sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, when it comes to Carmelo, it sounds like he just... He went into another tent, and they said, hey, bub, you're not supposed to be here. You need to go back to your tent. And he's like, touch me and find out what happens.
No. There's more. We know more happened. We just don't know what was said. So he says you have to go back to your tent, and an argument happens there. We just don't know what exactly is said in that argument. But we know at some point, Melo says, touch me and see what happens, right? If he says this with like Austin standing like 15 feet away from him, then it's obviously Melo who's escalating this. But it's unlikely that he would say that out of nowhere. So it is likely that Austin is continuing to get closer to him and kind of like doing it in an intimidating and threatening way where he's like, walking up on him. And so, yeah, okay. I like with that assumed, like, cause I could be totally wrong. And it could be just Melo yelling across like the field, touch me and see what happens. You better not. Like it could be the case.
Right. But in all honesty, Tom, you were in prison, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I don't hold that against you. That's fine. Everyone fucks up. But to be honest with you, if I were ever in a situation where somebody's like, "Hey, you need to leave," first thing I'm doing is I'm looking and I'm like, okay. I'll just
unless
find my way
you
out.
have. That's not true. If somebody comes to your house and tells you to leave, are you just going to find your way out?
No, but if I'm not supposed to be somewhere,
yes, he was allowed to be there.
I'm not supposed to be somewhere. I'm gonna fucking leave.
Hold on. He was allowed to be there. The tent was on the bleachers. It was not this like tent that was like had its own chairs and all of its own shit under it. It was a tent that was put on top of the bleachers. The bleachers are there for everybody. The bleachers are there for anyone and everyone to sit on. And they just happen to put their
why would you walk into another team's tent?
I just said, do you remember the answer I gave you the last time you asked me this? I can't do this argument again where you're going to keep like circling around like asking the same questions over.
I remember what you said.
His team doesn't have a tent and it was raining. It's raining at the time. So he goes under their tent and sits down out of the rain.
So he had the option to leave to go to the second tent. He chose not to.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to. And Austin is not in charge. If you want to get into that, Austin has no authority over him whatsoever. Austin cannot come over and tell him what to do whatsoever. He's not an authority figure here.
Tom, it's not who's in charge. It's, hey, bub, you're not supposed to be over here.
No, because you're doing this thing where yes, but that's what you're saying. You're saying he's not supposed to be there, but that's just bullshit. 1, 2, you're doing this thing where you keep acting like Mello should have done this, Mello should have done that. Why not Austin? Austin's the one who's escalating everything. Austin is the one who is making this worse over and over. But there's no, not that too. I'm saying that we can't just do this like if what he should have done, blah blah blah, because it comes down to like the law, and the law says you are allowed to stand your ground and that you do not have to leave if you are legally allowed to be there. That people cannot force you.
You have a legal obligation to try to remove yourself from.
No, you do not. That's literally what.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. That's literally
even when
what
you
stand your ground. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking.
I'm listening
a stand
to
your
you,
ground
bud.
A stand your ground state means you do not have to retreat. That's what that means. It means you do not have to retreat. There's like 3 states in the country. I think it's Florida, Texas. I can't remember the third one, but there's 3 states that have stand your ground laws. And that means you do not have any duty to retreat whatsoever.
I might cut out.
Tom, you're ignoring the proportionality. I'm not. He's not making that. I'm not ignoring anything. He's just not making that argument. And I was willing to get into that argument with Pisco, but he had to leave, so. Tom, as usual, wants to pick and choose his laws to follow, same with illegals, but the other side must follow to the letter. I am arguing the law here. I'm not arguing that they can do whatever they want. I'm literally arguing the law. So that's a fucking dumb argument to say he wants to pick and choose. No, I don't want to pick and choose. I'm only making an argument about the law. If I was making an argument that he doesn't have to follow the law, then you would have an argument. But I'm not making that argument. I'm making the argument that he is following the law. You might disagree with it because you don't know as much about it, but I am arguing that he has to follow the law to the letter of the law. That is my argument. Yep. Travis. But you don't care about the weapon. What do you mean? You just heard me talk about the weapon. What do you mean? I literally just finished talking about the weapon with Pisco. What are you talking about? I don't care about the weapon. What does that mean? What do you mean I don't care about the weapon? What does that mean? All right, well, I got somebody else in waiting. Latavian, how's it going?
Oh. Wait, were you just talking to Trev Stickles?
Yeah, but his mic is messing up right now.
Okay, well, I could hear him in waiting room. So.
Oh, is it? Well, oh, all right. Hold on. Let me see if it's working.
So yeah, I was gonna
quick.
say if you wanna try to keep talking the.
Yeah, let me see if his is working real quick. Trev, is it working yet?
Yo, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. All right, Lita, I'll move you back to waiting room and I'll pull you back in after. Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay, so yes, I'm saying
that was probably me. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so I'm saying that stand your ground laws mean that you have no duty to retreat, and so the idea that you just said he has to at least try to remove himself. No, it literally means he does not have to remove himself, and that he is allowed to just stand his ground.
No, Tom. Remove and retreat are two different things. They're way separate. To remove yourself from a situation where escalation, you don't have to escalate. There is no reason to escalate. You can just, okay, you're right, I can leave. That's not retreating. That's
yes, it is. That's what retreat is.
No, it is not.
Yes,
retreating means fleeing, means running away.
No, it means
that's what retreat means.
All of the things you're saying are exactly the same thing.
No, they are not.
Yes,
if me and you were to meet at a bar and you're like, I'm gonna punch you in the face, and I go, okay, bub, have a good night, and I walk away, that's not retreating. Retreating is you are attacking me and I am running away.
Yes, we already agree that Austin is the one who is escalating things. To remove yourself is to retreat. It says the definition right here. Retreat can refer to several things, but generally it involves a period of withdrawal or seclusion for a specific purpose. You are saying you want him to withdraw for a specific purpose. You are asking him to retreat.
No. Removal and with.
Okay, I don't care about the word retreat. What you're saying is something that literally in the law says he does not have to do. So I'm just telling you, whatever you're describing, that is what the law says he doesn't have to do. So that's that.
Also, another thing. Why would you have a knife on school grounds?
Lots of athletes do. It's a common thing to.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Come on.
Yes. They do.
That's like the biggest cop out I've ever heard.
Okay, I was on a debate panel about this the other day, and 4 or 5 different guys on there all said that they all brought knives to games for football. So others said for track as well. So
how many?
There were like 4 or 5 people. There was a total of like 10 people on the panel.
Okay, so 10 people. They said that they brought knives to a football
4 or 5
game.
people. 4 or 5 people on the panel said that they brought knives, and
okay. So would you not agree that withdrawing implies movement backward? Just to withdraw.
I don't care. I don't want to get into the semantics.
Why
of the
don't
word
you
retreat.
care? This is what matters.
It doesn't. You're getting into a semantic difference. I'm telling you that the words that you are using, what you are asking him to do is what they don't have to do. That is what I'm telling you. He does not have to remove himself from the scenario where the other person is escalating. He does not have to remove himself. Stand your ground.
How did he escalate? By asking him to move himself from a tent? That's not escalation.
Yes.
That's a simple request.
No, it is not.
It's a simple request.
Okay, so what if
Bub,
it's not a
you're
request?
supposed to be
What
in
if
this
it's a
tent. Can
demand?
you please go somewhere?
Yeah, you're assuming that's what he said. From what the affidavits is that he told him to leave. So you're making up new information. He told him to leave.
Okay, so when you say told him to leave,
that is a demand.
A demand, a request. If he said you're not supposed to be here, is that a demand or a request? It's a demand.
That is
correct?
a statement. That
Okay,
is just
it's a statement. It could be interpreted as a demand or a request.
Yeah,
correct?
sure. Well, no.
Okay, so if I say, "Hey,
No,
Bob,
it would
you're not
just be a
supposed to be
statement
here.
or a demand.
You
but-
need to go. You need to go somewhere." Okay, that's
Yeah.
a little bit of a demand.
Okay, and I
He
say
said
no.
you're not supposed to be here.
Okay,
This
and,
isn't
and
your
I say
tent.
no. Okay, and I say no.
Okay.
All right.
You still need to
And then
leave.
you go and get.
You're not supposed
no,
to be
you
here.
go.
Can
No,
you
you're
please
not
go
supposed
find
to be
yourself
telling me
another
what
tent?
to do. You go find yourself an adult or an authority figure to come back and tell me that I have to leave. But you are not in
But that
charge
didn't
of me.
happen.
You're a student.
Now you're making
No,
up
it didn't.
hypothetical things.
No, I'm not. I'm saying no. I'm not making up hypothetical things. I'm saying this is an escalation. Him just by himself coming up and telling him that he has to leave is an escalation. Him acting as though he can tell somebody
That's
else
not
what
an
to
escalation. It's a fucking request.
do. It's not a request. Stop saying that. It's a demand.
It is a request.
It's not. It is a
You know how many
demand.
times I've been, dude? I play pool all the
Okay,
fucking time.
I can't do this with you, bro.
I'm like, Bubba,
really, I can't.
You're
I
not
can't do
supposed to
this
be
with
on
you.
my table. This is my table. You need to go. It's a
Okay,
request.
I can't do this. I can't do this with you. I can't.
Okay.
I can't do this with you.
Why?
Because you're making
going
up
on?
your own definitions for words. I can't do this with you. You're
I'm not
tell
making up
me
definitions
that
of words,
you
Tom. I'm just telling you what I would do.
No, you're not. You
I
are
wouldn't
arguing
pull
that.
a
Stop!
knife on
Stop
you.
talking! Stop talking. You are not arguing what you would do. You are making an argument that this is just a simple request. You are using this rhetorical language to to minimize what it is that is actually happening, where it is not a simple request. He is making a demand that he is not in a position to make. So he is, by de facto, escalating things in and of itself. That is an escalation. There is no other way to look at that. That is an escalation.
If you were in the wrong spot at the wrong time, somebody told you to leave, would you not leave?
If you're sitting on a subway, okay? You're sitting on a subway.
Mm-hmm.
There's tons of seats there. The whole train is
Okay.
empty, and it's you and one other person. And that one other person comes up to you and tells you to get out of that chair. That's their chair. Do you have to get up?
No, but it would be the polite
Okay, hold
thing
on.
to
Wait,
do.
hold on. And it when I'm telling you that's my chair, you need to leave. Am I making a simple request or am I making a demand?
You're making a demand, but the polite thing to do, if somebody comes up to you and says, to get out of my spot.
That's fine. I can agree with
Okay.
what the polite thing to
All
do
right,
is.
bub,
It's
I'll
not
move
relevant
over.
to the law.
It's not.
Nowhere in the law does it say you have to do the polite thing. It is not there.
No,
There's
you
nowhere
don't
in the law
have
that
to do
says
the
you have
polite
to.
thing. That is
Okay,
what you're
so-
supposed to do.
Okay,
Be
I don't care.
polite.
Again, I as I said, I'm arguing about the law. I don't want to argue about our fifis.
Okay,
If we want to
let's
argue about,
argue
our
about
fifis,
the
yeah,
law.
he should have done something else.
Yes, even Anthony's father said he should have done something different. I'm not arguing that.
I don't.
He shouldn't have confronted him. He should have just left it be. It's raining. What's the fucking problem? But at the same time, when somebody asks you, "Hey, bub, you're not supposed to be here," and I don't know what he said to him exactly, but from my understanding of the police reports and what had happened in witness statements, is he asked him to go somewhere else. That's all he asked him to do. I want to know what his team said to him, to what Anthony said, or what Carnello said to his team. I want to know what those witness statements are, because we haven't seen those yet. I would love to see those.
Okay.
But just because somebody touches you doesn't give you the right to just straight up murder them. That is not
Well,
that's not how it
by
works.
definition, if you're going to call it murder, then necessarily it's
okay,
wrong.
Kill
but
them. Okay, kill them. It doesn't give you the right to just kill them. It doesn't give you the right to viciously assault them. If somebody just touches you, pushes you, it doesn't give you the right to violently kill them. That's not how that works. That's not self-defense.
They are assaulting you, though. Like, and he assaulted him twice as the person who is continuing to escalate things, and coming up and grabbing him is an escalation.
He put his hands on me, correct?
Yes.
Put his hands on me. Okay. Then I'm going to punch him. Or I'm going to push him.
Okay, what if...
I'm going to push him back.
Yeah, what if he is 10 times bigger than you? What if he is Hulk Hogan?
I'm going to punch him, and I'm going to push him back.
So you're going to punch Hulk Hogan when you know that all he has to do is punch you once and you might die. But you're going to punch him instead and just hope for the best and see what happens.
But I don't think there's a man on this planet that can punch me one time and kill me.
Okay, well, let's assume he can.
That's fiction.
Let's assume he can.
Okay, let's assume that he can. Okay, I'm going to leave. I'm just going to leave.
Yeah, again, we're not talking about what you would do. We're talking about the law. You just said we're talking about the law.
We're talking about the law. Okay, man's 10 feet tall, 10 feet, something that's never happened in human existence. He pushes me and tells me I got to go. Well,
yes.
Hope you like your ball sack because it's about to be removed because I'm going to hit the fuck out of it.
Oh.
Turn that motherfucker into a goddamn beanbag. Dig it. But since there's never been a 10-foot tall man, I'm just going to walk away.
Okay, I don't care what you're going
to. Okay,
here, I can't. Bub. Yeah, I can't keep doing this. You keep going back and forth from like we're trying to talk about the law. You keep talking about what you would do. I don't care what you would do. It's not. Okay,
let's talk about the law. The law.
Oh my
10-foot tall man. 10-foot tall man comes up and pushes me.
He's too drunk for this conversation.
Do I have a right to defend myself? Yes, I do. But I have to go to the level of which he went to. So he puts hands on me. I can put hands on him. That's it. I don't get to pull a gun. I don't get to pull a knife. I can't just blast the motherfucker.
Did you think that
that's not
Kyle
how self-defense works?
Did you think that Kyle Rittenhouse was innocent?
No, and yes.
Wait, there's what? It's what? Did you think Kyle Rittenhouse was innocent? Yes or no?
Did you? Did you think that Kyle Rittenhouse was innocent?
Answer the question.
I will answer the question. Answer the question first, and I'll answer.
Yes, Kyle was obviously innocent.
Yes,
okay.
He was. He was attacked. He retreated multiple times. Ran almost more than 100 fucking meters from the site he was attacked on. Fired shots only when it was necessary, and only when he was in danger. Was hit in the head with a skateboard, fired a shot at the guy that hit him with a skateboard.
Okay, hold on. Stop.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. I went on
all that matters. Sorry. All that matters is the very first shooting, right? If he murdered the first person, everybody else would have been justified in trying to stop him afterwards to some extent, possibly.
Correct.
But the very first one, the person who was chasing him, they reached out and touched him. They hadn't even touched him yet. According to the courts, they ruled that he hadn't even touched him yet, and they had another angle that showed that he never actually touched Kyle. Yet he was allowed to shoot him, right? So he got chased, and the guy reached for him, and he was allowed to shoot him.
Hold on. Your remembrance of events are completely different than mine, because from what I remember, one of the attackers hit him and he started to run.
Hold on. I said the first one. The first person is Rosenbaum. The first person was well before there was a mob chasing him. The mob chased him after he shot the first person because he shot the first person. The first person is the one who just reached out, he shot him, and then Kyle ran, and then a mob chased him, and then they kicked him and hit him with a skateboard and pulled a gun on him and all sorts of other things. These happen after. The very first
who was
person
the fourth
is...
body?
What?
Who was the fourth body? I don't know what name. What was the name of the fourth body in the Rittenhouse?
I didn't say anything about a fourth body. I don't know what you're talking about. There were
okay. What was
two people
he shot
who died?
Somebody and then ran.
Yes, that was called
Rittenhouse.
That was Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum is the very first person who was attacking him.
Yes.
Who was chasing him through the gas station parking lot. That person did not touch him, but they just reached out and he shot that person. According to your logic, he only gets to do to that person what they have done to him. So he can just turn around and chase them back.
Who was the first person that touched him? Who was the first person? I don't know who you're talking about. Are you talking about Rosenbaum?
Yes, I said I was talking about Rosenbaum like 3 times already.
Okay,
yes.
So he was the first person to touch him.
No, Rosenbaum didn't touch him.
That's what you're saying.
No, Rosenbaum did not touch him.
Okay, so who was the first person?
The person who kicked him in the chest. Well, actually, there was a person running down the road while Kyle was running after he shot Rosenbaum. Somebody tried to swinging like a rock or something maybe at his head and knocked his hat off his head. They just barely touched him maybe, but it doesn't matter who the first person is to touch him. All that matters is that Rosenbaum didn't touch him. Your logic is I only get to do to them what they have done to me. So therefore, Kyle, when Rosenbaum is chasing him, all Kyle gets to do to Rosenbaum is chase him and maybe throw a bag and miss horribly.
No, if you're chasing somebody down while you're actively trying to get away from them, you are actively retreating, getting away from them, and they are continuously pursuing you, telling you they're gonna fucking kill you.
Right.
That is not the same.
Wait, I didn't say it's the same.
That is not even close to being the same.
I didn't say it's the same. So we agree. You get to escalate when you feel you are in danger. You do not just do to them what they are doing to you, as you are saying. No, you get to escalate to protect yourself. Yes?
In a situation, yes. But
in a situation where you
time,
have a fear for your life or of severe bodily injury. That is where...
How are you in fear of your life if somebody asks you to leave? I want you to explain that to me.
Yeah, so two people, twins, are standing there. At least the twin, the other twin is somewhere close. Then somebody, Austin Metcalf, who is not in charge, who has no reason to be telling you what to do, is obviously out of place by walking up and demanding things of you.
Is your ego bruised?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're talking about the law. Stop, dude. Okay. If you do this one more time, I gotta hang up the call. Okay. I can't keep flip flopping with your feelings on this. Okay. We're talking about the law, or we're talking about your feelings. I don't want to.
Okay, we're talking about the law. Okay,
we're talking about the law. So, the two people are there in the vicinity to where at least it makes sense that he would have a reasonable fear of two people fighting him. One of them is making demands of you and telling you to leave, was out of place, not his job, he's not an authority figure, and that is obviously an escalation in and of itself, right? If we were in school, another student comes up and starts making demands of us, we would immediately be like, "What? Who the hell do they think they are? What the fuck is going on here?" So then,
can you leave?
It doesn't matter.
Continue. I'm sorry.
Then you after an argument, you say, "Touch me and see what happens." And they come up and touch you. Maybe shoved you, maybe pushed you, I don't know. But they come up and touch you. Maybe they just poked you. Who knows? Then you say, "Punch me and see what happens." And they grab you. Okay? I think at that point, it is reasonable to assume they're about to punch you. Now, as I said, if there's two people, and maybe they're both a lot bigger than you, it is reasonable to assume you may be getting attacked by two people, you may be getting jumped, and that you swing a knife to try to defend yourself. Now, at that point, you are trying to stop them from encroaching on you, from assaulting you anymore, and from continuing to escalate further.
Okay, Tom, let's start from the beginning. I walk in, 2 guys tell me, you gotta go. One guy is really assertive about it. He's like, you gotta go. Why didn't I just leave?
Okay, I'm
hold on. No, I'm using your argument. Why didn't I just go? Why didn't I just leave? Now I'll.
Latavian, how's it going, homie?
Hey, buddy. It has been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Okay, I've been deep diving into diplomatic missions and shit. But basically, my main argument from the Pisco stream was whether or not the effectuate means to return to the U.S. geography or returns to the U.S. jurisdiction.
I think that Zinnis clarified effectuate. So the Supreme Court said that they need to clarify effectuate. They seem to be fine with what was the other term? It was facilitate. They seem fine with facilitate, but they didn't like effectuate, and they wanted Zinnis to clarify effectuate. So when they sent them back to Zinnis, Zinnis said, all I want is for you guys to give me evidence that you are attempting to get Abrego Garcia returned to the United States. That was the statement from Zinnis, is I just need evidence that you are attempting to facilitate his return. And so that was the clarification on effectuate.
Yeah, and I'm 100% in understanding and agreement with that. The entire position that I'm taking / have taken is relative to what does it mean to facilitate his return to the United States, and that's where it got like super hung up into like the who has the jurisdiction versus like the territory and what's implied. And to me, it feels relatively natural to say like, well, to facilitate the return to XYZ means to like bring them or put them into the jurisdiction of that thing. So like if you have to facilitate the return to the United States, it means you have to put them back under the jurisdiction of the United States.
Well, that's why I mentioned that they went farther than that by mentioning that they have to make it as though he had never been removed illegally in the first place, right? So that was the part. It says the rest of the district court's order remains in effect but requires clarification on remand. The order properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. So that says he has to be here. And then
does it?
Yes, I would say for sure.
And I'll admit this, I'm being incredibly pedantic here.
Yes,
right?
Of course. Yeah.
But like,
the reason I wish you had said this to Pisco, but when you're saying you're being incredibly pedantic, that he's acting as though this is just like an unreasonable argument that has no like utility to it. But the obvious reason to me is that this is what we expect the Trump administration to do. We expect them to be as pedantic and as creative with the words that are being used as possible to get away with as much as they possibly can. And so this is an argument that they would likely make.
Yeah, and I'm wanting to like, if there's like an easy defeater to this argument, I want to know what it is because I want to be able to like, boom, this is the defeater to it.
But that is the part that I think is the defeater and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. So this is saying his case has other things that are involved here that you did not do. You did not take him through due process. You did not give him a fair warning. You did not give him the ability to.
But not, to me, none of this actually addresses the position I'm taking.
Which is?
None of the counterpoint addresses this, right? like, sir, so even to say, like, you have to provide him with all the process to which he would have been entitled had he not been unlawfully removed to El Salvador. But what is that process?
So the Supreme Court already ruled that, because it seems as though he was removed under the Alien Enemies Act with everybody else. The Alien Enemies Act.
Assume he's in the United States right now. What is the process?
That Alien Enemies Act says that they have to give, they have to have a warrant. They have to give fair warning that, like, this is what's happening, and they have to give him time to challenge his detainment. So the idea within the Alien Enemies Act is they thought we can just remove people with zero due process because it's the Alien Enemies Act. The Supreme Court said, no, you have to give them the ability to file a habeas petition that says that they are challenging their detainment. And so this means that they're not automatically going to schedule a court case for you. You have to petition to get a court case for yourself.
But in the inverse, right? Like, if you don't create the court case, then you're just
yes. Then you're adios amigos.
So like when we say like, yeah, you have the ability to like challenge your case and get notice. In what fashion does that require you to be in the United States, geographically, physically located?
This was actually a part of that case. Is that if you listen to the Supreme Court case, one of the lawyers argues that people are capable of filing habeas petitions from El Salvador, and the judges say there's no way that's actually true. Like, how would we go about that? And they didn't really end up getting into the details because it just didn't make sense, and I'm pretty sure they just moved on to a different argument without clarifying. But I don't think that because in order for them to file a habeas petition and actually get hearings, they would have to have those hearings here.
Well, that's not what the Supreme Court said, though, right?
They didn't say that specifically, no.
But like, because the Supreme Court taking the case at all, as I immediately agreed with within the Pisco conversation, is them asserting the jurisdiction to handle this case.
Correct, but the Boasberg had already ruled that they weren't supposed to remove people until their habeas petitions had been heard, and the Supreme Court agreed with them on this, which is why they were. Which is why they got in trouble for this.
So you're right. You're saying you're positing an entirely different argument than anything Pisco said. You're saying the habeas petition. So you're saying that you have to be able to file the habeas petition. It is only possible to file the habeas petition within U.S. jurisdiction, because then you're within the U.S. and you're applying it. You're applying it to whatever the jurisdiction you're under, and then it gets filtered through whatever the court system in that region is. And thus, if you're not within the United States physically, geographically, then it's impossible to give a habeas petition. And so since the Supreme Court is ordering that they have the right to a habeas petition, ipso facto, they must be within the United States in order to have the habeas petition.
Correct.
Okay. Understand that. Follow-up question, which I don't know the answer to, which I felt like I said multiple times in that conversation, which I also don't think Pisco knows. I don't think he knows this question, but he was acting like he was.
Also, and I want to add to that just real quick, that case was initially filed by 5 defendants, and when they filed their habeas petitions, they were actually filing to file a habeas petition. So it wasn't even that they were able to file a habeas petition. They sued to be able to file a habeas petition. And when they did that, the planes took off, right, against Boasberg's orders. The planes took off, but none of those planes...
No, the planes had taken off beforehand.
Some of them had. Some of them hadn't. But the point is that the none of those planes contained those 5 people. Those 5 people did not get deported as they were scheduled to.
Yeah, well, actually, sorry. The original petition was for 5 specific people that weren't there, and he would order that they not be removed, and they were not removed. The 200 people that were sent separately from the 5 people, they had been launched before Boasberg had issued saying, do not send them away. And if
he had kind of he had given his verbal order before the planes took off.
Familiar with
he hadn't given the written order yet, but the
verbal order is still absolutely sacrosanct for you have to obey.
Yes, which is why he's found them in contempt, is because they did do it after he gave his order.
He has not found them in. He has found started cause that they're in contempt.
Yes, he started a contempt investigation, which the circuit court has put on pause. That's not the same thing as
finding them in contempt.
Sure.
No. So finding probable cause is not the same thing as finding.
Sure, you're not wrong, but it seems as though the only reason he's found probable cause is that he has to find out who that probable cause applies to, not that he doesn't actually know, because that's all you need to file. That's all. No, it's not. It's literally in the circuit court ruling. But you in order to charge someone, you only need probable cause. They just don't know who they're charging, because the problem with a contempt case is that it's a criminal case. You can't just apply it to like the entire administration or the entire government or the federal government or anything like that. It's a
yes and no, right? But his order specifically allowed, this is separate from the conversation we're just having, but his order specifically stated either you must remedy the situation that's causing the probable cause for what the fuck we're just saying, the contempt of court, or provide me the names of the people who did actually.
Correct. Correct. Which is the point.
There's an and or there, right? He's saying either the administration like fixes the issue that caused it. They become in contempt of court, right? Like they actually follow the court rulings and then everything gets resolved. Or tell me who are the people that ordered not to follow the court rulings. That's technically the order that's currently standing. That is the investigation that he's providing currently with the administration.
Okay, I thought it was that he wanted to know who was the person who ordered the planes take off, because that is what the contempt is for, not that they refused to provide evidence of
that he does want to know that, because it's
I understand, but I'm talking about which one
they absolutely committed contempt.
I understand, but I'm saying which one this contempt charge applies to. I thought this one applied to who gave the order of telling the planes to take off, not whether or not they gave evidence as to who it was.
Yeah, I could be wrong here. My understanding is that he gave 2 options, right? You either remedy the contempt of court, you resolve the situation, and thus there's no contempt happening anymore. You're doing the things that I ordered, or administration provide me the people that directly said and ordered do not follow my court ruling. That's my understanding of what's currently happening in the current request of the government.
Because the remedy part implies that it's not the planes taking off, and that instead it's whether or not they gave evidence, because you can't remedy.
Taking off, it's not at all relevant, because he had been told the planes had taken off already.
I understand, but as soon as they took off,
was you have to return the planes to the U.S.
Yes, but is that the remedy? Is returning the planes, or is it them giving him evidence of who gave the order? What is the remedy there?
Okay. That I do not.
Okay.
All I had read was that there's an either-or situation, which is either remedy the situation or tell me who exactly said ignore the judge's orders. Who the fuck said ignore the fucking court ruling? That's what he wants to know. Yeah. Or you remedy the order. Now it could be the case that remedy the order is impossible, and thus he's just asking who the fuck did this shit? who did the actual contempt. That's entirely possible. But that was my understanding. I could be wrong. But that's
so my point is that those 5 people were not removed from the United States, even though they didn't even have a habeas petition yet. They were filing to be able to sue for a habeas petition, and they still did not remove them as scheduled. So they still
but that was only because a judge had that was only because a judge had ordered the Trump administration not to remove those specific 5 people before they were removed.
Possibly. I don't know.
That is the timeline. That is actually the timeline. That's
so
not even
so they were
that was
so they were scheduled to leave, and they took them off the flight logs after the judge said do not remove them.
correct.
Okay. All right. I hadn't seen that. Okay.
And then the administration, and this is part of the argument that the plaintiffs have, was clearly this reasoning applies to anyone you're removing. You had just said we were going to remove. The administration just said we were removing these 5 people under this act, and that's why the initial petition was, "Hey, listen, you can't use the Alien Enemies Act to deport anyone, and they're trying to deport these 5 people. Stop these 5 people from being deported." And that was the initial ruling to say, stay, hey, don't deport these 5 people from the Alien Enemies Removal Act, because that was all they had claimed they were going to do at the time. Then when the administration said, we were going, listen, okay, fine, we're not going to deport these 5 people. Also, we're deporting these 200 other people. Like, that was what was happening. And then the same people that said you can't deport the 5 people, they registered a petition to say, grant the emergency stay against this class. And so what Boasberg did was he granted the stay against the class. Anyone you were looking to deport, like the Venezuelans, under this Enemy Aliens Act, like justification, they're a class, you can't remove them. Now, the issue is that the Trump administration had already sent 2 planes of these people. They'd already, quote-unquote, deported them. They'd sent the 2 planes away, and they then claimed they're outside the U.S. jurisdiction and U.S. territory, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that was the timeline of the cases there.
Okay. So yeah, my point is that yes, I believe they have to be here in order to go through a habeas hearing and question their detainment.
Yeah, so my entire questioning space was essentially relating to the here. So obviously during COVID, in times of emergencies, we've had legal proceedings that were held remotely, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that would point to me, and again, I'm happy to hear if somebody's able to point out the specific laws or specifications, say this is not normal or this is how it's normally done. But that would point to me to say, you don't literally need to be physically present in court in order to receive the legal jurisdiction, rulings, etc. of the U.S. court system, right? The U.S. jurisdiction, judicial system.
Yeah, because even those 5 people, the other 200, their case ended up being combined with I think it was the ACLU who was and turned into a full class action lawsuit where they were challenging for them to be able to file habeas petitions on behalf of everybody, and therefore they were still arguing on behalf of people who were already in El Salvador. But I think the habeas petitions, if approved, would have to do that. The difference is that in this case, I don't think they've actually ordered any of them to be returned. I think that they're just setting a precedent that they have to do this in the future.
Well, so this is the ruling I thought I had seen, that I was saying originally that I wasn't sure about, was that I had thought I had seen a ruling that said we can do all this stuff as long as they're within. I'm super crazy paraphrasing
yeah, sure.
now, but as long as they're within U.S.'s jurisdiction, they don't need to be physically within the U.S. We can process all of them in El Salvador, but we have the jurisdiction, we have the control, we have all this other stuff. We don't need to physically return them, but we need to process them like they are normal people, like they're normal part of the process, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That would
say that they don't have to ask Bukele to return Abrego Garcia because we have jurisdiction over him, not them.
Well, no, yeah, that would be maybe, maybe the point being that maybe it was they have to ask Abrego Garcia to turn over jurisdiction to the U.S. They have to relinquish the control and put those people into U.S. custody. Because my understanding was like literally what they would have to do is like they'd have to like what El Salvador could do is like partition off a wing. I'm being again super generic here. They could partition off a wing of some hospital and then just throw all of the people the U.S. is claiming jurisdiction of into that wing, and then say, okay, cool, we are giving you jurisdiction of all the people in this wing, and that would meet the requirements put forward by the judge there, because the U.S. would now have physical control of these people and legal control of these people, but they would still be physically within El Salvador, and El Salvador would just be granting the place for which the U.S. maintains the physical control. That was what I thought I had. Now I have not been able to corroborate it again, so I have literally no idea. But that was my understanding. So that's kind of the basis for the entire argument.
There is I do know that there is there's a bunch of stuff going around showing that there are attempts to make CCOT U.S. property to where it would be U.S. jurisdiction in El Salvador.
Yeah. The U.S. is paying El Salvador to house people in CCOT. Thus, therefore, the U.S. has jurisdiction over.
Well, it doesn't. Again, it does. That would again, if we had jurisdiction over CCOT, we wouldn't have to ask them to give us back Abrego Garcia. We could just say we're bringing back Abrego Garcia. But now,
well, that's that's kind of the question, right? Like that's kind of the question between the jurisdiction versus other stuff, right? Like this is kind of like why I was bringing up, like you could make the argument, right? You literally can make the argument you're doing right now that the U.S. has jurisdiction over the people we put into CCOT. But that's different from the literal.
I don't think you can, because.
Well, yeah, sure. Sorry, go.
Well, I'm saying I don't think you can. I'm saying I don't think you can make that argument, because otherwise we wouldn't have to, like, Zinnis never would have clarified her statement to be just do what you can to request him back, and the Supreme Court wouldn't have said make sure you take into consideration due regard to the presidency and what it is that they are capable of in terms of foreign whatever it is, like foreign negotiations, but that instead it would just be bring him back. Like it would just be that simple.
Like two things there, right? So I can understand, and I also feel like Pisco would make this argument that when we're talking about the reference to due process to the executive, that is so baseless and empty and barren that I don't know that you can really infer anything about it. They're just saying hey, listen, keep in mind there's a deference to the executive having this authority, but I don't know how you ever apply that in any reasonable fashion to any specific ruling by any of the judges in any
meaning
capacity.
They can't order them to say, hey, send SEAL Team 6 in and have them go into that prison and kidnap Abrego Garcia and bring him back. They can't do that. The judge cannot order them to do that. That is something that is solely on the president. They cannot force him to do this, but they can say, we need evidence that you are asking for him back. They can say that, but they can't say, you have to do, you have to go to war to get him back. They can't do those.
Probably, but we both don't know that for sure. Right? But I agree, probably. And even when I say probably, I'm 95-6%. On your, I would say the exact same thing that you're saying, but from this perspective, we don't actually know because we don't know, right? They haven't explained it, they haven't said what it means. We're just kind of speculating in some fashion here for what it means. But generally speaking, I do agree with you that yes, when the Supreme Court is saying you have this deference here, then yeah, the deference means something relating to the enumerated powers of the executive, relating to foreign policy, etc. But there's a whole bunch between that and like the judicial Article 2 rulings and stuff like that. But like kind of like trying to bring it back, right? Like my kind of overall point here is, and as it relates more to the diplomatic mission, is like if they just mean return to the U.S., what does like return to the U.S. mean? In my personal super unsophisticated
I'm saying
reasoning,
I don't think they mean just return to the U.S. That's why I'm saying I think the clarification from Zinn is saying that I just need evidence that you are attempting to get him back. That is the facilitate his return. Is they're saying just do what you can to ask for him back, but that we're not expecting you to go and send in SEAL Team 6 or fight a war or anything.
The problem I'm seeing every time is that it's every time somebody says what you just said, it's this equivocation of get back meaning physically return geographically and not return to the legal custody of the United States.
Because it doesn't have to be the legal custody. If it do you mean the jurisdiction or the legal custody?
I don't have a specific distinction between those two words. Like,
do you mean he has to be in custody, or does he just have to be in the United States jurisdiction?
In custody, because he's obviously within the United States jurisdiction if the United States Supreme Court is ruling on it, right? They're saying he's within the jurisdiction. No, not necessarily. They are ruling on an action that was taken, not it has nothing to do with him. They're ruling on the action that the Trump administration took. So Abrego Garcia is irrelevant. It is, yeah. So there's just saying that because when the reason I ask about custody versus jurisdiction is it could be that they just bring him back and they're like, okay, yeah, we fucked up. We didn't realize there was a no deportation order. You're good to go. Have a good life with your wife and your kids. Adios, amigos. Like it could be that to where he's not in custody at all. He is just back, and they have no further inquiry with him. Whereas, that is him just being in the jurisdiction versus them saying you have to have him in custody. Well, no, they don't care if you continue your proceedings with him or not. Yeah, I'm not sure I understood the exact literal last point, but just to clarify, so I agree with you about the distinctions there. So there's obviously a difference between having jurisdiction between having custody. You can have, to me, it sounds like you can have jurisdiction over people that's more expensive than the amount of people they have custody of, but technically you can also have custody of people that you don't have jurisdiction over, so it's not.
Yeah, I'm saying if the Trump administration dropped all charges against Abrego Garcia and they weren't trying to deport him anymore, they would not need him in custody. The court is not going to order them to have him in custody because they don't care whether or not the Trump administration has any deportation orders or charges on Abrego Garcia. They just care that if they do, that they do go through some sort of due process. But one way or the other, they just want him returned. If he's returned and they want to continue down a path of deportation, then they have to have him in custody and go through some sort of due process. But they have the option of just returning him and just letting him go back home.
Yeah, okay, so you're saying, in theory, the Trump administration could just say, okay, yeah, listen, we're totally releasing this guy. He's good to go, quote unquote. The El Salvadorian government can do whatever. And at this point, the courts would say, okay, listen, he's totally outside the jurisdiction. We're not holding him, whatever. He's technically free, quote unquote, in El Salvador, and that's totally outside our jurisdiction. Can't do anything about it. close all the court cases and so forth, right?
If they freed him in El Salvador, they still want them to facilitate his return. So that wouldn't fix things.
Gotcha. And so you're saying, so then it's not simply just totally release him wherever from custody. It's just, all right, kind of released from custody, but he's like within the United States, or?
Yeah, I'm saying that as long as they facilitate his return, that's it. If they facilitate his return and keep him in custody and continue the proceedings, that's fine. They've facilitated his return, or they facilitate his return and let him out of custody and let him go back home to his wife and kids in whatever it was, Wyoming or that's not Maryland. Let him go back to Maryland. Yeah, then they can do that as well. The court doesn't need him to be in custody. They just know that he needs to be returned one way or the other.
Well, like the problem that I'm like reading, right, is the order properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador.
Mm-hmm.
Those seem like two different things to me. The first thing saying, okay, there must be a facilitation of his release from custody in El Salvador,
mm-hmm.
which, like, it feels like maybe you could just say he just must be released from custody.
Correct.
In El Salvador.
But in order for it to be as though he was never sent there in the first place, he has to be returned. So, like, because once he is in their custody, that is the point that, like, they're wanting to get back to, is the point that he has become in their custody. They need to get back to that point before he was taken to El Salvador. If they just leave him in El Salvador, well, that's not back to where he was before they took him to El Salvador illegally. He's not back to that point yet.
So like, I get what you're saying, right? So, government to facilitate the Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador, and so the argument being, well, if they release him from custody, from U.S. custody, he would still be in Salvador. He would still probably be in custody of El Salvador. That obviously doesn't satisfy the mission. But like, if he were to be released and totally not in anyone's custody, but physically in El Salvador, we would still run into the issue of ensure his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador.
Correct.
Right. And so I guess this, like, putting all that aside, like, what does it mean to say improper, like, handle his case, or his case is handled as if it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador? Like,
it means that he has to come back here, and if they want to continue so once he's back here, if they want to continue proceedings, they would have to go through some sort of due process. They can't just bring him back and then immediately deport him again. They still have to give him the ability to file a habeas petition and challenge his detainment.
And this is where I get hung up, right? Because it just, again, this just totally feels, it just seems to be the case to me, super feelsy, that if El Salvador released him to the U.S. Embassy in El Salvador, and they then linked him up digitally, remotely to a lawyer and all the case proceedings, where he was able to be present, he talked to his lawyer at any time he needed, whatever the case might be, and they then delivered his case to the judges, and X, Y, and Z happens, and you got to the appeals and whatever the case is, like, it seems to me like that would have treated him like he was in the United States. They would determine his ability to be deported to a foreign country. They would determine what countries. They would determine all of that other stuff, and he would have access to the same potential remote lawyers and all of the other metrics and determinations. Because again, this is why I asked that original question about like the COVID thing, where like people could do remote consultations where they were in court getting the rulings and the proceedings remotely, but there was never a due process issue with like they weren't physically there. Like that, to me, that kind of feels like that would meet almost all the satisfactions, if not all of them. Of
right. The
yeah,
problem
listen,
is that let's say they rule that that they're not allowed to deport him, right? So let's say the court somehow comes to the conclusion you're not allowed to deport him. Very unlikely, but let's assume they come to this conclusion. You're not allowed to deport this person. He has to stay put. What if they're not allowed to deport him, but he's already been deported? That proceeding is kind of useless, especially when the Trump
part of it is like, what does it mean to be deported?
Needs to be removed from our jurisdiction.
But like, arguably, you're within our jurisdiction if you're in the embassy, right?
Yes, but if he was in the embassy, they would likely just actually return him, right?
Likely, it's not the same thing as like in a world, right? If you facilitate his return, you've asked Bukele to say, "Hey, put him back in our jurisdiction," and he says, "Okay, cool, you can move him wherever," and you're like, "Okay, we're putting him in the embassy," which is where all the U.S. applicable laws and jurisdictions, etc., apply, and this would be like where Peace Corps, etc., would say like as respected by the host country in some fashion, right? Like they technically control the physical territory, and you're just given a semblance of or legal protection that could be removed at any time that you're like part of the United States or you're within the jurisdiction of the United States. Or, like kind of regardless there, right? In the embassy, you're under the jurisdiction of the United States.
What what district is Boasberg in?
I have no idea.
Or sorry, not Boasberg, Zinnis. Paula Zinnis, State Judge, U.S. District Court for the District of Maryland. So the district that the judge is ruling from is the one that he's in.
Well, that's because he was a Maryland citizen. Well,
right.
Not citizen.
Right,
but he was a Maryland semi-resident, or however you would describe it. He was permitted to be in Maryland.
Right, but now we're saying he's in a U.S. embassy, and they want to deport him from the U.S. embassy. What district court can oversee that case when it's a U.S. embassy and not Maryland?
I have no idea. Even if we were to totally separate this, we're not even talking about anything relating to this. Like, if there was a crime committed in an embassy or an accused crime, what court has jurisdiction over prosecuting? Like if a U.S. embassy employee said, a U.S. embassy employee to assaulted me or whatever the case is, I generally don't know what court, if any courts, would have jurisdiction over it, right?
If a crime is committed within a U.S. embassy, the host country authorities generally have primary jurisdiction, although the sending nation's laws may also apply according to... the embassy will typically contact local law enforcement, and they will take the person into custody if relations are good. Okay.
Yeah, but like imagine it were a crime that was only a crime within the host country, right? So there's never an implication of the I guess in this case the host country, right? Like it was only ever a crime in the embassy country. How would that be handled if it was like in the United States? What court would have jurisdiction? Because I imagine, right, that there's probably crimes you can commit in overseas territories, and I imagine that there's a court that oversees those territories, right?
Well, I mean, according to these, they are saying that they would they would go to local judges that U.S. laws could apply if that country is going to press charges. But
I don't. I get what you're saying. I can't. I could be wrong. I'm entirely wrong, right? I can imagine a world in which, if you're in a U.S. embassy, you could violate a U.S. specific law and then have no punishment, right? Like legal.
Right, but not from the U.S. Again, they're saying that you would go to a local court. So if you break a law in Mexico,
a world in which you don't receive a U.S. punishment from it.
Well, I think that they're saying that the judges there would take into consideration U.S. laws as well. That's what
I know, but like imagine what you did as a U.S. crime, but not a crime in the host country.
Right, they're saying that they would charge you according to the U.S. law and convict it with a Mexican judge if it happened in Mexico.
Okay, so you're clarify what you're saying is if like I committed some sort of U.S. crime against you and we were in the Mexican embassy, then I would be tried in the Mexican court according to the U.S. law relating to the crime I committed against you, even though it's not a crime in Mexico and it was only a crime in the United States.
Yeah, so let's say Mexico just has a law that while these are like general explanations, but I think all of them are theoretical because I don't think it's ever happened. But they're saying, oh shit. Yeah, guys, we have we got $25 to go on the goal, and we're at 0 time. So, but yeah, it's saying that let's say Mexico will likely have laws that say if you're in a U.S. embassy, you are not allowed to break U.S. laws while you're there. This would just be a blanket like Mexico law. And that if you are in the U.S. embassy and you break a U.S. law, they would hand you over to the Mexican authorities, who would then say, okay, now we're going to charge you for breaking a U.S. law while in a Mexico or while in a U.S. embassy. That's
so
the
you're
way.
Saying that there would be a specific like punishment saying you're violating the host country's laws?
Yes.
I mean, just like a brief AI, I mean, obviously AI overview, but like in general, U.S. federal courts have jurisdiction over crimes committed by U.S. citizens within U.S. embassies abroad, including those that are not considered diplomatic officials.
Yeah, it's saying that they may also like extradite for things like this as well, but that
because I can't imagine a world in which you commit a crime of the country you're physically a part of, and it's not a crime of the host country, and like you just don't, like nothing happens to you criminally, right? Like that just sounds pretty obscene.
Yes, as if a crime is serious enough and the suspect is not a diplomat, the host country may request extradition to the U.S. if a treaty exists between the two countries. While diplomats and their immediate families generally have diplomatic immunity, don't care about that.
I was gonna say, but that sounds like a crime committed, like a crime as determined by the host country, right? Not the.
Yeah, it says the embassy's role. The embassy will likely cooperate with the host country, the host country's law enforcement, providing local authorities with information about the crime and the suspect. The U.S. government or the nation whose embassy is involved may also have an interest in the case, particularly if a U.S. citizen is the suspect or a victim. Yeah, I'm not sure on this one. But
I have no idea.
Yeah, the point is that I do think that they would probably require his return either way. That like the point of as though he had never been illegally removed does imply that he has to be in the place that he was illegally removed from, not just like in an embassy.
Like
but
that's just where like I do like that's the biggest hang up I have, and that's the reason why like I continued that argument for like so long after.
Well, again, if Boasberg, or I mean not Boasberg, Zinnis is over the case, and it's Zinnis's Maryland District Court that is executing the case, then I would assume that Maryland would be the place where he would have to be.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like I don't know that I agree with that. And again, I've said this many times. You could just demonstrate to me that this is the case. I feel like there are possible just demonstrations of like legal cases where that's like clearly like a thing that would fall into, but like it just seems to me like how do you handle that where you like sorry thinking like it just seems pretty crazy where you would send a
What?
Okay, yeah. Where we would talk about like returning them to the US or returning them in some fashion, right? And that like it feels like everyone is just automatically assuming that means like physically located. But like it like intuitively feels to me that like if somebody ends up at your embassy, you have legal jurisdiction over this person. And like you could argue respected by the host country or whatever, and we can go into that, but like it feels like that would resolve a pretty large contingent of the issue. That like, hey, listen, you showed up, you said this thing, and we're making this the resolution. Like, yeah, I mean, if you come to the U.S. Embassy, I don't see in any world in which, like, imagine there were like court cases where like it was like Abrigo Garcia has to defend himself from being an MS-13 terrorist. Abrigo Garcia has to defend himself from like what countries he gets deported to. As like I kind of feel like we established with like COVID, you don't need to be physically located in the area that you're having the court case, where you can adequately defend yourself, adequately provide the information, etc. I don't see how that wouldn't apply to like Abrigo Garcia being in the U.S. Embassy and like saying, yeah, we will have to have all of the normal court proceedings that are like, yeah, we're going to review the evidence. We're going to have to go to like bullshitting, credible fear, like all that other stuff. I don't know the process, right? But like if there's like 3, 4, 5 court steps where you have to like present information or answer questions, like if we could do that under the COVID, how can we not do that if Abrigo Garcia is just within the U.S. Embassy and is just dialing in remotely like everyone else did during that time, and some potential areas do that still to this day?
I think that they do normally, especially if it's like criminal cases or something like that. They almost always like a demand that you are somewhere that they can arrest you, which I assume an embassy would be the case. But I don't know if district courts do remote stuff. Let me see.
I have no idea, right? Like it could be entirely the case, not, but like
remote hearings. Yes, federal courts do conduct remote hearings. Many courts have embraced virtual hearings, especially since the pandemic, and continue to use them for various proceedings. This includes status conferences, motion hearings, and even some trials. So I think that like let's say if, because I don't know, it would be the same case still. Because I was gonna say, if all of a sudden they said, okay, we're just gonna let Abrego Garcia go, the El Salvadoran government just says we're gonna let him go, and he gets out of the prison, gets on a plane, flies back, gets to California, gets off a plane in California, they arrest him there. I assume that goes back to the Maryland courts, but
he would be like, there would be a request for extradition
from California. So it wouldn't be a new case where he's now arrested and now it's a California court, a California district court, but instead it would likely go back because they ordered his return.
Which I would assume so, but like the main positioning here being like, if you can appear remotely, and presumably remotely in this case you could dial in remotely to any court case as long as they're within the U.S. jurisdiction. I don't know, right? Like, it could be the case that like somebody could just point out a ruling that says, yeah, this X person tried to dial in remotely at an embassy, and the judge was like, yeah, fuck no, you're not within the U.S.'s jurisdiction. You have to come actually to the physical territory. Like, I feel like if something like that existed, you would be able to like easily demonstrate that and just say, okay, here's this case. I could read it and be like, yeah, okay, cool. That resolves the issues I'm having right now. I haven't seen that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, right? That was kind of what I was asking with Pisco, is like, do you know, is there anything like this that exists that just totally rules out this option? Because it kind of intuitively feels to me like, in theory, they are released to the U.S. Embassy. They get all of the same hearings they would had they not been removed, right? Like, they're technically, in theory, in U.S. territory. They get the court hearings, and they can get a determination of whether they get deported or not. And if they get deported, well, they get sent from the U.S. Embassy to whatever country they're going to get deported from. But if they don't, and they're said, yeah, you can remain in the U.S., well, like, they're in the U.S., and like they can then travel or do whatever, or like they'll get some sort of visa saying, yeah, they have approval to move within the U.S. or not. They can interact with that country. It's kind of a little bit of a sensitive question, but like.
So according to this, he does have to be in Maryland. That they have jurisdiction over the people who are in Maryland. He is the plaintiff in this case, and the U.S. government is the defendant. He would have to be in their jurisdiction in order for the Maryland judge to give any sort of any sort of judgment on that. So the reason that he didn't have to be there for the other one is because the case was over whether or not he could get a hearing, not an actual hearing in and of itself for them to come to a conclusion, but instead for him to have the right to get that hearing in the first place. And so that hearing would go to the Maryland to the Maryland District Court. In the Maryland District Court, he would have to actually be in their jurisdiction in order for them to come to that conclusion.
Well, yeah.
So even when other people are doing these things remotely, they're doing it remotely from within the jurisdiction anyways. They're supposed to be like at a house that like, and they do this. They like have to make sure they are at like a specific house with a specific address and shit like that.
Yeah, and I understand that. I'm just going to clarify, right? Because nothing you technically said disagrees with anything I've said. I'm just going to clarify to say, are you reading like right now? Yeah, their address they're stated to be at has to be within the geographical jurisdiction of this judge. Like, if you were disputing a domestic abuse case between two people and one of the people moved to outside of your jurisdiction, like, I don't think you suddenly need to involve the other state's like lawyers, court system, etc., right? Like, that seems to me to be the case, that you would still be under the jurisdiction of whatever original judge was handling the case and the legal system was handling the case, but you're just no longer physically, geographically present, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that you would have to be geographically within their district.
Well, what I'm saying is that, and what I just illustrated would be that you don't have to be. You would, in theory, have to be at some point in the past where the ruling was taking place. But like, if I were to be like, if we were in a domestic dispute, Tom, right? Like we were a lovers' quarrel, fighting each other, right? And you know what? You sued me over emotional distress or whatever the case was, and this was a long case, and it was going back and forth. And we lived in Maryland, and the Maryland judge was ruling. And like at some point, if I'm able to, I move to, New York or something like that. This case is still pending. It's still under.
Yes, but my point
Maryland
is that they can't give a ruling on this as to what ought to happen with him if they don't have jurisdiction over him in that moment, right? So let's say he's in the embassy and they say, okay, you're not allowed to deport him and he has to come back. Well, that's still not possible with him in their U.S. embassy. The U.S. still would have to be the ones to bring him back. And so that wouldn't work from there. He would have to be present here in order for that to be the case.
I'm not sure I'm following exactly the rationale that you were just saying there, but
what?
It's also it's pretty late, so like I might just need to hang it up and we can chat about this another time. But like it just felt like when we were talking about when we're in the lovers' quarrel, if we like start the case in a state like Maryland and then I move to another state, it feels like that court case is still under Maryland's jurisdiction. I'm still beholden to it. There's not any issue.
Yeah, but they would almost always have you show up in court there, like especially when you're more likely to be a flight risk or something like that. The people who are from out of state.
Or the lawyer is just present, right?
Well, no, that's very, very unlikely if you're if you are in cases like that. You are. I mean,
I'm pretty sure you're hypothetical that is defined over what actually happened, but.
Because this is a fairly common thing where there's a parent who isn't getting child what do you call it child payments what is the term here? I'm blanking on the term. Child support, yes. They're not getting child support. They're in New York. The father is in Texas. They do make the father come to New York to be part of that hearing. They don't normally just send a lawyer because there are criminal charges involved in these sometimes where they're going to charge them with child abandonment for not paying the child support and shit like that. And so they do have them present so that they are able to arrest them in the court if necessary. And so these are things where they're going to have them present.
I feel like we're pretty off of. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I just feel like we're pretty off from the original contention, which is around whether or not does Abrego Garcia have to literally physically be within the United States.
We are. I think that's the point of the argument is that we're saying I'm saying that yes, even in those cases they would have to be present, physically present in their jurisdiction in order for the case to proceed. Because if they're going to charge him with a criminal case, they have to be able to arrest him, and they can't arrest him in another jurisdiction. So he has to be in that jurisdiction, and so they are.
Well, they're not. Keeping in mind that in this case they're not charging him with any crime, right?
In the Abrego Garcia case, or
yeah.
Well, I guess not him. Yeah, I don't know. I think he does. I'm saying I think he does have to be present because he would have to be in their jurisdiction. Well,
and again, this is what I mean by again, I feel like I'm saying I'm asking potentially super dumb questions because again, you can appear remotely, right? You can appear on video for cases, or at least you were able to in COVID and so forth. So what is what does jurisdiction mean? Like, could you have been in another county, like, which happens, right? Like, there were cases where, you know, you had two people show up for a court case remotely, and one person was in another state entirely, where they were lying about where they were, right? And another person was, and like that person's held in contempt because they're not in the state that they're representing themselves. So it's not about
I guess
physical
if he's
geography,
lying, but I'm
right?
saying
It's
that
about the jurisdiction.
Right, but the physical geography is also part of their jurisdiction. That's what I'm saying, is that you're like, if you're saying he lies and says he's in Maryland when he's literally in the US embassy, then sure, because he's lying, I guess they could proceed. But the fact that like they would want him in the jurisdiction, in most of the cases that I've seen, the police actually do show up to make sure that you're in like wherever it is that you say that you're doing the remote hearing from, that like somebody shows up to make sure that you are at that address ahead of time. But yeah, that's but yeah, we can leave it for now, and if you want to talk about it,
I guess like I would love for somebody like a general plea, somebody that knows the law really well, like to outline for me, why is it not the case that in theory all the rulings could apply where Abrego Garcia is given up to the U.S. jurisdiction? So like whether or not that, like there's differentiations, right? Whether or not it's within the U.S. embassy or like, you know, they're given a private room in CSOT. I know that's not where he's located now, but like given a private room in CSOT and said, you know what, U.S. has jurisdiction over this place. Why can it not be the case that that's true? That he's given jurisdiction, U.S. has jurisdiction over him, he meets all those criteria, you hold all of the same court cases that he would have had he not been just abruptly removed, but it's done remotely, because remote court cases can happen, right, as we've kind of seen and established. And how does that, and you can make a determination at the end of those, right? He gets deported, in which case, okay, if he's at the embassy, you just like kick him out to that country. If you're saying he must be deported to another third-party country, okay, cool. You then have your jurisdiction and you throw him out to another country. Or, you know what, he's not deportable and he can return to mainland U.S. You return to mainland U.S. Like, if somebody can provide me any amount of legal information that denies or clarifies any of that, that would be absolutely fantastic, because I've got so many questions around that.
Okay.
And whether it applies, so.
All right, well, I appreciate it. I'll look into it.
Yep. Thanks, Tom.
All right, later, man. All right, I am gonna head out. I will likely be back on tomorrow. Oh no, wait, actually, I think I'm taking a day off tomorrow, so I likely will not be back on tomorrow. Yeah, most likely will be off tomorrow. Yeah, unless something big happens and I feel like I need to come cover it or something like that, likely will not be on tomorrow. But yeah, I got some other stuff I gotta do, so make sure you join the Discord, and make sure you follow me on Twitter. Having a bunch of these arguments on Twitter as well, and you can come be a part of them. And we're also having these conversations in the Discord pretty consistently. There's a bunch of conservatives, liberals, leftists, like alt-right, groypers, neo-Nazis, people who literally identify as neo-Nazis, people who are communists, socialists, all of the above. We've got the entire spectrum in the servers. So join the Discord. Link is in the description, and follow me on Twitter. Link is in the description. Till then, I'll be back in a couple of days. Appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Oh, and if you guys will leave a comment on the stream, that is very helpful. Please do that.
The problem with Republicans is that they are desperate to find any examples of mainstream Democrats being even close to as corrupt as Donald Trump.
The worst thing that I found with them is MBNA stuff. Hunter got a job with MBNA. That was his first job, literally 2 months out of law school. And all of a sudden, he's like an executive board member at this massive banking company that was Joe Biden's top donor almost every single campaign by far. Like second place was like, 1/3 of it. Then he also sold his house to MBNA executives who got like $300,000 back for moving expenses. Like that is like a really serious example of where it looks like there's something going on there. But you're gonna look back at the Trumps and be like, bro, he's not working in the White House like your kids are. Like it's nowhere close, bro.
Preach. When is the last time a guy that was interested in you came up and said hi on the street?
Yesterday.
How did it go?
I said, nice to meet you, but I'm okay.
Oh, okay. How did he take the rejection?
He was like, okay, I guess, walk away.
Okay.
But sometimes guys do take it a little rough.
They get butthurt a lot, really?
Yeah, they do, because men don't know how to deal with rejection.
That's true.
Yeah, see, like, this is I hate this. This is a stupid statement. This is like a very, like, feministy thing where you just sound super out of touch. It's not that men don't know how to deal with rejection. It's that men are the only ones who have to deal with rejection like that. They are the only ones who are put on the spot like that, who have to go make the move, who have to go and approach the girl, who have to go and be the first one to say something, and women don't have to deal with that. And if women do approach men, it's already like game over.